All good things must come to an end. And whether that is the reign of either of these two teams stepping into this grand final today throughout playoffs, or it's the end of this season for the SEL in this split, no matter the case, everyone's going home at the end of this with a nice long winter break to think things over before we step on into our next seasonal split. But we got to get this out of the way first. My name is Infernosis. I am joined here by Mick, a.k.a. Dallas, and we are now together for our final to try and showcase, just to the best of our ability, what the GMU Patriots can do and what Georgia, who are the second seed in playoffs, can try to do to shut them down.
Yeah, two heavy hitters coming in, obviously, to the grand final here today. I mean, consider what we've gone through for the entirety of the season. These were two big, heavy hitters, even just coming in and starting the season in our entire kind of qualification stage that we did. They proved themselves to the group stage. They were able to go ahead and kind of run over almost any opposition during that time of playoffs. Not only did they find themselves just as much as comfortable as a run, but they also got themselves a nice little break as well. So, I mean, that alone just gives them the time to go ahead, assess the environment, figure out what's going on, understand who they're up against. And obviously, George Mason University was probably a big hitter in that process, and George Mason doing the same exact thing. I mean, obviously, last week, the craziest thing I want to feel like the curveball that came into play was mainly what happened between our two matchups last week, because it was an absolute steamroll by Georgia. I mean, Converse, Purple, a team that we had expected to be an absolute unit coming into things, obviously drawing out the series in terms of rounds to some relative degree, but it just wasn't enough for what we really expected out of them. But George Mason and Clemson, that was the big hitter, because even then, after we concluded our stream, went over to a Clemson coach's stream to watch out the rest of that unfold, because that definitely went the distance. I mean, surprisingly enough, considering that matchup was further apart than the one we had on the other side.
Yeah, at 13-5, 13-3 was the scoreline at the end of that Georgia game. The fact that it was that far ahead against a team that was expected to have gotten that far, has played extremely well, and just essentially gets humbled by the Bulldogs. It's just unbelievably impressive. So they proved everything in playoffs, only having to play those two series and only having to play 4 maps across them because they had that bye round being the number 2 seed coming in. GMU obviously struggled against Clemson, and that was kind of expected. We were saying Clemson kind of came out of nowhere this semester. They started off a little bit slow. They were doing a whole lot better. That was kind of the storyboarding that we were bringing across last week. But being able to put up as good of a showcase as they did against George Mason was very impressive. And I think that more speaks to Clemson than it does to maybe George Mason isn't as good as everybody thinks they are. I think they're very well deserved to be that number 1 seed, and they are the favorite coming into this matchup. But the Bulldogs, riding through playoffs, obviously having the bye round a lot like we saw George Mason do, they're going to be, maybe you could argue, less warmed up, but they have torn through everything. They've shown less on broadcast, and because of that, they have such an advantage in terms of their strat books. They've shown less in their matches, like 16, 17 rounds, it feels like, max in every game they've played. They're going to have a lot in that back pocket, in their pat book, right, to say we at any moment can just throw something out that you'll never expect, especially with the big 9.10 patch that came out.
Right, and even then, I mean, looking and speaking of that patch, I mean, I feel like we're obviously going to get some relative degree of it today, considering, I mean, the armor, that's going to be the biggest thing, honestly, when it comes right to the ecos. But, I mean, everything else besides that, I mean, the Phoenix changes were realistically the only thing that actually came out. Honestly, Phoenix, as great as that was, the Sage change was also insane. The slow orb,
30 to 50,
and the slow orb actually affecting movement ability. So, like,
all concussing does that now, actually, too, as well. So all concussives, like, stop mobility, like dash for jet. Great for breaches, great for Sages. This patch was just unbelievable. And while Phoenix may not be played at every map, we did have a little conversation before. And Pearl, which, it's a best of 5. You only get to ban out 2 maps, right, if that's let through. That was a map where Phoenix was already pretty darn good at. Let that in with an even bigger buff where Blaze actually essentially acts like that harbor wall. There's so much more potential for this duelist to have, step into these side roles a lot like ISO, a lot like Yoru do in some of these other maps.
Yeah, and even, I mean, looking at especially kind of seeing what we have in front of us, I mean, a big thing is also going to be just map selection in general, whether or not we actually see those come into play. So, obviously, we've been yabbering about here for long enough. I feel like we should go ahead and at least introduce those to y'all, because that's going to be a very, very big factor in today's format, considering, I mean, knowing what these two, I mean, speaking to the band, seeing even then, the rotation is also a very, very big factor when it comes around to this. I mean, considering that Sunset, Haven, Pearl coming back is a big thing, and then Split also being right back into where it kind of belongs. I mean, you and I have already seen Split really unfold to what it really has the capability of being this season. 43 rounds on Sunday, by the way. That was what Scott and I were dealing with on CVAL. Insanity. But considering that, I mean, that's what that map can do. Considering that, I mean, that's where even in map number 4, I mean, if we even do go to that point, I feel like the stakes are going to be that much higher to really incentivize saying, like, we got to keep this thing going. But, I mean, to go ahead and conclude it at Bind, if we do ever end up getting there, that's going to be insane. Because Bind, I always feel like, is that one map of chaos where another place we can possibly see the Phoenix, another place where we've seen Sages really step up and take that shower control sometimes to kind of act as those kind of anchors and get those free orbs every single round by incorporating those walls into that area of the map. So, I mean, there's a lot in front of us, but knowing we at least get Pearl, I want to say that's the biggest caveat of this, is saying that thankfully we do get to notice this thing.
Yeah, so talk about the concussive changes that came through. That's going to stop your mobility as a duelist. That'll be really strong on Sunset, especially for Breaches, who have been very popular for this map. Very meta, very standard pick. I don't expect that to be changing. Haven, Breach. It's starting off in the first 2 maps, so you have arguably the best chance to shut down those very aggressive duelists. And then Pearl, where yeah, it's Phoenix. You're going to be concerned about that, but I'm more concerned about that Sage buff that came through when we come back to Split. Sage was queen on Split. He who dominates mid control dominates the map. And, you know, while the Ice Wall was no longer the end-all be-all terms of kit to use in that space to shut down the approach, now you have the slow orb that will make it so the duelist can't counter push you down through mid. You'll be able to toss it into mailbox, make sure that duelist can't get completely out before your team wide swings and sets up smokes. And speaking of smokes, we're highlighting the changes that came with the patch. Omen's dark cover got a major change, where now no longer can the dark cover sit on uneven architecture on the map. It falls to where a player can stand on, which means a lot of the one-ways, especially on Sunset, there was one that was specifically called out in the patch notes, is no longer available. That's going to be something that makes you question, is the Omen choice right for my team anymore?
Which, I mean, even in the one-ways, I mean, the Omen changes aren't going to change everything about it. I mean, realistically, when you look at it, I mean, Cypher still exists, and the one-ways for that are just nearly as potent. But, I mean, considering what you're going to be looking at and considering what we have here in this matchup, at least on Sunset, now that we do have the Asian competition coming through, not too much of a big differential across the board. I mean, sure, there's some one-ways here and there, but knowing that even more so that just having that potential to breach through things, knowing that God trips still exists, whether we like it or not, knowing that Omen can go ahead and step through all of that without any kind of relative kind of just any dissertation whatsoever. No rebuttal from anybody else. The only thing it really comes down to is the timing and understanding when that step is going through, when they're bypassing all the abilities. So other than that, Omen still having that regenerative smoke, having just the natural ability to have a full map influence at any point in time, especially whenever they feel like it, it's going to be just insurmountable to see today specifically in the finals to know whether or not it's going to make that impact we really want to see, because these smoke players, they literally do it all.
Speaking of doing it all, you talk about the Cypher God Traps. They were obviously hitting this map and changing up this map's architecture to counteract those God Traps into B main. And while Sovas could always kind of get it with a shock dart, Razes could throw a paint shell, that obviously make them a whole lot easier. You no longer need Raze for the map. That's why your neon kind of steps in, your duelists have changed up. You can use the shock dart, clear the initial trap, but now it's less of a problem in general. 0.5 seconds is your actuation time for when it actually starts to mark you through the map. That means Cyphers will have a whole lot less time, it feels like, in terms of that kit, to actually find the kill where you have freebie information. There goes a great use of the flash out through the wall. Side is in a bad spot, trying to work up in through tube. So he does get the initial frag. A lot of damage has gone back through the Patriots' way, and UGA have arguably come out very successful despite that loss of life, because they made sure you no longer have the upfront duelist that's going to be able to go in freely. A single bullet should be able to deal with them. It's just a question of where they rotate to, and the answer looks to be this B side.
And it's funny enough to see that. I mean, they want to go ahead and at least check that back box for the middle of the map. They've already done their due diligence, knocking on the player in the process, getting that first split off, but it hasn't been for absolutely nothing. You do get that bit of damage onto the breach, but consider what that guy can do now in that post plant. He doesn't have to push it anymore. He can sit back. He can wait for these false lights. He can wait for all these kinds of pieces of utility to come out and actually incorporate these 3 other players who have that full health pool, knowing that even then, GMU have to go ahead and find something. The problem is with Soji already going ahead and stationed up so darn far, there's not much you can really do against him, except for finally shut him down in the 4v2.
One enemy remaining.
The aftershock team coming in, but even then, it's not going to be enough, because GMU win that first round, they give themselves a nice little start before, but considering what we've seen here, when it comes around to finals and teams, and when all the chips are stacked up against them, I'm not really going to say a duo should be guaranteed anymore.
We did see that exact same scenario from JV onset.
There it is, the circle. That's
there it is. Here's a regeneration shield. And round 2 is a very good round to buy that out.
Of course.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that lost the first round with Sheriffs, just because the instant value that you don't get outlaw, don't get one shot by just trying to even up the odds, because it does eat all of that damage. Damage resistance. So there armor. But we saw that whole previous GMU. It was pretty darn good. But that matchup was close, 13-10 against Niner Esports, and there's a lot of expectations for Niner going into that, and they almost were able to pull it off against this GMU Patriots side. So seeing them still want to continue to hit that B, having a very confident first round after testing the water elsewhere, we're going to continue to see them do so. Move 2 players in through B main, leave them there. The Neon can quickly rotate. That's why they have the ability to sprint across the map. They have the mobility. The question is, Coco doesn't have that speed. They don't have that swiftness. They're going to have to be put here to lurk. The Neon will start to rotate away. Soji will start to move on over to the rest of the team, and they'll make that decision, either collecting the spike, working through market would be my expectation if they do want B, if Coco can get this frag over here, or they'll take it off towards A, because they just don't have anywhere to place a player on their approach.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing really what's already unfolding here when it comes around to the attacking side. Not too much of an actual arsenal to play with, but still definitely darn enough considering the likes of what UGA's dealing with so far. Definitely a lot worse. So considering what they have to do, what they have to get on, getting that cam off is going to be insane. The amount of timings that had to line up back to back to back in order
30 seconds left.
Fall through like it did. Absolutely consider that. Well, you're not going to find much off that 40, but the rest of the team has there to play with. You got a little bit of range. You don't have any armor behind you. Go. We see out of the like you. And I mean, this regenerative armor, as you mentioned, all of the damage being absorbed, which will just be absolute insanity because I mean, it will go ahead and recover a pretty good hit when it comes around to actually dealing with those sheriffs, but it may not be enough considering the kind of range you're dealing with because with the Phantom changer that came through, nothing else really got touched on in terms of range. It's just insane to say, but the Vandal is the highlight right now. Already going ahead, closing out 2. Zach gets that.
I must wait a moment.
Looking to go ahead and kind of find if it is exchange here, get players to push out.
One enemy remaining.
You can remove the wall on B side, but you can't remove the amount of pressure just having a wall within a 3-mile radius of breach provides.
Yeah, especially when you can keep Coco alive there. Keep in mind, Coco was the player that they moved into B main and left. So they were the arguably first fight that was really intended to go their way. If Coco gets the frag off to base and lacking behind on B side, hiding within their dark cover, you essentially changed the pacing for GMU's attack. They stayed alive throughout the entirety. They had the cam watching the spike. They sent out the concuss. They know immediately afterwards we have a drill if we want to use it. We used it a little bit earlier. It's not a big problem. Utility is there to be used, and we just swing right after the fact. We've got 2 players. We got the number. Let's take advantage of that. They ride out their first 2 rounds at a very high note. Now comes Soji, who got so many kills in the first 2 rounds. They can start to try to use the ultimate, though they only get 1 off the back of it. They've now opened up their chances for a rifle to be collected, but
last player standing.
What is going on in market? Denial at its finest, and the Bulldogs just bite down on the Patriots push.
And this is the exact same thing we saw against GMU last week with the Niners. An absolute run through when it came around to that market area of the map. There was nobody who could reach through it. There's nobody who can make any kind of take to this area. And even then, you don't see teams defaulting. You don't see teams splitting up. They either go for a full approach over there towards B main, or like they just go ahead and hit you market once they have that big control. But it comes down to a bigger question. If the market doesn't start working, when you can find mid, when do you start wrapping these teams? When do you start going through that spawn side? When do you start switching up these approaches? We're still very early in the game, so you can't really go ahead and gamble too much on one approach or the other just yet. But you do really need to go ahead and get those litmus tests out there. So we're kind of test the waters a little bit. Will market be a different situation than it was last week? And GMU's out of an answer, at least to start things off, which I'm sure is going to probably haunt him and really drill things down, is not an adamant no, but at least for that one, you don't want to risk it again.
Down. I'm out of here.
Side pounces. It's a quick slide for 2. Amazing K-Train just stuck out there. Nothing they could do. No assistance from the team. Everyone else is just trying to quickly get out of harm's way. And off the back of that, not only do you have the duelist on UGA getting that frag, and now maybe even getting the chance to get their ultimate, like we saw from Soji last round, but they get out of there without a single tick of damage going the other way. And now GMU in desperate straits. They have to figure out where they can find a frag back. Just a single one changes and completely evolves their standard of play throughout the remainder of round 4. But Soji does not find hit they wanted. A great set of blasts from side is able to stun Soji, but the rest of the team just can't clean up house. UGA will keep 4 players alive. They'll rush upon the final player of Soji. Tense is waiting with right-loving arms, and Esco's there to help everything out at the end of the day. The Georgia Bulldogs stride through round 4, and not only did they only stride with 2 rifles last round, they carry over 4 now going into round 5.
Yeah, I mean, even then, look at it, Isco having that Ares in hand, making that direct upgrade. Everybody else is going ahead and kind of hopping on that ship, but looking to even more so at the economy of what they have to work with. It's kind of fun to even see that in these full buy rounds, Isco saying, I still have some remaining armor. I mean, this thing is kind of insane. So why not? Even then, carrying over the right from the last to be able to cushion for the rest of the team. Same exact situation with Zach. But I mean, looking at GMU and what they got to be dishing out, they are the ones going for just sheer light. Nothing but stingers besides that, exception to the one sheriff at hand. And consider that the push hasn't been going too great towards that market, and even then, definitely we saw last round before they were
Cage trigger.
I mean, see how things are going now. This required changes going into effect right there for a second. Gotta get hold of that up on that guaranteed kill. But still can be enough of a hold to at least make the job more difficult. As you do find this thing with these guns in hand, they do get a couple upgrades.
Planted.
UGA still have 2 fully available players going up against what seems like a rolling thunder, which
Gotta
I'm
go.
to go ahead and do it now.
Off your feet!
Coming through.
Live
before.
side, stuck inside Cubby. They didn't want to close the gap. Blaze only had a stinger. I felt like maybe they could have replaced it for a rifle somewhere alongside, but they opted not to. So send out the drill, trying to keep them off that spike. Tap for nary a moment. K-Tran now sitting
One
up.
enemy remaining.
More.
Oh,
Side
that
has
was
to
a
get
good
aggressive,
dive.
and they're punished. Tints now is all alone. A player
One
back
enemy
through market.
remaining.
Even if you win this one, there's really no chance if you don't notice this player in market first, and they've spotted you. Damage through the market stall. Maybe just enough time. Max Vince will feel pressure to move forward, but there was not enough on the clock initially. And with you stepping off, it's going to be just too close to call. And the Bulldogs fail in round 5 despite all of it in their back pocket. The Patriots pull off a thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, a great attempt, even though it's one of those high-octane situations where you have to assess so much on the fly. You go ahead, as soon as that thing hits half, the problem is, I mean, sometimes when you're looking at a screen and you're just looking at nothing but a bunch of pixels, you don't know when that line is really aligned. You want to go ahead and overshoot it just a tiny bit just to make sure that I got to double-check this Joker is not going to rob this checkpoint for me, otherwise there is no shot. I would take 0.11 being a pixel off compared to being just literally starting it every day of the week. So I mean, it's a good attempt there from UGA, but everything still kind of goes relatively the way.
Scatter.
Gotta go.
A certain degree, but everything past that point, I mean, consider the economy still going to their
Right
favor.
here.
Now just kind of getting to work with. I mean, there consider it was a relative thrifty, but good exchanges here off the get-go. GM also contested their rolling thunder last round for near nothing. Now UGA are able to kind of go ahead and play the game. They got all theirs to work with. Speaking of, here's this.
Last player standing.
Sides also coming out to play. Understand that Soji's somewhere nearby.
Team Ace.
Great read here from UGA, as I mentioned. I mean, didn't even have to invest that rolling thunder at all. Everything else is going ahead, being ripped out, finding effect, and showing that, well, if we don't really need guns, we're looking good. Whether we have them, whether we don't, I mean, it's just going to be a solid choice.
That's the strategy we saw GMU employ in round 2 weeks ago over on Sunset, right?
Right.
We saw them employ going through defender spawn, taking control of courtyard all the way through Boba, taking back a B site and having that split through market. The issue was the split through market was a lot less successful this time. And when we saw that come out from GMU, they were at a gun advantage. It was an eco round. They had taken the pistol. Their space and control was never really going to be in question. And right now, that's not the case. The Bulldogs were ready for it. They had guns up. They were all at, well, a moment's notice ready to pull that trigger. And it leads now to an even score, 3-3. Still no way to tell which team will come out on top. But the Patriots are starting to cinch their way into A. And like a boa constrictor, it's just about when they can strike, when they can coil around the opposition's throat, when they can start to suffocate the players remaining on site. This is a very strong flat hold from UGA. Player on site, player inside of elbow deep. Another one sitting on that corner, just waiting for any intel. And with that dark cover, I think that may tell them just enough to lag that Sova off and away. Nisco will fall for it. For Soji, maybe took a bit of a desperate 5-minute fall back.
Stay down.
So one of those scenarios where honestly the Phantom changes give a lot more comfortability to players to go ahead and play towards the back of that arc, trying to have to push up on that corner, but even then, it's still going to be Blaze knocking down to with a frenzy, having a slew of teammates nearby in the process. Problem is, Nisco can't clean up these kills either. Any of those shots were landed. It feels like Georgia could just go ahead and run through the likes of Torch Mason and get the same exact result we saw during that first A push earlier in the game, but considering that, I mean, the frenzies are just out to play. You see 3 kills off the back of them. It's just insane to know that they are finding more in this process. Players who didn't have guns before now running Vandals, Phantoms, like
Cage triggered.
In a 2v3.
One enemy remaining.
No more charges left.
Well, at least for the side of UGA, Zach's here to play, trying to push up, knowing it's only an open. What are you going to do? Have the paranoia to play with? You still got 2 players you got to swing out. We're just going to go ahead and spray things down, know where your head is, give enough time for that to get that stop it.
Stay calm out through elbow. Understand, you know a player is going to be just on the opposing side on default. One has to be inside corner pocket behind Domino. The last one must be towards elbow, towards that outer hall and tube. Read the situation perfectly. Baze was not as involved as they could have been throughout the entirety of it, but Zach, who had been a little bit more silent because they are that lone wolf, they need to be a single player on site. They're going to get isolated very easily in some of these earlier rounds until they start to get a little bit more comfortable. Steps up, comes alive, proves they can be involved just as the rest. And for Georgia, that is one of the talking points we've made about them. It doesn't feel like they're 3 really good players on a 5-player team. Everyone can near play even. And that's just the strong suit of these Bulldogs. Aside, able to get that first blood, Soji did get past that Rolling Thunder that was heavily used early by Georgia, but it didn't matter. You lose your one, and now you're relying on Coco for the Patriots to find that first frag and sell out to the team. We need to hit B because I've got control of the default plant site on site.
I mean, still just looking at great hemisphere for both sides. I mean, even then, you got to look at, sure, maybe the 1-for-1, but you got to look at the amount of control. Even look towards the back of the half. You got Omen, Maxfitch just trying to go ahead and get out of a sticky situation, and somehow lives to at least get one in the process. But no one is to go on that angle what was surmounted earlier. Now with an Odin and seeing the relative upgrade, and just wants to see what exactly can be done with that. GMU, they got 2 ultimates, both to go ahead and post play. Find that time to stall out. Spotlight, Rolling Thunder, Hunter Fury, tapping things. Please, grab your ultimate.
Nowhere to run!
Well, A-Train doesn't even get the opportunity anymore.
Last player standing.
A player that has 2 hits available is going to go ahead and stick this thing out. Oh, yeah,
down.
pushing up. And there's a bit of time. It's going to be so darn close to Zach. This guy's been here for the last 2 2v1 situations with this spike plant, and he knows how to get his defense knocked out in the process, depending on what equation he's on.
I feel like Georgia has been able to break down the GMU post plan on the B side. They know that the GMU doesn't really want to go to it first. We've seen them very evenly hitting both sides, and when they go to B, they're very quick to want to get back into space. But right now, they're so ult reliant. They're so reliant on that double swing out in a short 2v2, an even fight scenario. One person has to stick the spike for UGA, so you have advantage. What do they do to counteract that? Bring on an Odin. Just start barreling shots into B main. Shoot it through the box. Shoot it in their direction. Keep them silent and keep them under your thumb, essentially. It's hard to play against, and the Patriots are going to make some sacrifices on those extensions to try to get the player off of spike. And even when you can't make those sacrifices, you try to use the ultimates where you would maybe alleviate that concern, and you can't get that third shot out. So the Patriots now down 2, what was once a very even game. The Georgia Bulldogs have stated, we're really trying to make this a defensive sunset map. And the best way we can do that is by getting to 6 as quick as possible and really elevating this team before we have to make that transition and play the dirtier attacking half.
They've done a great job thus far. I mean, 2 of these rounds that have been surrounded by GMU so far have only come from the pistol and the one following when they have a guaranteed advantage. I think past that point, it has only been 1 relative round of actual success. And keep in mind, that wasn't a full buy round. That was still that rookie that they had and attempted and succeeded in it over towards that B side. You see it really have to get done next. Seeing what relative degree of success they have to find, it needs to feel consistent. They also need to be able to replicate that and keep that ball rolling. Because obviously when defense comes around, it's going to be a different situation, different ball game. And as it stands right now, they just really haven't got the feel for what's right in front of them. With the Rolling Thunder still in their hand, even in the neon being used right now, more so right here in the beginning, you just got to go ahead and assess the situation as best you can. 4v3, not so stress, size alike, Disco. After that, we're going to go ahead and buy more time. We're seeing GMU play a lot of absolutely
Last player standing.
This is not
all they want to do is delay this clock again and again and again. As it stands, they finally end up actually getting the job done. Because there's so many events where it feels like they have all the utility available to them. But it just feels like Nico every piece of it out. But Georgia actually pushes the agenda. They push them, as you mentioned, towards that B main, towards that box, Disco, the Odin. I mean, they kind of LG specialists a lot of teams don't have. But GMU, they don't really use their ultimates in that right window. They got to really figure it out. So we saw that first Rolling Thunder come out towards that B main. Whenever the spike was even touched, they just used it immediately, expecting to wait for the audible. So one person could be on, one person could be off. So we get a little bit closer. We're going to understand that you could get put in the process. They didn't push off that. This one, they were too late. They didn't do it at all. Now, you see it right here.
Shocking.
At least one ultimate could be possible. Everyone else is still in complete question.
Spike down B.
No more
One
charges.
enemy remaining.
Control, which is not there for the Patriots. UGA are blocked outside. They wrap a player back in through market. If you lose this engagement from Zach in the back, You have an immediate follow-up coming out through your breach of
We know
tents,
more than
through
we
that
did
market
before.
side. It's the right idea for the Patriots that speed can really pan out for a lot of teams, especially when, even though they won that round, they were kind of a bit of an eco. They were
That goes
the
there.
Guardians trying to work alongside it. We saw them earlier rocking Frenzies. That's because Frenzy did get a reserve change for their magazine. A couple extra bullets. They took them away from the Ghost and essentially threw it over to the Frenzy, saying, well, we'll take away from the love child of Valorant for these eco rounds. We'll throw it in somewhere else. That worked well for them. But at the end of the day, if you don't have any magazine in any of your guns, there's going to be a bigger problem. That seemingly was the case when you extend in towards the back B side. Search will be pulled early. This is a rush once again from Soji. Has been so good about getting into here, and the timing is exceptionally tight. But at the same time, if you don't get the frag in doing so, you risk a whole lot while gaining very little. Right now, the Patriots didn't get a kill, barely got any damage out, and now we're just waiting for the inevitable utility to come their way and praying that they burn it without losing a life, and they just couldn't get away with it right there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, good upgrade there for the likes of Soji, and even then, as you mentioned, going ahead and rushing to that door, playing limbo with that market door, as we can see, but even then, every single time, it comes down more to a situation of, am I actually going to put the pressure here where my team can push through B main, which they never really get set up towards to capitalize on, or is it a matter of, I'm now trapped in here with 3 opposing players, and I'll just take whatever I can get. Because keep in mind, that's only going to hinder the retake when it comes around to hop.
Go, go, go.
The A side. Because we've seen this transfer before. I mean, you're getting nothing but just reminiscent of other rounds where we have seen those big just come out because they love this A site. Better yet, this is the first site they actually won a legitimate round.
Go, go, go.
First 2 came up
30 seconds left.
Let's go ahead and dance a little bit. Does a great job at doing just that while the Hunter Fury comes through, puts the pressure on, and Zach with a huge flank of lifetime.
One enemy remaining.
Shot.
He's on the other side of default. You know he's pushing towards back defender spawn. And if you can't make your way out of
Last
alley, if
round
you
before
can't
the
defend
switch.
that side, he doesn't really have a right to be there anyways. The thing I think I want to mention for the Patriots in this first half, they've wanted to avoid B because
This goes
they
here.
know as long as they have utility and they have the one spot to send it out to, UGA can just get there close, wait for you to burn it all, and then, like we said a couple rounds ago, push that agenda, push the win condition. It's a lot easier to do that on A. Notice, last time UGA tried to play the post plant on A side, where we actually see the Patriots put the spike down, the Patriots wrap back around. They have a tertiary angle to work from. They come from A main, and then they've got an angle at which they can crossfire, which is where you see your Omen for GMU slice off 2 lives and essentially exercise all defensive retake ability for the Georgia side. They were not able to do it though here. And the problem comes off the back that side has been given freebies way too consistently. Well, this may be an impossibility. You can really pull off some crazy things with this in the back pocket. There's 2 wanting more, sends out a relay bolt, hoping for a 3rd.
Oh my
Can
God.
they get a 4th? It's
Enemy
denied, but still it is blood for the Patriots side, falling apart, and Georgia get to 8 at halftime.
I mean, talking
Switching
about freebies,
sides.
I mean, literally just an absolute highlight of just that right there. So many players setting up the Rolling Thunder, not even having an idea of a player being on that right side. There was nothing setting up for that whatsoever. There was no fault line to give that coverage. There was no real flash and aftershock. You see the turn for a second, but then you look up towards the mini-map. There's nothing that actually covers that space and gives side all the room in the world to say, look, a corner's all I need for a neon. We've seen insane because of the slides over and over again. Inside already knew that I was ready for that corner, ready to be stuck, ready to be a corner piece because you saw the shorty being ready, you saw everything else just kind of being there ready to roll, and even then when just kind of just having that ultimate. The operator purchase was already a little bit questionable, but then go to that point of saying, okay, I got ultimate and I got a shorty. I have something long range, I have something mid range, I have something short range. Every single box is covered. And knowing that you're out there on an island, I mean, you're a one-man army at that point.
Yeah.
And you're already completely equipped for any situation. So you excel in that environment. Nothing else to it.
Yeah, when you've got first base, second base, and third base covered, what's your job now? It's to hit a home run, right? That's exactly what you do. You completely change the round for your team. They're about to get that spike down. They've got a lot of good pressure. They're trying to change into alley, which is something the Patriots were not doing earlier in that half when they would have that A site. You could see that they were starting to falter in their post-line positioning, so they wanted to fight more towards defender spawn, get the man count down, find Zach, right? That's the big problem. Georgia having Zach, who was lagging behind on the quick flank just 2 rounds prior to that, obviously had that big round where they got 4 kills in round 4 or 5. They were all over the place. So you want to try to make sure that that rotation in is not free. And there was a couple times we saw maybe mid control could have been a good option from them from Coco because they were putting them inside of B. Coco was never really taking that route. They wanted to move in safer, and I felt like they maybe should have walked through courtyard, maybe should have taken that route back around.
There should have been anything going right through the middle of the map, quite frankly. I mean, we saw that come out from GMU on multiple occasions, trying to push them and put the pressure there. But even then, I mean, UGA, the only time they actually exercised it was on maybe 1 or 2 rounds. And even then, that was when Zach got that flank that came around to that A side. 3 picks we saw. But that was in a post-plant scenario. As it stands on the attacking side, I want to see UGA able to actually excel and utilize and manipulate that middle of the map. Because even then, you can run to the GMU right here, round number 1. They want to abuse that. They want to go ahead, have 2 players allocated, wait for the rotation towards B, because you know that B hit comes in every single time it feels like over the system around. So they want to be ready for it. They most definitely are.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Coco plays also fought him as well, just cleaning up house and get the job done.
One of the few things that we can every single time we see the Patriots recall is just how strong Max Vince is on the defense. Coco and Max Vince are one of those tandem duos we see in the SCL that if you could give a single duo the biggest props in the league, they are on that contending list.
Right.
And having your team, elevate your team to go all the way through into the finals of this league is already enough of a shot to say we are number 1, but now doing it against Georgia and really having to put the weight on your shoulders to do it against Georgia, it's going to be the ultimate tick, that final tick needed, maybe that final vote to say they are the 2 that you're going to want to look to shut down every single time. And Max Vince, I think, is the number 1 person I look to. They die early, the team just struggles, and it's not just because they lose their controller, it's because they lose what feels like their leader to send out into these sites, and they kind of, I want to say, trip over themselves in regards to recovering after losing that agent, after losing that player, and just say, what do we do now? We don't have a Zach. What's next?
I mean, the big thing is, honestly, for all these controllers, I mean, Omens are just a cornerstone for every team where they don't really ever have to push. I mean, there's such a volatile position because it's not even a point of saying a controller player. It's an Omen player. It's completely different. You have to be able to frag. You have to hold your own. You have to be on an island because you also still have to smoke for everybody across the entire map while still managing to flash for yourself, while still just literally holding out. And it's insane because if you have a player that isn't fragging, they're still doing everything an Omen needs to do. But the problem is they aren't fragging. When they are fragging, it's at the point of saying, now you put a target on yourself. You've highlighted yourself. It's at that point where, honestly, the other team says, let's go hunting. Let's start allocating players in different areas of the map. Let's get these wraps around. And if they're there,
30 seconds left.
But they're not there on the entry. It's very clear who your target is and where you need to start exercising your pressure a little bit more. So speaking of pressure, it's still going ahead and pushing towards the A side, offside specifically, but everyone else going ahead, popping ship, heading towards that B side. We'll have the best to get it done, but it should be enough.
10 seconds left.
Looking over to B, there's no one actively defending it. This was the Patriots assuming they put all their eggs in the proverbial basket. That is A site. They lose out on an outlaw, so they really want to gain it back. Side stayed there. Essentially, you do this Trojan horse style for Georgia's offense, trying to move into space, and now you just put even more in the face of this retake for the Patriots. Zach just missing an unbelievable shot opportunity, and what should have been, honestly, for Georgia, it was theirs to lose. They do. Because K-Tran swings at the right time, has the right ammo, and a missed shot from Zach in that corner with the Sheriff inevitably leads to just the Bulldogs unable to keep the Patriots back away from sight.
Yeah, I mean, really just got to see what's rocking here. I mean, with the likes of GMU, I mean, just seeing what's going on so far. I mean, it's great for them, able to go ahead and get themselves not only another round on the board, but knowing it was one of those rounds that it feels like you have to capitalize on. It feels like you really have to drive home because knowing that UGA, they had a setup, things were going to go great for them. And even looking at Max able to go ahead and clean up a 4K, it's also good for GMU that Max is the one who had to step up and do that because that's one of those less influential ultimates that you stress about. I mean, think about if we saw Tins getting that, able to go ahead and basically get that ultimate this round. That's kind of a guaranteed gun to play with where you don't even need to concern yourself with a purchase so long as you know you're going to be getting an upgrade of some degree from the rest of your teams doing their job. But already losing a player right here off the rip, knowing that Soji loves pushing up, loves taking that space, knowing that easy retreats could be inevitable, it goes ahead and puts the ball in UGA's court to say, where exactly should we be going now? Because, I mean, this is our full buy round. This is something we got to look forward to. This is something we're supposed to excel in, and now we're kind of caught and seeing nothing but tumbleweeds just flow across the map.
The Patriots making a wise decision to kind of avoid any possible sightlines for Georgia, and that even means top of mid. only time they really want to try to fight that is if they can guarantee a crossfire, and that's what you have between Max Vince and Katran. And while Katran does get a very nice frag off towards side here, maybe a little bit concerned about being rushed upon, Max Vince wisens up to that, takes a couple steps back, holds that next corner off towards Alley, and look at the way it breaks down for Georgia. The Patriots find yet another free kill early. That's 3, and 0 have been netted for the Georgia Bulldogs side. A 2v5 is disastrous when you came into this with weapons in your hands. And the Patriots, it honestly seems like a little bit too easy for them, considering all they've had to do is just wait things out and make a call when the time is right, as they'll send and still leave 2 players towards defender spawn. Everyone else just holding a main angle and waiting for where they expect the Georgia Bulldogs to go. That's in through defender spawn, in through Boba, and out direct towards the V site. As Coco watches the main, able to just barely avoid line of sight. Zach was not aware that Coco would be so close, but it doesn't even matter. Coco gets the much needed damage off, and though Spike is down, this is a terrible spot to try to have the Spike be collected. The Patriots know it. Deal with Zach, cut down Tins, eviscerate the Georgia Bulldogs, give yourself that 7th round flawless at that.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing what's going on here for the likes of GMU. I mean, just waking up, finally able to go ahead and snap and play the game like they need to. I mean, consider they came into this half in the deficit. I mean, they've now won themselves not 1 but 2 rounds very, very well. But even then now, especially a 3rd in a flawless manner. It has been nothing but upgrades for them through this half so far, again and again and again. And that's a problem that UGA has to go ahead and figure out. Because not only on the attacking side is it their job to go ahead and set that pace, but whatever GMU's doing now with Soju going ahead and pushing up initially, and they can't even really have all the players and resources there necessary to not only assess the problem, but fix it, it becomes a whole different ballgame where they quite frankly just can never take themselves out of that hole of just not winning fights. So I think not pushing up the middle of the map, kind of being concerned about Soju lapping somewhere and just going ahead and dedicating to his side, especially over here towards B, when you got so much to go ahead and buy time with in that post-plant scenario. This would be their best bet at least for a little bit to kind of go ahead and put the ball into GMU's thing with a full arsenal, with a full retake to understand who is the biggest influence, who's the hardest hitter on their team. Because if we can go ahead and throw an ultimate out, especially one that's going to be nice here for an eco, we haven't invested too much, we haven't invested too little. We still have things looking very, very feasible, enough to be a threat where GMU has to play a full round.
Look at the way that they for Georgia and GMU. GMU sent theirs towards the back of sight behind Pillar. UGA send theirs into Cubby. They don't want any player lacking behind the back of sight. It's so much smarter. It gives you a whole lot more space and a whole lot more denial in terms of your kit. You can just kind of face value check these other sides, but it's a Boba disaster. B site, yeah, you necessarily have it, Vince, but the team is dead and you did nothing to help them, and you're just going to be forced to join them. I mean, the breakdown of this is just diabolical for the Georgia side. The Patriots knew they would get pushed. Zach gets that opening blood. Step into your own teammate's Cypher cage. It's not going to make an audio cue. Get into that face. You hear the owl drone, and then the one call that is made, there's only a single player left. Make that shot side. Trade your Bucky. Get that Vandal and survive. 9 now for UGA.
And that just concerns me what side's going to be able to manage when it comes around to playing a race. I mean, we already see what's happening with this Bucky in hand. We already see the pressure that's being exerted from UGA, not only just actually getting on the site, which it feels a little bit slower. They kind of preserve all their burst energy when it comes around to the post play, which I've always liked to see more of the teams than actually just kind of sitting back and biding that time. You have your players in those positions. Like, sure, you got the Breach and the Sova sitting back, but I mean, their stuff all goes through walls, goes around corners. They can take space for the rest of the team without even being there. Being 3 miles out of field, to go ahead, let the rest of the team push through, start to take that space. Don't let them take sight. Make them have to take the entire half of the map and make their lives miserable in the process.
Right there. Now on that A site, looks like they will get spiked down.
Spike planted.
They're being held and being waited and primed to use. Patriots really take a full on 5 and a great concuss to 3 players on site, but Soji's only able to strip 1. But K-Train and Max Vince, 3 kills now, 2 to your Omen, and Isco's all alone. A flash pointed through elbow, and Coco watching and waiting, step into their loving arms. It's an 8th round now for the Patriots, and they've got so much time in that retake. They wasted none of it. You get Spike, you're not getting back to safety. We want to push you before you have a chance to.
I mean, it was also a fish in a barrel situation. You had 3 players stacking towards that Radiant crate. It was a very easy call to go ahead and say, throw your Aftershock on that thing. And you saw the players panic. You saw the Neon have to go ahead and sprint out, literally with no gun in hand to work with, no slide available to their arsenal. You saw the Omen having to go ahead and shadow step off somewhere, guns down, can't fight back in that situation. It gets to a point where it's saying, once again, that you're just going to remind themselves, if we can do that on the B site and make it successful, sure, by a small margin, if we can really hone in on this, really nail that again and again and again, and exert that pressure towards the A side to some relative degree in the same manner, then it should be just as easy as it takes. So let's try it on a thrifty round. Why not? Get those sneakers at hand, get those shares, get that Bucky into side hands and see what they can really start to manage here. So already going ahead, not understanding that side on the side, that trip bar gives you everything you need to know. You heard the camera, and here comes side. Great prediction. And that was GU. Coco's understanding that the push will come through.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely nobody.
Spike
all
down
of UGA
A.
except for one singular player's dead, and that spike ain't even down.
Wilder from them on this retake, on this denial, I should more so say, against Georgia. Side tried to read it well. They tried to extend quicker than expected. The Patriots knew it was coming. It's a part of the formula. They know what Side's going to do. Side's been doing it for 17 kills already. So let's start to finally get that under our heads and start to understand that we need to play a little bit passive early. The moment Side is dead, the rest of the team is dead. They don't have that forward face, and there's no way if they don't have Spike down, they're going to be able to fall back to safer angles. And that spy cam that was left up for so long, Coco's cam that got so much information of those 3 UGA players stepping out from Hall, just tells you all you need. Your trap barrier doesn't even matter if it hits. You just got to go a little bit further beyond. Side, not this time. The limbo, you are no homies, comrade. It's going to go the other way. You have to wait for the team to clear that instead, which unfortunately means Max Vince will stay alive with 0 test against them as they wrap back around and lag out through that hall and maybe rotate away and give that position over to their breach instead and say, yep, I'm going to go back towards Boba, maybe play a more smart game and wait for the right dark cover to send up towards top mid.
2 ultimates and a full buy round on Georgia's side, but GMU a streak and a half. A lot of momentum. Definitely a bit of a mental boon right now. So, I mean, what really pans out to work out more in your favor here? Considering the kind of places that GMU has across the map, knowing that UGA have slowed down considerably from what we've seen in their past couple rounds, you can obviously tell that they're getting a little bit cautious. They don't want to give anything up for free. They don't make too many mistakes. And finally, when they get around to this point where rather than making mistakes, they can catch out a GMU player for one. They end up missing that shot, unfortunately. But already able to
30
go ahead
seconds left.
on site. Trans goes ahead and knocks out Bays. So
I know exactly.
We finally see some exchanges coming out. By the time we even get to see what's going on, flash kills are already coming
One
through
enemy
as well.
remaining.
Great use of their ult map.
Out of
If you're
charges.
looking for the stake, you want to know where these players are. You don't want to give up too much because it'll probably get back soon here. But you want to guarantee double digits before you do that seem consideration.
It's a defensive sunset, but I think the bigger difference right now is that we're seeing that UGA, when they were playing defense, were a little bit weaker when it came to the A sites. And B, yeah, it was a little bit of a problem, but they won out on 70% of the takes and pushes that came from the Patriots. But A was a bigger problem, and that has not been a problem for the Patriots, for either side even. They're just their ability to catch you when you're still in that transition, when you think you've got the site or you think you're in a post plant. The Patriots are already at your face, which just proves that they are a team that has been tested. They're a team that knows that when they're on defense, they are a victim to the offensive pressure a team can bring, and they don't want to be victimized, so they need to determine when that 3-2-1 go is. As they get ready, Bucky in hand, side wanting to play forward. The Owl Drone would have spotted them, but a very good fallback. And if you don't take a shot at that Owl Drone, maybe you could sneak back in and go for the quick slide forward once more. Max Vince, though, retakes good for 1. Chance for the Phantom. Soji trading it in forward. And though they do fall, it's still in the advantage for the Patriots as these 2 players in the back of sight. No chance for more. And Zach, that stinger can only sting once, a lot like a bee. And your team's buzzing into the next life.
I love GMU's read on that situation. I mean, they understood the last time the B site was hit, they went ahead and pushed up back toward that spawn. They said, go ahead, give them that space. What are they going to do? Is it thrifty round? They were going to push at least to some degree, but Side can't do everything by himself. And you already knock out another player. You knock out this entire support system, leaving it to be a crossroads when it comes around to actually coming out towards that B main area, coming out of the defender side spawn. And then what ends up happening? Well, they just say, go ahead, leave it. They're not going to push this, and we're not going to push them. That's a death trap right there. Lap it around, work as a unit, and next thing you know, these 2 are still sitting, waiting for players that are never going to come to their direction or even walk in their trap because they've just completely circumnavigated it. So, looking at the stance to see what GMU's done, they have read UGA's playbook on this attacking side. They have not found themselves around in what seems like the last 4. So, I mean, we got to see whether they can finally ever adjust. And it's going to be a long, hard road to really get there.
especially when two players get hit by 100 Fury. What do you do now when there's so much effective health that's just gone? So much effective potential in the team that has just coiled up and ready to be sprung, but now we'll have a whole lot less power behind it. The Patriots, well, they had something heavy waiting on that B side. A lot going so Georgia do earlier with the Odin. Instead, it goes the other direction. Blaze trying to work towards attacker spawn. There is a tripwire here. Smart idea for the Bulldogs not to give up any sight line, but eventually one will go out, not being aware, and Blaze maybe has a chance to get counter-fragged off the back of that. And that's a huge one now for the Patriots to say, we've lost a very important secondary player on that tertiary side. There's no chance we can go much further, but K-Tran makes that round look a whole lot closer than it truly was in that post plant.
Yeah, I mean, getting a collateral there with the operator, I mean, that is just a blessing in disguise. I mean, finding everything going your direction when you're just taking a shot on a player, you're just doing your job, and then you get a dime a dozen for what you've been doing. So, I mean, already looking at the scoreline, seeing what's surmounting here from the squad and seeing just what GMU has done, looking outstanding. But finally, UGA understanding these trades, seeing what's happening, and finally just enveloping themselves inside the chaos and coming in on top. It's something they've been waiting a while for. They've been trying over and over and over again, and with no real success over to the A side, they're probably just going to try to make their home over 4 feet. Hope that goes to their direction at least one more time.
Side ended up on the utility, trying to win a utility battle early, but don't have to worry about it if the team is able to get fragged instead. Base lops off K-Tran. That's a weapon that is collectible. They'll drop the Ares instead. Tense will go ahead and put down this spike. And Neural Theft goes forward. Ultimates are in play for Georgia, but Tense not able to use anything anymore as Soji gets a nice shot off with the operator. The boomstick paid out right at the end of last round, but is not really seeing a whole lot of it throughout these rounds for the Patriots just yet. Maybe this is the perfect chance to showcase that, as this is a alley side plant. Not typically what you'd expect it to be, but something teams have started to develop within their repertoire. Isco with that Odin, using it on the offensive. Maybe one more for Coco.
Wow.
And the spike gets defused. This is why you don't play down that lane. If you're not ready to know exactly where the potential defuse holes are, you might as well put it a whole lot closer where there's a whole lot more chances to hit because the target is just that much bigger in your eyes.
I'm surprised seeing that we didn't at least get some idea of a possible Hunter's Fury coming there out from Isco. I mean, considering that you got that Odin in hand, we even saw the gun being dropped saying, go ahead, somebody please take this from my hand. I have another responsibility to do, but they're saying, no, we'll just go ahead and play up. We just play off this and see if we can get it towards that 11 frame where we can guarantee ourselves the spike to go off. And honestly, that was our do or die round, where you go ahead and create that equilibrium or see the GMU find themselves a lead of 2 right here where they're already on map point. So, I mean, it comes down to that weighing out the sacrifices kind of ordeal. I mean, if you're in a catch-22 in this situation, I mean, no matter what, it feels like you're doing something right or you're doing something wrong. So, for GMU, honestly, it just looks like textbook right for them. Everything's gone well on this defensive side. They've stepped things up. They've had outstanding holds. They've shut down UGA. They've read their playbook. I mean, anytime they need to play fast, they play fast. Anytime they need to play slow, they play slow. It's like they know where these guys are, and that's something that UGA is trying to play a little bit slower to see if they can catch one of these GMU players out initially, because there's just been so many times where it feels like they're the ones that terrible thing of like just trash dominoes falling over and over and over again, that they don't want to be the ones to have that first one to fall over. It just feels like time after time. They barely scratched out that last one. Last thing they need to do is give even more leniency to GMU to get the job done.
The problem right now for the Georgia offense is the fact that whenever they push, it's very obvious when they're going to do it. It is always immediately after a major util dump. There is no bait for the util. There is no micro utility battle to try to gauge interest or gauge defensive presence. It just is non-existence for Georgia. If a util goes out for them, 9 times out of 10, they are on that side. They are already extending forward, and side just trying to play into space. Here's a great ult here from Soji, though, trying to get this retake going, get some damage off to the corner, off towards Kobe. Doesn't seem to matter too much. It's an even 3-on-3 until K-Tran can take the life away from Zach, but Isco's got a Vandalist standing strong. The problem is it's the Ares buffed a while back and seemingly playing quite well to the strengths of Tins, who keeps the team on their back and elevates UGA now to an 11th round win, 1 round away from overtime on our very first map of this best of 5.
I mean, not just Tins, but Isco as well. I mean, we saw the Ares in play, we see the Odin in play, both from that specific player. And looking to see what UGA is doing. I mean, they're just trying to play for this kind of create our own preemptive walls, our own little kind of just complete walls that come up from the smokes. I mean, obviously it doesn't play that way, but it's impromptu. I mean, it's what you have to deal with. It's the only thing you really got. It's the only closest you're trying to emulate what the old beat makers used to look like. but it finds relative success when you have players
I'm
who
outta
know
here.
those spray transfers, who know those patterns of the recoil when it comes around to these LMGs in hand. But even then, with a good exchange there to go ahead and get things kicked off, a couple of these Owens coming into play, those are the two things that are knocked out. So these walls don't exist anymore. If anything, GMU has a lead here, not only with the narrow theft to understand how far back UG's going to play, but the Hunter's Fury was already invested. So, I mean, that's not even really a big concern. Knowing that GMU can now just push up, shoot through these scopes, and find the necessary kills, going back towards that B site, UGA has a very, very tough round ahead of them, especially a tough post play.
Honestly, you have a little bit of strengths knowing there's going to be one less smoke you necessarily have to work through. I mean, maybe be more scared that side's going to slide through. So you have a 4 versus 4. Could be a chance to not slide off the board. There it is. Blaze working in through tiles, maybe having a bit of assistance. Look how close you have Soji, just ready to step away from this spot and maybe play for 2, but Tense! What a flick to the head of Soji. Disastrous, though. 3 versus 3, and your team has full control of the B site. Maybe you have K-Tran able to squeak away a single kill here, but their life is ultimately the most important thing, and though they do get a pixel of a player's head to be spotted, that doesn't tell you how many or who necessarily is there, but this does, but look at the cost of it. Blaze has to die to let the team know that Tins is all the way back inside of attacker spawn. You don't have a Church Wrangle to work with. You either have to move K-Tran way too far forward or wrap Coco way too late. As K-Tran stunned, marked, Coco wants to swing forward, has to get a double spray down. The intel just isn't there. The shots can never be clean enough, and K-Tran only had a Stinger to work with. Georgia just primed up a perfect 12th round to force OT.
I'm surprised we didn't see at least a little bit of assistance there from the likes of just K-Tran, at least shooting a flash back towards that main area of the map. You're already holding that wall, keep in mind. Saying, okay, this seems like a nice little connection here. I can go and get the flash off, help the sling come out from the likes of Coco, and then they can just start running through the process. And so long as they get one of those kills, I mean, it's not a narrow theft in that situation. You have to pop, realistically, because they're both right there in front of you. You just need to air out that main. You need to create a lot of chaos on both ends. You need to go ahead and alleviate that tension from one side or the other and kind of let UGA just completely envelop themselves of what's going on and just make them lose track of that. But with only 2 players and barely any utility to your name, that's going to be a very difficult process. So they end up going ahead and clutching that one out, find themselves the 12th as we go into OT. We're going to go right back to GBB on this attacking side where UGA, they found themselves the lead on defense. So this is what the defense is obviously the one main thing we're looking at. Whose attack is going to be winning first? If GMU starts strong and finds a bit of a curveball here in the process, I mean, this would be just a way to go ahead and close up the map almost immediately because their defense seemed just so much better just in general. I feel like they always had a read on UGA. UGA played better, but GMU just kind of always was prepared.
Yeah, their preparation is ultimately key. And right now for GMU, having not played attack for so long, they're in the worst spot they'll be in for the entirety of OT. If they get through this, even if they lose, they get through the defending round next, they'll have the ability to start getting their attacking feedback under themselves. Right. They knew their defense was already solid. They just need to start making up for those few mistakes that were trickling in the last 3 rounds of that half. But right now, it's just an information battle. We saw UGA, and I mentioned it, we're playing so heavy on utility. You knew when they were going to push. The Patriots are the complete opposite. They will send out a lot of utility at any given moment and just kind of bide their time for perfection. Though they do eventually send out that and unfurl that huge amount of massive utility, you know that it's not going to be so desperate for every player. It should just be Soji. They do lose their fight back off towards Boba. Max Vince, though, one off to Market, able to secure a refrag for the Patriots side. A 4-on-4, and look where Blaze is. This is pretty far deep into the back corner. And though Coco had the shot to Tense, where are you aiming? The crosshair is much too high. Blaze is able to at least refrag it back, but you never should have lost that fight in the first place. Right. And now it's going to be a one-dimensional retake coming forward for the Georgia Bulldogs. Through players coming in through back of tower. Tense deals with Blaze. Max Vince able to get a frag because Isco's looking the other way, but you need to get back towards Covey, and K-Tran watches your cover. The Rolling Thunder's been charged. The round should have already been won, and the Patriots have punched their ticket in this first round of OT to say attack. Yeah, we knew about it. We're back into it.
I mean, just seeing, especially, I mean, how that all just completely unfolded in front of them. I mean, UG obviously was their best bet going ahead and trying to get the approach up. But the problem is they never had those folks get the coverage that we did see on the side of GMU. They had to swing out through that. They had so much caution already inside of the back of their head that by the time they cleared that first point, understood There's nobody here. As soon as we come right out of B main from that spawn side towards Boba, I mean, everybody's just somewhere else. But at that point, you're just left for nothing but confusion, trying to figure out where are these guys. And then immediately before you even finish that thought process, that's when the swing comes through. They're waiting. They're seeing those gun barrels. They understand you're checking that stuff, and just in that second of confusion, it's that preparation again. GMU have read you like a book. They swing out and they take all the necessary kills. Go ahead and at least give themselves an advantage to just really hone in the rest of the round. But here on defense, speaking of preparation, we understand that somebody's going to be there, and there it is. Soji already trying to get things spread up, already going ahead and find that search with the operator in hand. Now makes his way all the way around, which I'm kind of surprised to go back towards mid. I was expecting to kind of set up the outer edge on B, more of a further back roll, but instead seems to getting gunned down to the middle of the map by Zach. But it's great information to know that there is a lurking player, and that makes him retreat.
Found them. I think you found much more value there if you're GMU. Knocking off UGA, knocking off your Omen means that you don't have smokes as an attacking team, which is arguably where you need them the most to be able to cut off those defensive angles and at least either force them off of site or force them to have to step through that and disrespect your utility. There's the operator having been collected. It's used once again. Zach tried to re-prowl in through mid, tried to go in through defender spawn link and pays the price accordingly. Now it's a 4 versus 3. Side wormed in through the backside of tower, but didn't really have the shots to connect. And because of that, Isco's only able to find the one refrag before they fall just the same. Intense. We've seen them pull off round after round. We've seen them do it all for UGA, but this has the literal weight of everything on their shoulders. It's just too much weight for one man to bear. 14-12, the Patriots ride through this first map and say, we are the #1 seed, and we want to hold on to that position.
Yeah, I mean, Max Vince, Soji, and Zach all just kind of doing a little bit too much during that last game. I mean, there was so much that was going on there, and even considering that, I mean, it went into the OT. That is insane enough to consider that. I mean, Georgia was just playing, as I mentioned, a better game. When they were on that defense, they were holding everything down. They had a better understanding of what was exactly going on. Their retakes were looking immaculate. They emulated that same exact thing on the tag, but it only lasted a couple rounds because it was got to that point where GMU understood where are these guys. They're either going to play really fast or really slow. So if we go ahead and just really, as you said earlier, wait for that whole onslaught of utility, wait for a second. They're not going to push up. And if they do push up, then we're ready for it. All right. Now all the dark covers have gone away. Now all that utility is kind of dissipated. So let's go ahead and show them what we got. And they just run through with that again and again and again and again until finally it felt like UGA. They found one small bit of success over towards that B site. And they said, you know what? This looks like it has a lot of potential. I'm going to go ahead, really invest in this, try again and again and again. And it finally got to that point where there was so much chaos and they got such a good feel that B side, even get them to the OT. Problem is that a kind of do or die situation where it's that every single time. GMU having that leg up on the attack side where they actually cleaned it out to get things kicking off. That's where it just said, okay, the deal's kind of sealed.
Yeah, you have to treat your utility like you're parched in a desert, and it is water. It is sustenance. Yeah. It will keep you going. And for Georgia, it felt like they were just saying, okay, here's a slight trickle to get into B main every round, right, side, but then immediately afterwards, we're just going to just pour out the bottle of water into the desert and just say, this will do enough to stop this drought. Meanwhile, you turn it back over, and we saw GMU do that in that first round of OT. Right. They initially get their play into B main, a lot like we see UGA do. That is the standard setup, breach out for a concuss, and then you slide in with your duelist on Neon. Right. But afterwards, look at where the rest of the team just starts to spread around the map. Dot and trickle here, dot trickle here. They're watering plants, right? Yeah. They're starting to set up these positions. Right. And then when they're ready, they dump where they need to, right? Yeah. And they still have a little bit of water to, quench the throat just a little bit towards the end. Where's the water for Georgia? It's just not there. They're thirsty, and now they have to come into this like a rabid animal going into map 2, because while you do have a little bit of leniencies as a best of 5, they would still have to get 2 more maps to shut you out. You don't want to risk that in the first place, especially if you played a damn good map 1.
Yeah, I mean, no one even in map number 2. I mean, obviously that's going to go ahead and eat them a little bit. But I mean, considering the entire flow, I mean, just going into something which I do believe is Haven next, it's going to be things just kind of slowing down, a lot more precise, a lot more just kind of reading and kind of understanding what your opponents are doing. And we talked about what GMU specifically did. They had to face Clemson on this map last week. That was the one that we watched, and that one really with the distance, because, I mean, they are having to assess the situation over and over and over and over again. Georgia didn't have to go there. We liked seeing them on these maps where it said, okay, just bring the chaos. We just hit the shots, and then next thing you know, it's a wrap. Game is over. I mean, again and again. We even saw that during the map, so they were playing last week against Converse. Another team that we feel like was a good fragger, but UGA just completely shut them out. So in a map like Haven, where you're seeing the actual operator not only be utilized by Soji, but also by Blaze, by other players, these guys understand these lines of sights, understand these chokeholds. That is literally all Haven is. 2/3 of the entire map is just that. And they're going to be waiting for you to say, please, please swing out into this, because our defense already looked good before. In a map like this, where it is literally a hallway, I mean, we're ready for it.
Yeah, this ultimately, I think this game comes down to which team is just generally a better fragger. Because right now, Utility, it's arguable. I maybe give the edge over to GMU, and the scoreline can maybe show that. They were fairly even on fragging overall. But we've always said Georgia is just one of the most clinically talented teams in the SEL. Yeah. There is just no doubt about it. You cannot shut down 13-5, 13-3 against Converse without that. And Converse is a team where I will outright say they have 3 to 5 players that will absolutely outfrag nearly every other person in the lobby. That's just what they do. But those 3 players couldn't backpack the team over this Georgia roster, which just shows how good they are. But the issue is GMU is the exact same thing. They are a team first before everything else. You add in that they outdid you by utility just a little bit and were able to counteract your play because you were maybe a little bit too one-dimensional. You just gave them that little bit of an edge that was needed. I still think Georgia could be better fraggers than them. I still think they're technically more talented. They just need to prove that by showing what else comes around it, because it has to be the full package. You can't just be that one side. But before we head on over Haven and see how that map pans out, we're going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see how this continues. Let's keep this best of 5 going. Sunset is over. May Sunset rest in peace. The last time we'll see it now for the SCL this split.
Yep.
But on comes our next map, and it is one of a potential 5 still, or 4 still remaining. 5 we'll see tonight, and Haven is on the chopping block. And we've seen Georgia here quite a few times, and we've seen GMU here as well. And it is nearly impossible to say who's got the edge coming into it.
Yeah, this is probably, besides Pearl, my most anticipated map, because knowing at least in terms of the maps that we previously had, Haven definitely takes the cake in this. I mean, Pearl, we have Pearl and Abyss, which also are two things that we haven't really seen out of these teams in the SCL just yet. But I mean, knowing that Pearl just came back in and Abyss has already been in the map pool, it's just something they want to adamantly just completely avoid.
Yeah.
But knowing Pearl, I mean, it's another one of those strategy maps. But even more so, it comes down to this map feels oddly enough like a bit of a warm up when it comes around to what Pearl offers. Knowing that the default sites and kind of the actual executions on them are much more kind of laid out. They're much more default. I mean, the hallways are a little bit more open. Just the actual executions. There's a bigger canvas to play with. That's kind of like what I like to say with Breeze. It's like the biggest canvas, and you just kind of do what you want with it. But Pearl feels the same exact way. Haven is very much a restrained campus. You get basically 3 lines to work with, and it say, make something. And it's so darn difficult as an attacking side to do that because defense, they want it to stay as empty as possible. Meanwhile, if the attack can never really come up with much of an idea, really imagine an actual image out of those 3 strips that are given to them, you're never going to see an actual result. You're never actually going to see a strong attacking side out of Georgia. And I say them specifically because they were the ones that was just really kind of struggling the attacking side when it came around to Sunset. It felt, as you mentioned, such a kind of a huge landfill of utility initially. And even then, sometimes the only thing that would be really remaining would be your neon more times than not. And problem is, there's only so much side can really do solo, actually pushing up. I mean, the execution, the rotations, they will all be a little bit longer here on Haven, giving a bit more leniency for that regenerative utility to actually come back into play for Georgia on the attacking side. But is it going to be enough, and do they actually have enough, execution across the entirety of the map? Because we see a lot of the times that these Sentinels, usually the Cypher specifically, they like to go ahead and find their, whether you're going A or whether you're going C, they like to find these gaps through the middle of the map. They like to kind of take that beam area. They like to go ahead and push up to these garages. You're seeing a KJ on both sides. So you're going to see a lot more kind of hesitation, I feel, in that front. Or you're going to see just a complete obliteration out of a singular player. Like if Coco or Zach start to go off to really get these kills stringing, they're going to say, you guys have fun. You got it. I'm going to be here eventually, but I'm just going to go kill people in the process and just make their job a nightmare anywhere else.
So the big thing about Haven has always been the Sentinel, right? On
Right.
the attacking side. And it really does feel like the attack is won off of your Sentinel. And Coco and Zach are some of the best in the SCL.
Right, Coco specifically.
Coco's
What I've seen
always
this guy
won.
do on this map has been terrifying.
The only other Sentinel I can look towards that has just blown my mind on this map was Auburn Sentinel.
Yep.
But that still wasn't enough for Georgia, because Georgia just wiped him out of the water. 2-0 against the Auburn side. Like, that's just how good Georgia was. But there's just Sentinels you remember, and Coco has always, I just feel like the timing for a lurk has to be perfect, and Coco just understands it to the next level. Look at the utility up. They're just trying to get these early bloods, take advantage of the ghost where they can. K-Train, though, stuck inside a cubby.
They know
like
he's
it was
there,
safe to go. They did
right?
not know. Timing was really
One
poor,
enemy
but it still
remaining.
somehow nets away a kill in favor for this Bulldog side. And while Esco gets one, they did their job. They can get refragged. You've got 3 other teammates that are still standing. And now in a
great.
1v3 with
Take him out.
Blaze, well, I guess you can get something off of nothing, but you can just wrap
There
back
goes
around. Zach
Hauling
rotating.
it.
Just has to work in through Hay. The timing could be perfect here. Zach may have
Oh, it
saw
is.
the
He
hip
saw
when they
it.
stepped through. They know they're in the hallway. There's the Econ Vault. You know the intel is there.
Doesn't kill.
Blaze can't go down just yet, though, and now it's a 1v1 inside of Garage, because there's no way your
One
jet's going to
enemy
beat this.
remaining.
Side's not going to go that way, and Blaze is able to get that frag. Side 100 HP. A headshot could be disastrous, but it may not kill at this distance.
Concentrate,
The
Silva.
Recon Bolt pips at the final second. Can you stick this to half? You're touching it for a moment. Have you baited Side? Just enough. It won't matter. A single shot was all that was needed. And the Bulldogs, they were up a 4-1 at one point there. Or 4-2, a 3-1 at one point, and almost still lost it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, I mean, honestly, I do like the read there from what UJ was trying to get going there. They understood that side, this one of those rounds, You played your duelist role great. We actually got on the site. That's all we really needed. But past this point, we need a player with full health sitting back towards C main. We got to get everybody back down. Zach's going to be the only one to lap around because we got 2 players that essentially have no health. And if we're all on site and you somehow die first, we are both completely open to just getting fragged off of nothing. So let's just all stay together. Play this one safe, get the pistol around, and let's see what the follow-up looks like. Getting a couple purchases on the board. You see the regenerative armor coming out for the majority of these players so far. I mean, it's going to be like the eco go-to without a doubt. But even more so, seeing these weapons, understanding the decisions that go into it, going for the Guardians, kind of playing for that round 3, going for those longer ranges, understanding, especially after round number 1, when you see GMU pushing up C main of all places, it's just awkward. It's crazy to see, but I mean, it worked out for him. It found somewhat of a result, but it was a play that's now been dissipated, has been burnt, and discarded. So let's see what else they got to work with, because on a round like this, when they're a little bit down, it's just really just managing whatever you can.
How much is the eco going to change throughout Valorant's life cycle? Obviously, we fell into a Guardian shift where you're spending a little bit more credits to get a better weapon or rifle. Not a proper one, but still one that fights at a very good distance and a very good range, and it brings a lot of value to a player. Now you're adding in an extra, 150, 250 credits now for the regenerative armor instead of just normal soft armor. You're spending even more. That's going to really start to change the pacing in round 4 and 5. The base just rips apart too. They were not ready for the fight. He's able to refrag it, but it doesn't matter. Tense is there, and Side is still standing alongside them. A 1v3. There goes Side, lapping back towards C Long, and you know where the last player must be coming from. It's either Garage or Defender Spawn, and you don't feel a Shock Dart coming your way like last round. No, no, no. You gotta assume they have to play direct to site, and with you already back towards C Long, the job is a good one, and it's just a matter of waiting out K-Tran and seeing what they've got on the board. Can you force a drill? You can. Shots to connect, and it got a dicey for a millisecond there, but Isco can clean up house. It's just a problem of the eco that I mentioned. You force so heavy in round 2 with the extra armor buy, the extra 250 credits, and the Guardians. You only get to carry 1 Vandal over.
Yeah, and even, I mean, looking and seeing what they managed in that round, I mean, looking at K-Turn specifically, obviously, when it comes around to that retake, I mean, seeing what was happening with Side, seeing what was happening with Tense, I'm surprised the aftershock didn't come out first, and then the fault line, obviously, to stun that player where Side would have been swinging out, kind of going for the opposite in terms of the order, but, I mean, I guess I understand the pressure kind of forcing that player to be locked down where they can't really do much, and even then they kind of go into that stress, kind of, you know, fight or flight situation, but everything else that was in front of him, I mean, just a great setup for GMU when you're really taking that round thus far. But no one even then, Sniper told you these lanes are going to be deadly. When you look at Soji warming up in the operator in the last map, having to outlaw on this one, it makes it pretty darn easy to go ahead and at least find the first. But ever since that point, it's just the GMU overextending and getting themselves killed.
See these players are starting to bring these new patch, you know, utilities, the changes into the kit. We saw the Frenzies last map. We obviously see the regenerative armor fairly heavy in this round from the Bulldogs. No one's really made that big shift over to the Phantom with its change up, and it's just muscle memory. It's all muscle memory for these players. They don't want to mess with it for a grand finals. If they had all that pressure towards A, they got 2 kills. Yeah, they lost 1, but they came away with that advantage, and they'll leave their Omen, they'll leave Max Vince back inside of Window and let the team just sit back, wait things out, and force you to come to them. There's Coco back in towards Gong. They have control over the site, but what else do you have? Nobody's into Rabbit. You're sending your drill off that direction in hopes that something goes your way, but that's just not the case. Max Vince on Spike, can't stick the defuse, didn't get it to have. K-Tran's forced to move forward, step onto it as well. They have a chance at all. K-Tran wanting to step up, one more opportunity, but time is quickly running out, and the damage isn't perfect enough, and it just lets Baze fire through the quick wooden side of that archway to give the 3rd round to the Bulldogs, who did go heavy in round 3, rebuying all the rifles and the new regenerative armor. I guess they're making up for the eco cost in round 2 of the regen armor by not buying full armor in round 3 and just saying, you know, put all my cards on the table. If we lose it, it's 2 in a row. What's the problem?
Yeah, and even, I mean, the Regis in general from UGA, I like to see that they feel a little more comfortable on this map, considering at least that performance right there. Understanding that when they understand, honestly, because we haven't seen very many situations where it's just not an all-out brawl and just see what bodies are remaining at the end of it once the dust settles. We are seeing players stack up. We're seeing UGA make these decisions to say, look, we need to read how much people we have compared to them, and that really decides how we want to be taking these fights. Do we want to be sitting back more? Do we actually want to take these? And they can allocate players over time. You saw it right there. They're in a 3v2. Nobody's pushing out. They're saying, somebody's probably on that spike. We need to get at least one player to push up inside that dark smoke
mean, at least check what's
Spike
going on
planted.
here. So knowing what's going on and seeing just really how this is playing out, we can just go ahead and burn players, especially in a 2-0 scenario. Now looking at 3-0 and now holding onto the site, having already GMU be 2 players down. UGA is understanding GMU is starting to really hurt, and they are driving that hole round by round by round. It's a great way to get themselves a lead. GMU, we've seen them just before. They got plenty of time to do it right here, right now, especially with Soji now bringing that operator. But if they don't find these initial bloods, it is a 66% chance because you have one of these sites that Soji's going to be on. The other two, it's not. And UGA is going to exercise that same exact force that we've seen this far.
Look at Isco taking the gamble last round, saying, yeah, I'm going to bring out the Outlaw. I know it's going to one-shot to the chest. Gets 3 kills off the back of it. That's high impact for a cheaper weapon in the overall grand scheme of what your team was bringing. And that gives you the credits this round to not only have enough as a team to afford an operator of your own on offense, but to have you yourself 4,500 credits sitting in that back pocket saying, yeah, we have enough flush money in the wallet to go big ballin' into round 5 and still come out at the end of this plenty happy with the result. Owl Drone, this spots away Soji. Maybe we see Isco try to peek that. I'm not sure why, but it was a gamble that just was not going to pay out whatsoever because you didn't get the pip you wanted on the player down long. You essentially just gave up a free potential ult that you could have brought for a post plant.
Right, I mean, just seeing what's going on here. I mean, UGA, one thing I do love about the regenerative armor, it actually kind of it makes these snipers seem much more tantalizing to these players. The Outlaw specifically. You look at all these teams over and over again. I mean, the Outlaw wasn't really brought out too often. It was more of an eco weapon. But you understand that, okay, teams are going to be probably buying this armor more times than not, and it's still going to absolutely rip through it. And still, operators, it gives themselves a chance to say, I'm not essentially a glass cannon, but some guns I still am. And the Outlaw is one of those things where it's like, even in the
30 seconds left.
You're dusted. It makes that Outlaw kind of operator fight seem much more even than what it was prior. So,
scanning ahead.
Yeah, things are going at least in terms of what's currently in front of us. We got, well, a retake underway. GMU, they have found themselves more than enough kills in the process. Soji has been cleaning house with the operator and says, I'm just going to go ahead and make a little bit of a trade for myself. But Side, the other tool, is stepping up now with the blade.
One enemy remaining.
Right click to Shen. It is the 1v1 of the 2-4K. Somebody's guaranteed an ace here, but who's it going to be? Soji with the ultimate understanding. If you're going to invest yours, I damn sure I'm going to invest mine.
2 bullets. Needing to drop the weapon, needing to trade it out, and just having no ability to do so. Soji does everything for the Patriots. And we said everyone for both of these teams can get as many kills as humanly possible. Everyone can participate, but just still feels like they were missing that X factor. And Side wants to be it for Georgia. And for the Patriots, my goodness, do you want it to be your do list just the same? Soji, an ace finally. We missed it all on Sunday. We missed it all last week on Thursday, Dallas. We see it now, and we could not ask for a better way to do it when both players, an ace was guaranteed in round 5. The operator is going, did that tag through wall? No, just barely missing. They're testing the limits, and the attacking side of Georgia being forced to slow down, which is something they had not been forced to do up to this point.
I love the fact that even then they had a bit of a switch up there. They let Soji push up, but they let Max Vince be the one the operators works back. And you probably have that idea that, okay, you're probably going to be seeing the Neon on the operator again. Wrong. Already pushing up with that Vandal, already looking for that space, knowing the retreat's going to be inevitable, knowing you're going to get out scot-free. I mean, it's just a great play here from GMU, but if UGA did read the bullet trails, they're going to have the idea, seeing the angle come up from the top generator. How's the Neon going to get up there? She doesn't, so it has to be somebody else. Still, the trade's already been made once more. Operator goes back into Soji's hands. Doesn't get much done because Side's now on site here to play, but it's not the same exchange.
One enemy remaining.
Same chaos that we were getting ourselves acclimated to. It is a clean-up crew out of GMU able to go out and see the players, and they're not going to get much done with all the Now, there could be a pretty darn good shot if he don't get flashed in the process.
Georgia bringing outside from the Jet, so that you want it, at least brings back that verticality that this B side is known for. But if you're playing the Jet purely for that, you're going to have a big limit to what you can do defensively. Yeah, you'll leave your Jet there most of the time, but that Jet needs to be mobile. That Jet's going to have the operator, assumedly, for your defense when you rotate on that side for Georgia. So you want to make sure that that operator is able to transition well. C long, A long, B. Just make sure they're mobile. Make sure they're not sitting in the same spot more than once, more than twice even, as really being the big limit for you. And just trying to ensure there's always the question for the offense to really understand. Make them use utility to try to sniff out where you are. Understand utility is there for displacement, not just there to say, I'm now coming into sight and I'm willing to push against you. But Georgia don't have to worry about that for at least 6 more rounds. They're going to have to deal with the operator against them for the time being as a shot comes out from Soji, but no dice. Doesn't actually connect this time. And all 5 will remain for both teams. And you've got a big space base wanting the Marshall, but get some damage.
Yeah, there's some utility that's a displacer. There's some utility that's just sometimes ends up being just nothing but an announcer, letting people know that you're there. And there's some piece of utility like what GMU has for this retake if they do so up, the Rolling Thunder, which does both. But that's also because it's an ultimate. So seeing what's happening here and seeing how it's playing out, I mean, just knowing that UGA aren't going to have any resiliency for themselves. I mean, you do have Sai with a great opportunity here to go ahead and at least push up, find something up the back of it. But you're just trying to give your teammates some relative coverage so you can at least just find this post plan, force these players to get closer, make them shoot, and just make them just throw stuff out. And we already see that happening 10 times over. We see the aftershock coming through. We see one of the Bulls able to get the job done. Sai able to go ahead and close out 2 towards spawn. Tense in the last scenario where it's him against Max Vince. But I mean, let's see. Classic at hand. Outlaw doesn't have the reload just yet. He's trying to go ahead and play ring around the Rosie. Free gun. It's not getting the job done.
Doctor Strange multiverse style. Show me the world. Show me the dimension where that classic shot hits, because it would have killed with the HP that was remaining. Max Vince is lucky to get away with that one. And the Patriots are, I'm sure, plenty happy with the fact they've now scraped away 3 in a row away from Georgia. And if they continue on this dominant streak, Georgia will be lucky to have said, we nailed those first 4, and that will be just enough for us, hopefully, to squeak through that second half with a defensive-sided performance where we can make use of that tailwind on our Jet. We can make use of the, eco-saving potential of our Blade Storm. Same thing with the Neon, having the ultimate to save a couple extra credits on top if they're in a bad spots. And if I would have put and pin a single team that I'd be more concerned about having that operator, I would probably be more concerned of UGA having it in their hand, knowing what Soji has done, not just in any game, but throughout the entirety of this league. And how dangerous they are as a program. You gotta live up and you gotta be ready for that, Patriots.
I mean, Soji has, even then, just not the way that Soji specifically is being utilizing this operator inside this matchup. But on this map specifically, you see that GMU is literally tossing it around, like, as I mentioned, just almost like a Thanksgiving dinner. They're like, you get a taste of a kill with the operator. You get a taste of it. You know what? Let's all just share this thing because it costs so much darn money, and we all pitched in equally, so let's all just kind of get our fair share of bloods with it. And they're finding so many successful initial frags on the UGA, putting the pressure on them where you can tell right here, as soon as they actually get to a point of having to understand if there's a side around the corner, it's another kind of entire layer of caution to say that there's probably a player with an operator too. And the last thing it will do is be peeking that. And Soji has been at the head of that. Able to push up, having the confidence to find those
30
shots
seconds
again and again. Even then, lapping right back around with the sprint sentiment. Second, final situation where Sai wants to push up, find that initial blood, can find the kill, but that dark cover, it puts everybody else in a situation of where are these players? Well, no problem, UGA. They're swinging out through their own dark cover to get to you, and well, get to you in a situation where it's just 3 shots off.
That goes down the back corner, just below heaven. Soji lying up within there, hoping to catch a player on that transition back through to Sewer, but no dice. No one on UGA in this post plant really wants to step away from the danger that is the objective. And when there is finally somebody being given a sight line, it's Isco, and they'll go down, now making this a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, you
but it's a 1v3. You're not really
Coco's like, brother, have fun. Try.
Get a kill, get 2, do something. It's just not really my cup of tea. And Tents could actually go for, go for something here if they wanted to. They're all going to fall back. They don't want to deal with that whatsoever. The whole team will go back towards attacker spawn, not too wary of any potential Patriot ready to take shots upon them. Just saying, if you guys want to save some weapons, we'll save some weapons too.
Which I'm surprised with, even then, looking at the kind of ultimates that were available, and obviously kind of thinking about KJ, thinking about a possible lockdown, seeing what's happening here. It gets to that point where you're saying, honestly, do you want to go for that investment? But it really just comes down to the standstill where UGA, they do have themselves a lead. They're going to try to drive that home, obviously. But it gets down to a game of chicken of not who's going to go ahead and swerve first. It's who's going to throw that lockdown first. Are we going to go ahead and more times than not, GMU's just waiting for UGA to throw it down because they're either going to play it for a post plant, they kind of go ahead and buy some time on these more open sites like C, or they're just going to do it as a complete denial on the A side. And all GMU's going to do is they're going to try to put enough pressure on there to where UGA is kind of forced to do it early so they can get one of their own out right after. Yeah, we'll take that for free. But speaking of free, we have free kills going ahead, being dished out towards C main because once again, I'm talking about Soji, that operator, not going to be waiting for you all the way back towards site, buddy. No, no, no. He's going to be pushing you up towards spawn. So you need to go ahead and get your ice field immediately.
Walking and crouch walking inaccuracies were tuned in this patch. That was not a problem whatsoever. Just barely getting the movement stopped on the swing forward to spot the player down through Link, connecting into C Long. That is the Patriots now finding the player advantage they were really hoping for. They have to hold on to it. With the fallback plan being made, sightlines, utility will come through for Georgia. This is a very silent take. The Cloudburst and Tailwind has been used, a couple phantom shots, but they don't give up too much information. What's really going to send out to the Patriots that this is a site take will be that spike being tapped, and then of course the shot coming out from Coco to get that nice blood and hopefully cap things back their way. Soji in towards site, dealt with by Zach. Great job. Intense gets two in a row. Georgia sneak onto site. Eat a rolling thunder, but saying yum yum, we'll take that any time of the day and rip you apart right after it.
Yeah, I mean, just great setup there from UGA. I mean, understanding, I mean, they already found themselves enough leniency on that site. Everything afterwards, they just said, okay, go ahead and clean up house, and they just did that job. There was no real over-analysis of it. There was no thought process behind it. It was just one of those points where you said, you know you had the man lead. You know they're going to be pushing the site. Take the fight to them. It's not a matter of economy. It's not a matter of utility. If none of that becomes a factor just because we win our ones, then, it's all out the window. And even then, rebounding after losing one to start the entire round, I mean, obviously it's going to hurt for a player to kind of sit back and understand, oh, well, I don't really get to play this round too much. You're happy to see that even without your assistance through that process, your teammates figured it out. And even in a 4v5, they can still clean up house just like that. So obviously in a 4v5 scenario, you still end up losing the round. That's going to cause GMU to game like this to go ahead and kind of figure out what's happening here. How does that even work? We're supposed to be in the lead. They have a player down. They have no smokes for the entire round, and we still can't end up cleaning this thing out. What exactly is going on? And I think it's still more so just a lack of that presence. I mean, while they push up, while they slow UGA kind of initially, everything past that point, the actual execution, there's no disturbance in that process. There's no assistance. We can even look back towards the ace executions that were going on for UGA. Again and again and again, they just push up that site, and once it goes off, it feels like all the GME players are kind of caught with their pants down. They just are at a point where, oh, we got to shoot. But there's nothing there ever to help them. There's no KJ utility. This works across the map. There's no real pressure beyond what we see initially at a Soji again and again and again. And I feel like that's a really bad scenario for Soji specifically. It's every single time we see this guy sitting. We see him pushing in a spot. Where is he going to be for the retake if he ever gets kicked, starts kicking the cut rocks after that? Like, there's nothing you can do.
And the fast lane is so important to get back into A site specifically, but really any site. C is where you see a lot of times because your Neon stays alive.
Deploying
Not having the player there because you're essentially sacrificing them nearly every single time. It hurts. The Patriots are really going to have to start to figure out what can we do as a team to fix this problem, because if it wasn't obvious at the end of map 1, it sure as heck should be obvious at the end of map 2. But even with that, it was Georgia that had the problem on map 1. Your problem is still in your lap on map 2, and Georgia has made up for the problem by not having that neon and not having that desperate need to get into your face, need to slide forward and close the distance as fast as humanly possible. Blaze makes a lot of noise, gets the turret to go forward, but does not matter. Shots go to the head of Isco, and Side will move forward to try to keep them back. This lockdown is actually being utilized. This is with a KJ choice instead of something like a Cypher. It will force those defenders into a new spot, and Baze even forcing the agenda back towards defender spawn from the shadows. Will they know? There's the first frag. Headshots onto Max Fen. Soji will close off the sightlines to lower pit, but takes the wraparound through long instead. Too many players down below. They don't want to deal with it, but it doesn't matter. Side with an operator. Bladestorm another. Yes, a single bullet will get the job done, but time is running out, and you've been concussed. You have no mobility any longer with that new patch. You get concussed, your slide moves you 25%, it feels like, of the effective range of it, and there's no way you're getting out of that nanoswarm.
We should have had this ages ago, dude. I mean, it's a
real.
no-brainer. I mean, it's that point where obviously duelists, if you're getting to that point where the stuns go off, or even if you're setting up for something, this always should have taken that influence. This should have always either slowed it down or just kind of got to the point where duelists just don't have a freebie to say, I'm going to get out. It needed to be some level of a tether. And now finally we are witnessing the impact it has on these players, saying, you have to be more cautious about where you push in. I mean, Soji, I can't even blame the guy. He probably has so much muscle memory just saying, I can get in, get out, get in, get out. Now finally being punished for that, saying, I can't run into anything I want anymore.
Oh, no.
This sucks. What is this game now? It's Valorant. It's the way the game always should have been. And understandably so, every single other role inside the game is now being rewarded for actually using that utility, for finding the timing, for finding the effect, and they find the kill off the back of it. Like Zach does right here, going to shut down Blaze. If they want to go for the A site now, that's a pretty good shot, I'd say, all things considered, because, well, you don't have the lockdown, but those recon darts on those wide open sites, getting that out of the way is going to be great.
Leave Zach back towards the attacker spawn, or maybe towards Hay. You got to be your window player. More likely than not, that'll be base if the team can get into B side and get this plant down. But I don't think they want B specifically. I think they're willing to take it, but step through Link would not be a terrible idea. Base was in a good spot, gets a frag before falling. That was off towards A-Link. Soji stepped up to back a spawn, dealt with the players on site and across, but time is just not on the side for the Patriots. And even when you thought maybe there's a chance it could be, they hop off spike plan and they just say, we're going to take the fight to you. We know we have the weapons. We got a shorty. This thing's kind of funny up close. We'll take advantage of it.
Yeah, so much going on there. I'm surprised that even put this the kind of spike into the hands of Tense there to even get that plan off. I mean, you got the Rolling Thunder. Obviously, I would say station him up over there towards that Cubby on the left side where, you know, everybody else kind of has an assistance if need be. I mean, sure, it gets to the point where you don't even really need it. Great for him. But, I mean, it's at a point, honestly, where you really can't blame UGA. You look at the kind of score line, you see what they've been accomplishing in this game so far. They're looking comfortable. But this is the last round, and that comfort is really just going to be actually an influence because we're going to be swapping sides. They're going to figure things out all over again. And you can already see Isco looking to go ahead and heat up for that defensive side with an operator in hand, ready to roll.
You're telling me the Patriots send out 100, get a ton of effective damage out downfield, and somehow still Isco's able to get the first strike and get the kill? I just feel like Georgia have been gifted way too many freebie first bloods.
That was Soji, and they knew he was going to push up.
Patriots.
That was Soji, and they knew he was going to push up. Soji, before the Hunter's Fury came out, he said, my job, there is nothing else. He's not even racing for a kill at this point, saying, I'm racing this Hunter's Fury. I have to hit spawn before it does. He did exactly that. Got punished for it. Finally, with UGA, find the exchanges, get themselves on site. It's all down to GNU with the 2 players remaining. We talk about this lockdown and how it's being employed right now, but there's a Hunter's Fury on the board. Isco accumulated that off the back of being able to get those kills.
One enemy remaining.
This is something if I've ever seen it.
K-Tran. This is just the most desperate lockdown, like most desperate fat finger you can ask for when you're trying to step down.
I don't know if
ramp.
it was that though. I mean, they knew the lockdown. You're way too close in terms of a fight at that point. It is a do or die. It's a desperate measure move, but it
Switching
works.
sides.
You have 2 players. You have one able to go ahead, put the pressure on towards that actual PC utility. It's so close right there. There's no way you're running from that Joker. I mean, because if you turn back to it, well, guess what's going to happen? They're just going to shoot you as you're running. And you even then have K-Tran there to provide the assistance as Coco's laying down it and saying, go ahead, swing it. We know you have to. And with this Phantom in my hand, I'm just literally going to spray. You will run into it.
Yeah, and K-Tran was good for the cover. K-Tran has always been a very steady player for them, right? And I don't think that's going to change for any of the maps we see here today. Maybe Pearl could be, with the agent selection, we think maybe could come into play. You could say they're maybe just not ready for that map, but I think at this level of play, at this level in tier of Valor and Collegiate, you have to be able to play every map. And if you're not, that's truly just your problem that the rest of the team is being forced to deal with. And Haven as a whole, as we see a very attacker-favored map so far for Georgia, Haven has been, you ask any talent in the scene, they'll say it's defender-sided, or the next one will say it's attacker-sided. It just flips. It just depends on where you play. And for Collegiate, it's kind of on a scale. It just kind of flows like a sine flow, right? It's back and forth, back and forth. I think we're sitting in maybe lower 30s to 40s of the best teams in collegiate.
Yep.
We're at the point where attacker could be given the edge, but I still would really want to hand it over to defense. And
Right.
Georgia did not show us that haven. They showed us a Georgia haven so far. And ultimately, the Patriots, they have to start off with a solid first 2. They don't have to get 4, but they have to win this pistol, I feel like, to set the tone for this half.
Well, I think the biggest thing it really comes down to when you're looking at teams and how whether or not this map is defender side or attacker side. I mean, obviously it comes down to the team. That's every single map. That's every single team. That's just how games work. But Haven specifically isn't about how you cut off the spawn. It isn't about how you cut off sight. It's about how you cut down those lanes. And I mentioned it during that last half. How GMU always wanted to bring the pressure towards that spawn. They wanted to bring it up close. Completely leaving the lanes, completely leaving side open to whatever Georgia wanted to do. So long as you just wait 3 seconds for Soji to run up and then turn around, you're saying, cool, we can do whatever we want now. We're thinking of doing whatever. GMU is just walking around the snap and all over UGA in the process for this pistol round.
It's a man count advantage for Patriots. That's what they're going for. They want to send a player really close over to Arch.
Yeah.
2 players in through the gate, get a first blood. A flashpoint that just really went nowhere, it felt like, for UGA. Just a bad send out from K-Train, but it doesn't matter. Soji got 3 kills in that round. You opened up, having Max Vince get another. This is just a very solid Patriot attacking round, and I said they needed to set that tone early in the very first round, first 2, to really set things right up against Georgia. Say, it's balls now in your court. We're now only 2 behind. Yeah, we may give you 1 right afterwards, but that's totally fine with where we are in terms of our comfortability and level of play we're expecting. Having a pistol round that goes flawless, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it mentally matters. But especially when you won the first map, but only by a single round in OT, getting through it. Georgia had you up at 1.6-2.
I love the fact that they, even then, another teammate pinged that wall over at Gong, saying a player's there. We see Zach look at it a couple times, like, all right, no player's there.
Look away.
And then both of them just look away. And Soji just gets the freest 2K I've ever seen in my life. It's a pistol round, so hopefully, they just kind of mentally threw it away. It's a vacuum in space, so not the biggest deal in the world, as you can already tell to them. I mean, they had such a not a monumentously, but a very admirable at least. So I mean, it's good looks. So go ahead and at least open things up like that. But GMU not going for full purchase. We do see the ghosts inside of Zach's hands, or better yet, Coco's hands. And we see the rest of the players, at least some of these UGA players, having a sheriff to work with. So do we get to see Zach actually go ahead and give the number advantage over to UGA, or do we see Coco going ahead and opening things up and acquiescing and upgrading the process? Because while one player is covering that B side and that C side, it is nothing but a full house over towards A.
Yeah, fallback has been made, though. No longer do you have your defender inside of garage. No, there was an attacker there. Coco has moved into a very comfortable spot for the Patriots.
Free as can be.
And now that means that there is a lot less potential to be accumulated on UGA for this retake through garage. Maybe you win that fight against Zach, but now they've used him placing any utility. It's an even fight, both having sheriffs, and now K-Tran's got that crossfire. It just seems like the Patriots have quarried up this round 14 and said, we are going to go ahead and plop this one in the back pocket, say it's ours. But to do that first, we got to get rid of these 5 players pushing towards us. Side does not get the tail when they necessarily were hoping for. Team's a little bit slow through. They do have all of the site for themselves, and it's just a matter of maybe praying that the longer play down C long will maybe have to miss a couple of shots. Isco, that is a drill that goes the wrong way. You still manage to secure the player on the defuse. Recon Bolt able to pip away, and somehow UGA strike in so effectively. Throw up a replay for this. Honestly, I think Baze gets the first blood by a player that was a little bit too close for comfort and was able to collect that Vandal, which essentially just threw everything that the Patriots brought in round 14 out the window. Yeah, why are you stepping into the dark cover here, Soji? Why is it the duelists making these over-egregious mistakes on the Neon today?
Soji, I mean, I understand. Soji has to get in there. Soji's going to be checking the spike and all this stuff. I'm genuinely shocked. Yeah, I mean, that was honestly just miraculous by UGA. That was a blessing handed to him on a silver platter, because even then, I'm still wondering, Isco running that Ares, realistically the biggest counter to the smokestack that's there, able to get that player a comfortable body and have bullets to back it up. It says, this Ares, big gun we got, completely out of the equation. That smoke spray that I talked about earlier, not going to be a factor here, because my hand has a diffuser in it.
it's just insane to think of that that's what they went with, but it ended up working. And the rest of the perks off the back of it. But what has to work right here, right now, is the mouse of the players of UGA to keep these guns in their hand.
One
they
enemy
have definitely
remaining.
done that. Cleaning up that last round, able to go ahead, back it up, do it once more. They get themselves a lead. They manage it, and they get
Down
double
here.
digits with it.
Oh,
And
no,
they
you
keep
don't
this rolling.
deserve
The
my
1-2,
Down here.
it comes to that situation where it's not a default 2-1, but it's the other side flipping it over immediately, where economy is going to be a little bit iffy. It's going to be awkward. We're going to see GMU able to kind of force things out and look towards a round, but everything
Placing
past that
alarm bomb.
point, they end up losing this. You can go ahead and just say this game is as good as done,
Time
honestly.
out.
Yeah, it's just a
Bot coming back. Out
really
of
bad
charges.
spot to be sitting in. There's no other way to phrase it.
Placing
This is
sentry.
the Patriots who managed to pull out a very close victory in Map 1 that
Placing swarm
now
grenade.
have let Map 2 get out of their hands. And I mean, while I am super excited for the all but guarantee that Map 4 is on the horizon,
Cool.
seeing it go like this
This all makes
is
sense.
about what Georgia can do. And
What I
we
was expecting.
know they did against Auburn. We know they did it against Converse, but to be able to do it against the Patriots, this is a map that I feel like maybe should have been a guarantee ban against them to send instead. Max fans wanting to spray through this. Blaze and Coco, though, still able to find good frags, but Isco's not been dealt with up in heaven, able to send another player there. It's K-Train at the other end. 3 versus 3. And while Isco can continue to barrage the utility, these shock darts down into its sight, nothing's going to keep Blaze off of this plant. The danger comes that Max Fence was pegged by the Owl Drone dart and got a little bit too much intel going the wrong way. Gets damaged down to 80 HP at the Odin going through the floorboards. Blaze now a 3K. Maybe Isco prayed that
Beautiful.
this drop down from heaven can give me something, but there's a player or two now watching, and they are able to secure staying alive and winning that round. We said if you lose it, it may just be the end of your map.
Yeah, so able to go ahead and at least put a new breath of fresh air into the lungs of GMU, but they still had themselves a little bit of ways to go to even put this game into a state of equilibrium. Because, I mean, look at the likes of Georgia. Even after that round, they still have plenty of purchases. Bladestorm coming their way for side. Everyone else has the guns to work with and the rest of the kind of utility that they really want and need. But GMU also, they just
Revealing
don't
area.
have. I mean, they're just here to build resources at this point. I mean, this is a pretty good round for them. I mean, all things considered, the only thing really standing in your way is the Bladestorm. Everything else can kind of go ahead and be negotiable. But speaking of the Bladestorm, it's trapped. It's already gotten attacked by the Owl Drone, so it's just a target wandering around the map, waiting to get gunned down, and everybody else on UGA comes down to that 45 area. But you're not expecting. You just won in one from side anyways. Not really having much
One
work.
enemy remaining.
The rest of the team that has
Spike
to step up
down
and clutch
A.
it, and that's exactly what they did. Everything for that retake was already present. I mean, you're missing side, sure, but you miss a Cloudburst and a Tailwind, both of which on the A side does not matter unless they're on that flank.
Keep in mind, for the entirety of that push, the Patriots didn't try to put any pressure back towards Hall. They didn't try to take an early gunfight. Genuinely, I think the Patriots are good enough that if they choose to take that firefight, it should favor them, especially with their duelist choice, right?
Yeah.
Get in the face. The one time you don't do it, and look where it's needed to be done. The Georgia Bulldogs just basically capitalize on your hesitancy, which as an attacking team should never really be the case. That should be the case on C, but not on a side or an objective like A for this Haven, or even B, which very well could be on the table for the Patriots to eat up upon. They're still lagging everybody back in towards attacker spawn, and what would have, should, or maybe should have, been a great opportunity for Sai to get a good frag or two of these players lapping and rotating. A Sheriff shot connects from Coco and completely changes up this round now for the Patriots, giving them a rifle, and there's a second to be tallied onto the board. Soji could have the next, and it's the whole team now being given the extra bit of favors they need. Toss it amongst yourselves. This will be a free C-side for the taking.
Specifically will be. That is if they understand that it's there for the taking. I mean, look at K-Trans, sit back, waiting for the rest of the team to go ahead and kind of recon for this. Meanwhile, Soji's saying, dude, I got Garage. Where are we? Get the money now. Like, what are we doing? But a flawless round of here. That spike does eventually go down. There's only one player remaining. You're not really pressed for time here. You just want to put UGA in this situation where they got to play the game and you can catch them out, just to kind of keep that momentum rolling, keep this game going as fast as it possibly can, especially when you have to leg up in a scenario like that. But everything past this point, I mean, honestly, GMU, I'm liking what I'm seeing on the attacking side, but issue is when it comes around to actually taking that space, actually getting to site. I just, A, as you mentioned, is the most retakeable site in all of Valorant. And I don't know if A is going to be a nice spot for him because we've already seen A bring miracles to Georgia, just dished out for free. Same thing. We saw that on the last side over towards C. So I think, honestly, I mean, they should at least flex this B side, especially considering the guns that UGA are bringing. I mean, you got to think this is an eco round for them. Might as well at least give it a shot and exercise the entire map for a little bit. Just kind of flex a little bit and see kind of how they're going to react to it better yet. Because they haven't really been in one of these unorthodox sites just yet to kind of see what they're made of.
Blood striking for the Patriots.
Spike down
Find
A.
any sort of leeway, it feels like, on the Haven. It's just
Again, just pop.
immediately back. I mean, it's good for Georgia to be so effective on these
Spike down.
refrags.
One
but
for one!
The Patriots are just
Every
essentially hemorrhaging, man. This is not somewhere you should be giving up player counts. There's a Hunter's Fury. Did get one tap. Should have maybe gotten one tap, but all three happen to miss Coco, despite the fact that Concuss was going their way. They just couldn't really key into the location perfectly.
What?
Lockdown's being used. The Patriots just want to say, we want this site for ourselves. I feel like if you were going to use it, maybe it's there a bit too soon. Now they're just going to still have the same amount of time you should to wait for the whole team to get there, but now you got a player detained. Isco, what have you done? Mistiming their Q. Now letting Tints move forward to deal with the utility on site. Isco will have a higher angle. One down in pit, one off towards long inside Cubby. Watch specifically towards short. As Coco could be the first one to fall, but no one's watching towards long, and you're essentially forced to look one way or the other, and you make the wrong decision, and Soji gets 4 kills off the back of it. And if they didn't have their ult, they for sure have it now, Dallas. They're only 3 rounds behind. The whole team is packing when it comes to the ult economy.
Every single player except for Coco, who literally just invested the ult, has theirs to work with. I mean, which is huge. I talked about that last couple of rounds on how it said that all it comes down to is GMU just building their resources. That's all they're really there for. Sure, they're down a couple rounds, and sure, things aren't looking too great for them, but you can't let that get to you. You got to understand that. I mean, we can't set up for this next round. We got to manage to win this round, but it's one of those rounds where we can kind of, I say we start gambling a little bit. Let's see if we can put ourselves in the shoes where we can end up getting her around, but also making it as effective as possible, being as efficient as we possibly can. And they've done exactly that, allowing them to go ahead and space these things out over the course of the game now, one by one by one. It was a scenario where UGA last round was saying, sweet, we have nothing but sheriffs, and they just had to invest a lockdown. In this round, preemptively, they're investing on Hunter's Fury. Because what do they got to lose? They got so much to work with, and the Rolling Thunder is there just kind of as a backup. They never get around to
Last
it.
player
I don't know if they're going to. K-Tran ends up swinging out. You thought that he was a cornered beast. He is a beast, but he's no longer cornered. Flushed out. Ready to take every single fight handed to him.
11-9. The Bulldogs knocking on the gates of victory after pulling out round 14 and 15 out of nowhere. And since then, they only got 17. It has been 3 in a row for the Patriots in a tumultuous second half where the offense has been in utter control. And Georgia will opt to go for a timeout. Maybe these next 60 seconds, Alice, will give them enough intel to say, yeah, we don't usually like seeing a timeout called on a Thrifty, but we want to try to break down maybe what they have left. Can we force any ultimates? Can we try to make them overcomplicate this next round? Can we pull off an eco by trying to get these easier picks around corners? Break down for the next 15 to 20 seconds this round, and everything afterwards needs to be looking to the future. Needs to be seeing the last 6 as, like you said earlier, a vacuum, just a non-factor. I just don't know if the Patriots are willing to let that happen. Are they willing to let the Bulldogs essentially ignore the problems they've had? Because we mentioned the problems the Bulldogs had on map 1 where they just sent their duelist in. The Patriots have not done that at all in this second half. And this was the side where I was concerned about the Neon. Instead, it was on defense where the Patriots had the problem of overextending.
Right.
And on offense, they've been very well coordinated with the team.
Yeah.
And Soji has been unreal with this roster supporting them.
It's been insane seeing that, like, on the defense when you're expecting players to slow down and kind of just take their time and hold these lanes. GMU, it felt like they were fiending to just do the complete opposite. Like there was a special calling them saying, I have to push out. There was some irresistible urge where I have to push their spawn. And now that they're on the attacking side,
Soji's saying, all right, well, now we play the squad, right? I guarantee you that the comms are like, there's a couple players thinking mentally, like, we should have been doing this the whole game.
Yeah.
Like, why now?
That's not
Because,
ready.
I mean, if we see GMU do this on the defensive side, this game's over like 5 rounds ago. Like, no question about it. But now they're finally being a lot more tamed, they're being a lot more calculated. I mean, even then, I mean, it's insane that it took them this long to really get into that flow, because even then, more so, you look at the last map, and I talked about Sunset. UGA was very upfront. They like taking a lot of fights, and like just going ahead and just kind of winning these gunfights that are handed to them. But now GMU, they were also a lot more prepared. They seem to read into the situation. They let it take their time and kind of understand what's going on. They're not giving up too much too early. And now finally, we're going back to that flow of GMU saying, let's slow things down. Even on the attacking side, let's kind of be cold and calculated about this. Let's hold things out. Let's look to get these sites together. Let's find these plants uncontested and just bide the time.
Initiated.
And finally, it's working out for them.
Placing
But
swamp
this could
grenade.
be a round where there's a lot of question marks up in the air, considering the amount of investment of ultimates UGA are looking to get themselves at least to a guaranteed overtime.
Shadows traveling. They want to get in close with that space with the shorter weapons they have. It's a lot of stinglets, a lot of SMGs. We was destroyed. The Patriots managed to deal with that ultimate, and now can just hold that longer range and pray they get the gunfights they want. And Isco almost pulled it out for Georgia. But Blaze sits down below, unknown, unseen, and the flick was nowhere near enough from Bisco back the other way. Just, man. Georgia sit so much on the board. Said, we need to use this ultimate. This is the shot. This is the best way to close the distance. And when you put so much towards this one strategy and they immediately shut it down, I just felt like Georgia said, we got to push forward, and the gunfights are not going to go your way, and you do.
Right here.
They went better than they could have. The Patriots still come away with the right end of the stick.
I mean, when you're looking at kind of gunfire like that and you're looking to close distance, B is your best bet. I mean, that's without a doubt. But I mean, you're on the defensive side. There's nothing you can really do about that. GMU know what guns you're working with. They know what your economy looks like. They're going to force you to that A side, where it gets to the point where you're just still, even though your guns aren't great, you're still having to come to a funnel, and so long as you can sit far back enough to kind of get those shots off and get a player on the belt,
What?
it's not going to be an issue. But already a good exchange coming out here to get things kicked off for
Placing
round
swarm
number
grenade.
22.
Swarm
Seeing
grenade
that
out.
GMU still being down their Sova, and UGA being down the Gnome, and you gotta say that GMU definitely came away with that one with the advantage. Consider that they still have their From the Shadows. They still have a Rolling Thunder. We saw UGA go for that crazy play, have the omen, just go ahead and keep it in the back line and find a flank. That option will always be moving over the minds of UGA, especially right now as you see that Max Fed's starting to push on, found that space, just using it as a little secure, which you really can't blame him.
Really wanting that Coco to get another frag off here towards mid. Lagging closer to garage now, just trying to lock this down, but they'll have that extra safety net for that lurker of that turret in through mid window, making sure nobody can go the other way. This is an ultimate send back on the attacking side of the Patriots. Want to use the Rolling Thunder, keep UGA away. Eventually they'll send drills back. Try to concussive blast to create some space for Side to move forward. Side, though, cannot survive. Can't even get a gunshot out. It's K-Tran instead. And while Isco did get one, it's in disfavor still for the Georgia Bulldogs, as Max Vince can just hold down left click, keep them at bay here, keep the pressure on, have a double swing, one from long, keep down Tins. It's not going to matter. Tins gets their freebie, but their freebie is not what's going to matter at the end of the round, because the Patriots come out on top and tie map 2 when they already lead the series 1-0.
Yeah, and Georgia's eco is just not here for this next round. I mean, it's at that point where this is not a do or die per se, but I mean, this is definitely a very, very influential round. I mean, considering obviously it's so late, but seeing with the state, knowing you're finally at that kind of draw game that you were not expecting GMU to even get to this point in the first place. 5 back-to-back, largest string of rounds we've seen inside this map so far. Well, what stops them from doing it again? They're going to be driving this thing home. They're going to find a possible 6. All UG really have to kind of go ahead and turn the tide is going to be a Hunter's Fury, which realistically, think about the kind of potential in that. GMU can go ahead and push up. They can play that A side and see a possible immediate Hunter's Fury as kind of somewhat of a denial. At that point, what do you have to work with the retake? There is no pressure towards the back line there. There's no kind of forceage of players back towards that defensive side spawn. There's no line of scrimmage drawn for them that they have to evade. It just gets to a point where that's the last thing you want out of all these ultimates to play with in a scenario like this, but UGA have to make the most of it. And to be real, we've seen them do it before.
Yeah.
We've seen 2 thrifty rounds out of this team this far, and this map alone, when we talk about, or not thrifties, but definitely,
when they're not at equal buys. And it just feels like, once again, rounds that they shouldn't be winning have been handed to them. And that's purely off GMU just not being ready for it, thinking that things are going to go in their way. So the complacency cannot be a factor inside this round specifically if they want to close this thing out.
We'll see whether or not Georgia were ready for that timeout, ready for the slight odd chance, they may say,
30 seconds left.
that they lose out on their bye 2 rounds after the timeout. You're hiding within the dark coverage. You're trying to stay up close and personal. Maybe give them the chance, the inkling that they could go for a plant. But here's where you see maybe the change up for these smokes. You now have a visual effect inside of these smokes that tell you when they're dissipating. So you know for sure when you need to force the extension. You no longer have to just wait for it to go. I have an idea first and foremost. Coco sitting in the back corner will deal with Isco moving forward. You thought Isco was going to be the only one in their line of sight. That's not the case. 2 more walk on in, Tins inside, and they walk their team to a 12-11 difference now, where 6 in a row has befelled you, and it looks like a 7th could be here, because you went a little heavy in the paint for this last.
It's one of those things where, hey, you're asking yourself as a team, especially on the fly, where do we invest? And when you look at the players across the top, I mean, there has to be somebody. There has to be Zach. There has to be either FaZe inside those comms saying, do not pop that Fury for denial. Especially when you look at, I mentioned the A site, talk about the other places. C would be the best spot for Hunter's Fury to be available of all places. You get an Aftershock thrown out inside that cubby where players forced out. You got a Hunter's Fury shooting down that lane, knocking out that right side, forcing players where they can't swing, and a third player watching that left side where you know the guaranteed swing is going to come through. It's its own preemptive lockdown where you're going to effectively find guaranteed kills off of it. But they just didn't want a piece of that. But Soji does want a piece of the pie when it comes around to dealing damage in general. You can't resist the devil on your shoulder to push up immediately. And what do we know about Soji? What happens when you isolate yourself from the rest of the team at the start of the round? Doesn't usually go your way, and this round is no exception to the rule.
Oh, the plaguing problems of Neon right now in the SCL Grand Finals of Season 5, this split. Will it continue as we move on to our other maps? Will even Neon continue to be played across the remainder of our maps? I think that will be the case, but it'll be a lot less of a common occurrence than it has been on these first 2, especially if we're seeing them be the problem child of these agent selections. Coco, bottom side of sewer, able to put down the lockdown, and side really wants to push this, but gets a lot of intel where maybe they necessarily wouldn't previously, and what a flick to the head of Blaze. The team will fall back. I believe 1 will get tagged here and detained. No, it will be 2 actually that get detained, and they're going to feel the pressure to maybe go in and try to get the frags off of that, but hold back, Patriots. Sit steady. Here's that from the shadow. They're trying to bait away that they are rotating elsewhere, or at the very least bait that they are trying to take from attacker spawn. But they're putting all 5 instead from defender side. Can you find the kills you need here, Coco? Because if you can't, your team will be quickly rushed upon and rushed forward. They clear out the corner. Smart way to move. Side from up above. Bladestorm gets a frag, but you've got 2 more in return. Now it's a quick 1-3 from side. Denson side swing out effectively for Georgia, and we see a back-to-back OT. Even if the Patriots take this map at the end and take the 3rd, I feel like we've seen a close enough final already because we've seen OT on the board now twice.
If you're Soji, you're hating yourself right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one of those rounds for you with the top fragger. This was a point where that one player could have made all the difference in the world. I mean, think about another Neon stacked up right in between that. Could find Tens, could even then help collect that kill on side up towards heaven if they're sitting back towards main.
Right there.
It's a lot of questions that are all theoreticals because it's never a factor to begin with because you're dead the entire round from trying to push a lane right off the get-go where it's very, very clear to all of UGA players, look out for this dude. Be on your toes for the first 3 seconds because you could get a free kill. It's a giveaway, and we just don't know which player's going to win. It's it's crazy to see that GMU still, they were so good at doing it for so long, and then when it matters most to give it up.
Who else but Soji once again? Patriots have a first blood. They know if they're going to give it up. It's got to be the do list out front, especially on the defense when you don't need to be the forefront engager. Look at the pit for where they died. They're already in the bottom central. They were working in courtyard. Now Georgia have a player advantage. They get some shock darts toward back at plat. Do they know that they're there? I'm not so sure they do. Having just want to frag back. You would like to snip it out. Coco steps up,
Spike
does a lot
down,
of
C.
damage, opens up the round in terms of availability for the Patriots, and Georgia, who had the player advantage, got a secondary frag. They were up by 2 on site with Spike going down, had now, shockingly, not found anything since and have only had their kill feed go the wrong direction. What can you possibly do alone side?
Love
Spike's
this.
on site. You may be able to tap this, but Blaze is off inside of Cubby. The rest of the team's inside of window off towards Garage. Blades maybe waiting. Concussive Blast goes out. No one's
30
tagged by it.
seconds left.
Inside will start to eke their way in through Garage. Maybe catch one off guard. K-Train could be a good target here, but they're holding just on the other side, and you're hearing the dronings of utility. The timing was almost perfect. Maybe a second and a half sooner. Could have had both in your sightlines, but Max Vince was ready,
Switching
watching that
sides.
door as K-Tran watched in
Match
through
point.
B. Because that Owl drone saw nothing through Garage, you got to assume they're a lot closer than you'd expect.
Yeah, and even then, a little bit of positioning from GMU, just kind of playing that patient game, saying, okay, have one player station back towards main, don't push up, don't do anything unnecessary. And if we do see Deck go back towards main, well, then guess what? That allows the other two players to kind of go ahead, play off the audible, and wait for that spike to go down. Spike does go down. You know the retreat's coming anyways. At that
I'm
point,
outta here.
we're surrounded like sharks. Ends up trying to go for the lap around. We see exactly what happens right there. Plenty of advantage to be working with. But we see a critical mistake coming through for Snipe, pulling off a Soji right here at the beginning of the round with an operator in hand of all things. You're supposed to be guaranteed a first blood in a stage like this. The stakes are this high, but you're giving literally nothing. Looking at the flank, they want to go ahead. Isco wants to take a play out of here. Blaze is put for the last round. Meanwhile, Vince is fighting utility against guns, and GMU are up a player after an entire scuffle back towards spawn. We haven't even made it halfway through the map yet on the attacking side, but yet they have already done the majority of the work.
Find out who the two players that are remaining for Georgia. You know you have two standout individuals in front of you. Zach, we've highlighted them the entire time. They are map control feeding forward as a Sentinel. But your main front arm, your Isco, I don't know. I just feel like your Silva's just not going to bring enough out through Garage. You got to go crazy. If you're
Oh, the timing!
You got
Oh
the
my
perfect
God!
time for two. Deals with Blaze, strikes for K-Tran. Max Finn stuck inside Cubby. Zach's going to have the read, should know. And the shots connect to keep UGA in OT. 3K for Zach. Run it back again. It's another round in front of us.
That's the beauty of that right there, that they understand, honestly. I love seeing Isco take the backseat during a situation like this. We know that Zach, you mentioned it and highlighted, Isco has not been much of a fragger in this series, but you can't blame the guy for at least having a presence in the rounds. Letting Zach say, you have clearly been doing your job, you've been clearing up house, but we need to put so much pressure on these guys. We have to go ahead and push them in, and you are going to be the better one to really set things up. What are you going to do on site? Your job is already done. They've already breached the site. You're not doing anything here. You just have to swing and shoot, and we know that Zach can do that. Meanwhile, Isco, somewhere else, on the spike, putting the pressure there, saying, I can help if necessary, but I fully trust you to do that so long as the spike. Put the pressure down when you have a point going on. Well played there from UGA. Obviously, resetting things, running it back. GMU right back in the defense, and we're 3 seconds in at least, and Sochu isn't dead yet, so this could be something new.
Like planted.
All the props to the recovery there from UGA. GMU can play that a whole lot smarter, and I think they're aware of that. So they're going to have to make up that.
Enemy tag.
Gotta go.
Retake now on the line for them. Soji does get that first blood sign. You're complicating with duelists. Will be on the other end of your rifle. Andrews worked out well. Andrews wants to keep you away from the spike, and all these dark covers going down. It's a little bit more problematic than you'd assume to get that spike defused. Max Vince wanting to tap it half, forced to fall back. Base though gets a nice good blood, and Coco and K-Tran join on in as Blaze watches your angle. Tins with the Odin. What in the world was that as they send out a concussive blast?
Whoa!
Thank you, Tins! 3K wanting more! Rolling Thunder forcing Coco
Comes
out
out!
of it! And you're making the duck hunt look easy, baby! It's Georgia up to 14.
Insane
Switching
round
sides.
coming there. I mean, you
Match
see
point.
side die first. I'm expecting everything here from Soji saying, finally, my main contender, the dude who's been a pain in my side, no pun intended, constantly knocking my team down again and again and again. You're at a point where saying, finally, there's a little bit of realization here. There's a bit of an actual calm in the storm where Soji's alive and Side isn't, and GMU have to be celebrating in the back of their minds for this. But it was finally a time and a scenario in a lane where UGA, honest to God, just have to literally hold down a click and do what they need to do.
And we've seen it over and over again. They love those scenarios. They're the ones buying Odins. They're the ones buying Ares over and over again. They're saying, if there's a guy inside a smoke going ahead and defusing the bomb, we're going to be there. We're going to spray that. We're going to have a better idea of where they're possibly going to be because we've done this a trillion times in the season, and this is where it matters most. So you better bet your ass we're going to know how to shoot that.
Keep in mind, Georgia was bringing the Odin previously on Sunset. They
Yep.
were the team doing that.
Yes,
They really like having that strong arsenal, the barrage of bullets. They like having the smokes in front of them and just being able to take that safety in, well, anonymity, it feels like. And while, yes, there's a lot of tracers that can kind of guide, are you willing to step into those tracers to get that perfect lineup shot, or are you going to risk sending something back the other way and having your own chances to be shot in return? You gotta take the gamble, and it just feels like majority of the time we've seen Georgia in a postman with an Odin on the board. The gamble pays out for them on that offensive, but it's gonna have to follow on the defensive here now as they step into sight very quickly. Soji for GMU, they want to go forward. They get a good frag. They wanted 10s, and they found them. No chance for last round, but Zach comes huge. 2 for Zach.
Oh my
Isco
God.
getting a piece of their own. It's a 2 versus 4. Everything the
Take a fight.
Patriots had now is thrown completely and utterly out the window. You spot away one,
Dude.
but Baze is too damn good for you. Coco, where have you been? And the Patriots now are looking at a 1v4 rifle to their head, and they're ready to have that trigger pulled. The UGA roster waiting, surrounding the spike, treating it as one of their own. And what can a measly breach do against you? In a desperate spot in a Phantom that has limited ammo in its clip. You gotta poke singles at a time, and the utility comes out at the wrong time. Side somehow still getting away with it.
Okay.
Finally will get dealt with. Recon boulder snuffed out. K-Tran
Aftershock,
has
yeah, there you
utility, sends out the drill, forces him to the corner. There's your last little bit of a flash. There it is again. Tries once more,
Right.
but Zach
Defenders
just
win.
holds down left click and proves the Bulldogs can bite when the going gets tough and they gotta send it into OT.
I mean, that is one of those things right there. I mean, obviously everything was pinning out so well for UGA right off the get-go. I mean, considering that they knew that a player was down, sure, it was tense, no big deal. But the fact that that was the only player lost, and you're saying after that point, Soji gets shut down. GMU had so much to work with there, and knowing it all just fell right through their fingers as soon as more players touched the site. That's just, it's that, once again, it's not about the execution. It's not about how slow you play initially. It's about that mid-range. And they went ahead. They said, we don't care about the player that's pushing off into our spawn. We don't care about the player that's back towards the attacking side spawn. We care about the players who are on site. We care about that objective. And they just went ahead, had that spike dropped. And at that point, you have put the entirety of GMU, whatever players are available, wherever they are. We don't care where Soji's running. We don't care where K-Tran is. They're all held hostage to us now. And this spike that's literally within our field of view saying, do whatever you want. But this entire thing, it looked great. But underneath this entire shroud that you're giving yourself, it is a blunder and a half.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how bad that map was defensively for both teams, right? Just
Yeah,
attacking
insane.
dominated. And that's not always what you see in Haven, but I said it kind of works in waves in terms of your tier list for the echelon. And the fact that it was this attacker favored, it was just such an oddity. But the way it unfolded and with the strengths of these players we saw across map 1 as well, I can't be too surprised, but that cannot be allowed to go through for these next 3, especially when considered just how tumultuous the journey is for the attacking team for Pearl. These longer sight lines, these routes you have to take in through mid, just the control even as a single Sentinel can have, let alone a dominant controller that leads the team. I just feel like defensively, you are going to be, well, you should be the end-all be-all. So if you want to say you're an attacker favorite team, it better not go more than 7-5 your way, because if you don't make it at least that, well, I'll just say it, you're screwed for the next half.
Yeah, the beauty of Pearl, though, at least, is one thing I felt like we were lacking a lot of when it came around to this map was middle presence. I mean, in Pearl, it's a lot more like Ascent. I mean, or even then, and not even Ascent as of late, because teams, at least here in the SL, they've been forgetting about mid a good bit. But Pearl, it's so easily accessible from both sides. It's very clear when it's there and when it's clear, or when it's there when it's contested. I mean, it is, you can tell within the first second and a half of a round if somebody's stomping around or somebody's looking to at least get that control. And that's going to be the beauty of this map. I'm not only seeing it for the first time back, because I haven't casted this map yet since it's come back into rotation, but seeing that even then, how our team's going to go ahead and kind of play this flow once more, because we look at Soji, we see the pushes that come through with the Neon over and over and over again, the pressure that's exerted towards that spawn side on defense. And finally, is he going to take a a bit of a step back. Understand that, all right, maybe this is a map where I can play a jet, I can play the operator, knowing how long these sight lines are, especially towards B here. Am I finally going to slow down? Are you finally going to be there for those retakes? Are you finally going to be with your team and slow down that defensive end? Because we've seen it now already on Sunset and on Haven. It feels like Soji. I love the aggression. I love the plays. I love the ideas. Problem is, this isn't your highlight. This is your team's highlight. This is not your day to shine. This is the day for your entire team to shine. This is a grand finals. This is not a group stage. This is not an LCQ. This is not round 1 or 2 of playoffs. This is a time and this is a team where you have to make sure that everybody, not only you're keeping yourself in check, but you have to be open to the idea to let your entire team keep you in check as well. Understand that this is what was working. And if probably there was that round in OT where you didn't die over towards C main initially, we won.
Yeah.
We're just out of here.
Yeah, so there's a difference between being the player that elevates the team by having that standout performance, and then there's the difference between the team needs you to elevate the team. And usually when it's the latter, if you don't step up to perfection, which is a lot of weight to carry on one person's shoulders, you're doomed. And that's unfortunately just kind of what we saw come out there for them. And it is what it is. They'll have to change it up. You talked about the duelist and talked about the neon and everything. That's going to add that question. What do we see on map 3? What's going to be that duelist selection?
And Side will be on Jet more than likely.
Yes.
And Side, I feel like, I mean, Soji's been a great highlight player, don't get me wrong, but I feel like, I mean, when you look at literally the dichotomy of it, Side has played with the team.
Yeah.
Side has been there on those like, even then, Soji looks great on the initial pushes, but it's so feast or famine. When Side is there for those retakes, you're saying, it's almost like from the top rope. Side is here. Oh my goodness, thank you. And then all of UGA just jumps in joy because they're like, we got our boy here helping out. Meanwhile, you got the entirety of GMU saying, well, ours has been dead for the past 30 seconds. Like, great. This is so cool. Awesome. Like, it gives everybody else their chance. But the problem is, if you spread that weight more evenly between everybody else, I mean, who cares about highlights? Whoever's winning at the end of the day and gets to go to lane guaranteed, that's going to be your highlight of the night. That's all that matters for them.
Yeah, so your duelist choice will matter, and who plays that duelist is obviously an important thing. Your controller then is another question for if you're playing Harbor or not. Do you want that slow? Do you want the ability to slow down those duelists?
Astra,
right?
This is going to be.
You got to have these big walls. You got to make the decision. Who will it be? What will it be? There's even the Blaze on the board. Yep, Phoenix with the Blaze. The wall now goes through. These are all big things that you can have on your mind. You'll have them on your mind as we jump over to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. How will map 3 pan out? a back and forth battle between our first two maps of the day, but the third one is up and coming. And in case you forgot it, we'll throw it on over to it once again. Yeah, go ahead and let's slide off that leash. Reach down, untie that leash around his neck, right? Get the chain off him and just be like, go up, go eat, right? Try to follow into where you conceivably want to be. But this is a wild start. First off, side, still on Duelist, yes, but secondary Duelist, it seems. Over on the ISO instead, Isco stepped into the role. Ooh, the blaze would be huge. We did mention Phoenix right before we cut to break because we said Duelist options can be, kind of changed up for this map. The controller was the thing we were kind of harping on, whether you're going to bring the Astro for that Cosmic Divide or have some other piece of utility to decide for what kind of wall you wanted to bring for the Harbor. But, I mean, man, having the double Duelist would be so good, but you are lacking in that default initiator of that Sova for the intel. Where do you make up for that? And who do you supplement? Because KJ's good, or sorry, Sky's good. But I feel like Fade would fit in really good. And the fact they're switching this much actually has me worried about what their strat book has, considering that they're still hesitating to this degree.
And even then, I mean, I see the flexibility in terms of the ideologies, in terms of the plays, in terms of like what UGA is providing in terms of the different compositions and kind of the variety that we're noticing out of them. But I also do have to go ahead and attest and give props to what we see out of GMU. It feels very, very traditional in terms of what we saw in Pearl back in the day. Now introducing the Gecko, which I mean I feel like is not outlandish by any means. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a Gecko already in this series today. Exactly. But I mean, seeing what's provided, seeing what's here to play with. I mean, because the thing is, I mean, Gecko was always taking Sova's position on Sunset for a while. Yeah. And then it got to a point where, I mean, there wasn't even really any huge changes. Besides, as you mentioned, I mean, the only thing that really changed was Dizzy getting that kind of accuracy trade-off kind of thing, which isn't that big of a difference. I mean, it's still clear in every corner you need. Better. It's still it's still a wingman that's getting your plan off while everybody else can have the cover. Just still a Thrash which gets 2 detainments off, and just literally gives you sight for free. But I think I wonder if the wall, because the Gecko can't play behind that wall and kind of throw the Dizzy up, if players are like Sova being able to kind of throw all that stuff around the corner and kind of not having to worry about acquiescing it once more and kind of picking anything up, if it feels a little more safe to be running that now.
But it's also to clear the Cypher traps. You don't want to bring a Raze, you can bring your own Duelist, a comfortable Duelist choice.
I mean, Dizzy will lock up on those, so you can bounce it off the ground.
But if it's a God Cypher trap, it's not going to destroy it, right? It'll just reset, which is kind of the bigger problem, I think. If you use a Shock Dart, you'll get rid of it. I think maybe that's where you're seeing the difference in the Sova. But that's just because it's going to come down to comfortability on those attacking setups and lineups.
And even then, Soji on the Jet. So I'm curious to see really how this unfolds, because I mean we've seen a lot of aggression on the Sky, but it's been so constant with the sprints. I mean, it's always everywhere and anywhere at the same time. But now it has to be within a simultaneous burst. It has to be an instant of aggression. It can't be continuous.
Here's where we've seen that frenzy I mentioned earlier again, map 1. We haven't seen it since then. They did get that buff in terms of your magazine, which for a lot of people, the frenzy's biggest problem was its limit on its ammo. Ghost gets a slight nerf. It still will have the advantage at range, but when you're talking about that alleyway down through mid, what's the better weapon to have than something like a frenzy? You essentially have an SMG in the very first round, as it is the Patriots coming away with a very hefty amount of kills to start things off. Zach now all alone in a 1v3, playing up inside of Heaven, trying to work down from Pillar. Jump peek coming out from K-Tran, both sides on inside alley. Another one down all the way through long. You're desperate straits, but it is just the pistol round. And maybe you just play to die to spike
Yeah,
here?
you don't want to give up an old point. I mean, it's a 1v3. Maybe he's going to look for another frag, yeah, but I mean, I'm probably going to try it now, saying I'm still going to inevitably die anyways. Doesn't make a difference, and it's at least worth a shot now. But...
Last player standing.
Oh, okay.
You got 2 pips out of that.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good
Yeah, I'll take
value,
it.
honestly, for the side of the Georgia Bulldogs. But the round is going to go to the Patriots. They will start after the first. Question will be, do we see the Bulldogs pull off what we did in the second half on round 13, 14, and 15, where they flipped the script, so to say, and I mean 1 and 2 instead of the 2 and 1 start?
Well, they're going for the purchases, but not nearly the same kind of level of force that we saw during that last map. Because keep in mind, we were seeing Vandals somehow, and I'm like, where did this money come from? Like, how did this even happen? I mean, obviously it was picked up from GMU, but even then it was just so weird to see how it happened so instantaneous to kind of give yourself enough leniency and give enough space over to UGA to just kind of go ahead and completely re-equip themselves. So that's something that obviously GMU is going to have to learn a lesson from, and they've already done so in flying colors. Found themselves the first blood, knocking down side. That's the ISO out of the way. But Isco, who wasn't really fragging during that first map, stepped it up really impressively during the second, is now on a duelist role, so you're hoping that that effect of the KD ratio can be replicated once again. But the issue is now you got to look at your initiator who's actually in play. He's dropped that initiator role, is no longer playing the solo, you have the Sky, so you got to see what your boys do in the process.
Spike
Kind of exchange
planted.
for that. And it's not really going to show much to start off with, but here to go ahead and get things kicking off, GMU should be winning out of
Last player standing.
Astro bubbles are just making it so impossible to sit safely on site. You go to hide within it, which Baines did a wonderful job of doing so. Using that new dissipation aura from within, where you can tell it's going to close out soon, to kind of duck and dive in between the 2 bubbles placed on the site, and then wrap back around to the one place to cut off that dugout side. Baines, not much really in front of you. Being rushed upon by a Vandal, you would really rather not give up that kill and just die to spike to not give the ult pip. And now K-Tran is a single pip away from having that Thrash online entering into round 3. I would honestly expect the Patriots to play heavily into that, considering that they still have 4 big weapons. Get that Thrash online, lock that forward, maybe even set up Max Fence for a couple good frags, leave it a little bit farther forward. They could set up a contact dive at the end of the round. Worst case scenario, just play that kind of macro economy for these ult orbs, balance out the equation, and tip those scales further to your side, because you know, or you should be knowing, that UJ will have rifles and armor. That's not always the case, though. They got nothing out of round 2, which means they don't have everything they'd like going into round 3.
I love the fact that ult habits die hard. You can already see Isco once again, even being on a Neon, still opting in for the Ares. So it's there is no completely accurate bullets, because that gun never does it. But still can at least get some damage off, considering that you did have the vulnerability going through the wall, but it's not going to be enough to actually get the result that you're looking for, as GMU have already found themselves up 1-2 in terms of the kills. And, well, seeing what they're going to be doing in terms of transferring their attention over towards this B site really comes down to Zach. We've seen what this guy can do with all the utility around, that spike already in hand from Wingman. You're saying let him go ahead and pass tonight, but the rest of you,
Spike planted.
I'm cutting you
Thanks,
off.
Wings. Thrash is ready.
Nobody was there to provide supplementary shots to deal with him. Now with Spike down, a post plant's going your way. Time is working against you, and Father Time makes this essentially a 2v4. No Tins is working pretty direct. Blaze has this corner, and it's their head ripped off their shoulder. Side working in as that secondary duelist trying to find this impact. ISO was not in the game last time this map was in the competitive pool, and it's going to be a very big problem for Side to try to figure out the problems that could arise from this Asian pick. As a mosh pit will go off on towards Spike. We'll slow them for just a little bit. Max Fence waiting things out, has the ability to move for the pull. We'll keep them off of it. Half will not go. Who would have thunk it? And Tins now has no ability to get the spike done. And it will be a third round for the Patriots, who essentially out-utility the competition and just say those early gunfights really pay off because you refuse to shoot the wingman, which means we can sit back safely and hold postman without ever really touching sight.
Yeah, it's again and again. This is going to be a very, very boring post plan if you do not like utility placement because, well, we are going to be seeing that, I can guarantee you, for the rest of the game without a doubt. With both teams having the Astra, you understand the kind of potential whenever you consider the wide openness of both these sites. That so long as you have an Astra start to pull a player off, it comes down to a free kill or at least an alleviation of time where you can go ahead and take that swing and just bide more time or start to your favor, and that's the name of the game, especially with how large this map is. By the time you even get around to a retake, you really only have 2 attempts to even tap that Joker, better yet, hold it. So knowing what GMU is working with right now in terms of the 3-0 start, it's a great lead for them. Thrash still on the field, doesn't really have to pop it around like this, considering that we know that UGA doesn't have the money to really hold themselves together, but we've seen them definitely provide some good challenges, all things considered, with whatever the money really allots. So there's something to work with here. There always has been, always will be, a looming threat, but around like this is not going to be much. Definitely enough to at least tame GMU, though, to not freak out, not over-invest towards the site, waiting for a default, seeing if UGA gets desperate to push up towards this attacking side spawn, but they have given them little to nothing.
Not giving them anything to act off of. That's the problem we saw over on map 1 and 2 for both sides.
No shield.
Intravenously.
Okay.
Recovering.
Don't worry about that moving forward into map 3. Max Vince, down goes your ISO on the opposing side, and we really were worried about them as a whole. Looks like we're going to have to be more concerned about that Neon, which was the problem agent for both teams. It was more so the problem for the Patriots, or sorry, for Georgia on map 1. It became the Patriot problem on map 2. This rush in forward, bad spot for base thing. You are spotted out, tapped by it, and dealt with immediately after the back spike goes down. No way to deny once again, and this is where you don't have anyone to shoot the wingman on site, which means they can all sit all the way back, and we are in that stage, Dallas, of a very boring post plant because you can just dominate with utility being expunged on the objective, shock darts, nano swarms, mosh pits, whirlpool to keep them off, even go for concussive blast if you wanted to. These constellations are freebies. You have a thrash in the back pocket. This just seems an impossible mountain to climb for Georgia, and it just is a limitation of one kit. Shut down the Gecko wingman and keep them away from sight, because if you don't, the scoreline is just going to continue to turn into this where they're going to out-utility you in a post plant.
Yeah, it's going to be just an absolute pain point. I mean, in here, obviously, you can tell GMU was playing specifically for this. I mean, look at the competition. UGA had a lot of ideas in terms of the agent selection of how they really want to go about this. They thought this was going to be a fair and honest game where they just go ahead, play the gunfights, get that ISO coming into play here, maybe get some fights here and there. The only realistic gunfight you are going to have, or retake better yet, will be a KJ lockdown. But your Astra's still going to run away and then still whirlpool to buy enough time for the rest of the team to get there on site. And all UG has to do is push up forward to the attacker side spawn and kind of play it out. So seeing that already, they're going to have free leeway towards the B site or A site better yet, and pick up the thrash once more, double down on it, and say, let's just run it back. We're going to be seeing, as I mentioned, I mean, it's one of those rounds where I thought about the boring post plan. Sometimes the actual executions are going to be just as equally boring, which, I mean, still, GMU, they don't care about boring. They don't care about taking fights. They just want to win the game, and you can't blame them. That's what strategy is. To some people, it's exciting. Some people, it's boring, but it's a game of utility at the end of the day. Just talking about here with the expansion, you already had the double tap and play. That's the first time side has used it, and it's successful with it as well.
Which is something that last week and the week prior, where
coming back.
domain expansions, you only had like 2 to use to actually work your way. Double tap retallied up for side. That's now 3 in the round. Off the ult, 2 now into the objective. It's the double duelist combo right now for the Georgia Bulldogs, and the Patriots have to play back at distance.
Wow.
And it does not matter. It's a buddy ace between Isco and Side. And Side got the big cut of that pie. 4 in round 5 to secure the round for the Georgia Bulldogs and give them their first on this map, where there's a lot we have to question for them, especially considering how much they were hesitating for their agent selection in that phase and how quickly GMU locked it in. They wanted this map. This was their pick, and I think maybe they got lucky by getting it as the 3rd, when it very well could have been last or maybe just 4th.
And while they're happy with the result of getting on the board, I can guarantee they're not essentially satisfied with the result of how they really got there. I mean, obviously you had to get a 3K out of side, a 4K better yet there towards the end. I mean, that is purely off of one man and you saying as a whole team, we cannot do this every single round. We cannot have an ultimate to go ahead and isolate a player off the
Get
field.
out of my way.
You're not going to have a player go ahead and go in an absolute tangent. I mean, by all means, Side definitely could do it, but this is still a series
want
at the
to
end of the
fight
day.
it.
You're going to have another map after that. You're going to have that guy at least sit back for a little bit, but he's had to be a very, very big influential factor. Not only match number 1, match number 2, but as you can already tell, he's taking the reins and going to do the same thing here, match number 3, and he's ready for it. Doesn't shoot the
Spike
wingman
planted.
so awkwardly enough, consider that even then he got the sideline.
You should
He had
run.
the kill, but I guess you didn't want to over-invest.
Both players, both teams here to lock down the shield everyone away simultaneously.
Watch out. I'm out of
Switch
here.
here with the defenders. Okay, to swing forward and deal with the attacking lockdown first.
let's go.
That kill's going in favor for the Patriots.
Okay.
There's a chance the Whirlpool to keep him off. Zach, though, 2 good
Hunter's
kills.
Fury, what do you think?
Hunter's Fury could go on the board, but he's quickly being pushed. They don't want to be too concerned about that. They got to get kills first, and Blaze just
There you
isn't
go.
good enough for 2. The spray transfer falters.
Hey, yeah.
The Bulldogs
It's
managed
good.
to succeed 2 rounds now in a row, but look at how costly that was and how much cleaner at the end of the day it could have been. Look at Isco's verticality here at the start as well. They went in top of the stack right next to default plant where we've seen Gecko go every single time. Why are you not peeking down and looking below in that stance when you have flashes being created by your team to cut off those sight lines? Take 3 bullets out of your mag. You're already just peeking for information, not taking shots. Peek down, hit that wingman. You have control of Spike. You have control of back alley or Cubby. I don't know. You get the round win, though. You're plenty happy with the result, but you did a lot to do it. Thankfully, this time it wasn't Side carrying you. It just was Zach this time.
And it's also the side, better yet. Both the successful rounds are over towards B. So everyone get ready to see GMU hit for the next 10 rounds, just over and over and over again, this A-side, as much as they humanly can. I mean, because, I mean, let's look at the kind of utility setup that was there earlier. It was a nightmare for you to even touch that spike. It's a nightmare for them to hold it, because you got the
I'm out
Astra,
of here.
you got this, you have obviously a Gecko who can just kind of regenerate everything. You got a Sova who's looking to clear things out. You got the KJ who's going to be throwing those swarm nades towards that back side, looking to just go ahead and flush players out. You cannot sit in any singular spot.
Yeah.
And once you get around to that post plant, sure as shoot, can't even touch the main spot, which will be that spike, just because you have that huge wall there to rebound, to just go ahead and completely bounce off of. You have the, as we mentioned, Mosh Pit. They can do the same exact thing, bounce off a
Need
wall.
that back.
Hit that spike. It's going to be over and over and over again. But I'm surprised they haven't really executed here towards this A site yet, because
I got the spike.
while they have had an idea, how they have
30
had a little
seconds
bit of a
left.
scuffle there, they haven't really executed much yet, which they kind of are well aware of what's going to be going on here. Great grab already coming through out the side. You have to win this fight. Better yet, you have to make sure to get the follow-up, but that doesn't even happen with the first hand.
My
East
ultimate.
side lose it. Ellis hit 1 for 2. Quick extension forward. Sojo, or sorry, from
Right in
Isco.
denial.
One
Spike's on an
remaining.
island.
Keep them away.
10
Spike is no
seconds
longer
left.
collectible, and this will be a time win now coming out for the
I'll take
Georgia side. And the Bucky is just
Oh
tearing
my
players
God!
apart.
Remaining.
Maybe a
Oh
chance.
my
A
God!
miracle. No, they run away in the perfect time. But K-Tran rips through 3 with a Bucky of all things. And though you do see the Georgia stat line tally up, watch this replay once again, folks. It's not very often you see things like this. Georgia realized keep them off of sight. That's all fine. And Dandy K-Tran says, you may keep Wingman out of the fight, but you can't keep the Gecko away from your throats. 1, 2, make it 3. You better start running here, because there's no way I'm letting that go for free.
I'm curious to know whether Tense is I guarantee you Tense was so ready to get that hit off, and everybody's saying, get out! I do not want this. Because, I mean, you have to look at the clock. I mean, there's so much happening there that you're expecting to just kind of get that kill off. But even then, I mean, that was finally a situation where you see that, I mean, GMU cannot be getting this
Monster
for
on
free.
the
That
loose.
wingman is a critical part of that team. It is the foundation of that team, because it all comes down to the post play. And they're not going to extend for that fact. They want to make sure to have as many players as possible, as much utility to go ahead and just kill the clock after the fact. So long as you shut down that wingman, as you mentioned earlier, it gets to the point to where somebody's going to go on a recovery mission. Somebody's
Right
going to go get wingman, someone's going to go get the spike, somebody else also has to plan it simultaneously. And once that line is finally crossed where a player's touching sight, I mean, literally GMU is just playing to work off of sight. Never put a foot down on that yellow ground on your mini-map. And if they ever have to, that's where UJ is saying, we got you right where we want.
Map control is a very different game right now for Pro. This is no longer the
want more?
advanced stage of
Here's
Advanced
more.
Warfare and these central lanes to get into every single site. There's bends and curves, and for mid, particularly, there's quite a lot. You got to deal with that sewer, you got to deal with that pit down below. And Adrian's very wary of that fact.
Spike
Since that
down
Thrash
A.
gets good impact base, though, it's a good one before falling. Since then, it's been the Patriots finding the success in
30
this
seconds
round.
left.
The Georgia side
Spike
needs to
planted.
start getting ready for this retake. Spike
Uh-oh.
is finished. This is where the problems have arisen for this defense. Can the retake find anything? And moving
Okay.
forward, Moshpit goes a little bit too late. Soji, though, able to shut down a tense. But it was Zach that was the problem
Yeah,
child.
he's
Has
a-
already secured one, but Soji gets the
Oh my
rip down with a
God.
tailwind. Isco, gotta pay attention. Soji wanting more and gets their fourth. Fifth round now for the Patriots, and Soji's starting to feel themselves a little bit here, Dallas, as they dash their way to kill after kill after kill to net the fifth.
Yeah, definitely feeling things here a little bit more. So, I mean, able to go ahead and at least get on that site, finally contest things, understand that there has to be somewhat of an insurance here to play on site. I think that's kind of the calm that GMU is throwing out there, saying we're not losing our duels initially, but even better yet, I mean, Soji, you don't really provide anything when it comes around to the post play. You're not throwing smokes on there. We don't want that. We don't need that. We need you on site, delaying time as much as possible, winning fights, finding kills, just delaying UGA and putting them back in their place towards spawn where they just have to go ahead and be forced to have that spike by the time they get there when they just have nothing left to do. And sometimes you'll be in an investment, but
Right there.
sometimes you'll also see that, well, Soji's going to find a couple kills, and you can invest some of the util early
Right
to
there.
help your guy out and make that job easier when you never have to do the rest.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Relay vault, you have to come to the understanding that they have to dash away from there, and if they don't, they're going to be in that corner. Why'd you cut up not at the perfect ready in the first place? It's a problem. But now, problem is, Georgia don't have players. Three already off the board, rinsed by
Last
Max
player
Vince and
standing.
Soji.
Good night.
Each of them now found two. That's four that have been sent to the afterlife for this Georgia roster, and Baze is now left alone up inside of heaven, trying to work out for Pillar. Barrel will go down just to close out a sight line. They cross on over, but now with them being
Oh, yeah,
officially
you're
spotted,
so
you are
done.
so unbelievably cooked here, Baze. There is no chance it goes the other way. Constellation will pull you on in. No, just barely keeps you at the edge. Nano Swarm trying to make matters worse. I assume there's no second shock dart to try to finish the job. That's why K trying to wrap on over. Yeah, there may be a sacrificial lamb, but it doesn't really change that this was a flawless result for the Patriots in process of elimination to get into sight and deal with the contenders against them. And if they can just replicate that, it's hard to say Georgia find an answer, especially when the Eco's back to being pressed once again, despite the spree of three they had earlier.
I mean, yeah, 2 wins in a row. Soji has Bladestorm ready to go, saying this is an easy buy for you. Just go ahead and get in there, get this guy out of the way, keep this game going as is. I mean, we're looking at round number 6 for GMU. They're keeping this thing rolling along. Make sure just lock this thing down as best they can. Guarantee even half, worst case scenario. But even then, past that point, you guys still feel like, speaking of points,
Get out of
haven't
my
found
way.
the pressure points to GMU just yet. They don't know what to shut down. They don't know what players to kill. They don't know what players to prioritize. They don't know how to really approach these rounds going forward. Speaking of that buy, you can already see that Soji passed off the Vandal that was in hand to buy and opt in for a Stinger with that Bladestorm being employed in a round like this, knowing that even then, you want a little bit of aggression. It's almost like a shotgun, and we've already seen K-Train put in some work with that. I'm sure the rest of GMU wants to do that, because Soji also had that Bucky earlier doing work with it on the likes of Sunset. So I could definitely see the Bladestorm having an impact here to get things going off. But looking at the rest of GMU and what they're doing, they're playing things slow and steady. They don't want to go ahead and give them too much. And I do like the
Enemy
beginning of
tag.
these rounds, because as we talked about, it's a game of utility. They don't want to give up too much. And even then, losing Coco in the process, that's probably one of your best factors, quite frankly. When you look at Astra, Gecko, and Sova all live for the post plant, you're saying, Jack, get in there, near a house. If you die towards the last one and we can exchange off your body, that is more than enough to be worth it.
It's all about suffocating now for the Patriots. They made their noise elsewhere, but they didn't get the success they were hoping for. Like you said, there's contingencies. They start to move two
Concealment
players
on
prowling down
strike.
through B long. Another one lacking behind. Your Gecko can just send out Wingman all the way down from top
30
of B
seconds
long. Just kind of bide their time. One player up inside of heaven. Locked up will go into play. Baitstorm can't deal with side because the double tap. Now you get a chance for one more. 2 pips now away from an ultimate, but will not hit you just yet because Blaze and Maxvin's combo to get the damage needed to secure your frag. As Zach is now the last one to try to extend. No, it's Isco. Blaze has to get a shock dart off. Is this one tapped? There it is. Just one more. If you step through this, you'll have to be willing to give up any sort of vision. But no one is touching this in the audio cues. Very devastating. His defuse has been stuck. It's now at half. The shots from
Right.
Blaze just cannot miss against their L-taking Bays, who's seemingly missing it from their name.
I love seeing players who understand the timer of the tap and whenever it gets around a half, because they know at that point, so long as if you're about 35% through that spike, it's not a tap anymore. You're saying, I might as well go ahead and commit for the 50%. I might as well go ahead and at least get a half. I mean, worst case, right? I mean, they're not pressuring me, so I mean, might as well go ahead and do. And they just know right there they're swinging at 45, because by the time either they've bought a little bit of extra time, or they know that you're going to stick guaranteed at that point. By the time you let off, your hands have already been up in the air for too long for you to fight back. And I love seeing players who understand those clutch scenarios, knowing when to swing, when not to swing. Say, go ahead, tap. I'll check every now and again, but I'm not going to try instantaneous. I'm not going to freak out. Oh, I have to get vision. Go ahead, get that half. It's a 1v1. I'm not going to let that thing fully go off, but I'll let you go ahead and at least get a taste of what it will feel like.
Look at you so close, but never let you get the job rightfully done. Right now, job's been, well, left on the table for the Georgia Bulldogs when it comes to this defense. And Pearl tends to be a pretty heavy favorite for the attacking side as long as they can control that utility expenditure and moderate the distance which the defense can come back into these sites. But I think B's been arguably more of a problem than it should be for the Georgia side. Thankfully, they don't have to be concerned with it coming into this round. Two now left in this half, one being this one, and it's an A-sided take now for the Patriots. Isco sliding into success. Phantom gets a good frag, really bolt down into dugout. Coco, though, deals with the doppelganger of Zach, and Base is in there with a judge, but just chooses the wrong side of the quick little divot to step around it, and it's just a problem. Killed for each, 2 versus 2. Side wants to rip one out, and will. And now a chance. Vandal up. Get this frag. Change the game. The double tap keeps you in it. And now it's a 1v2. Tense. No ability to find out. There was no chance or no concern about hunting for this final. K-Tran just needs to play for time. But K-Tran's crosshair placement is just in the wrong spot. Wide for dugout swing, not for close. And Side can send that to half, and Tins can finish her to put UGA Black up to 4 guaranteed.
I can't blame him. You're thinking that, I mean, you're thinking Side's going to swing you along and be the first one at it with the double tap proc. So, I mean, you're saying, okay, that's going to be the first priority. Otherwise, I'm going to get shot up by Tense anyways. And even then, going ahead, they went for a different option. They understood that Side had time, had the double tap, had the full heal, went ahead. If you go ahead and touch that spike, what do you have to work with on the side of GMU? What does K-Tran have to work to play with? And as you can tell in this replay, literally nothing. No mosh pit to deny, no dizzy to deny, no wingman to deny, no secondary, wave of thrash. It's just a nothing burger across the board. And that denial that you have as a full team where you're saying, we don't have to look at the spike to win the round, all that's just completely dissipating because you invested it so early. And even then, using the ultimate in that scenario, I love. Pulling a player out, guaranteeing a 1vx scenario, and even if they do end up winning or losing, the player's going to be there for the trade.
There we go.
So much down here. Seeing a lot on Haven. I really love seeing it now on Pearl.
Planted.
The plant will go down still for the Patriots.
You should run.
Cosmic Divide has just made this an impossibility, it feels like, for the Bulldogs. No, it matters worse. When you already have to deal with a Cosmic Divide, Wingman getting a free plant, now Wingman being sent forward for a stun, you now have to deal with lockdown being placed and even more time being bought for that Patriot offense. It's just demoralizing, but it is the attacking side. Go ahead and view the resting scenario you now have in the next 15 to 20 seconds. You know what the storybook is going to say.
Just walk away. It's just...
The question is going to be, can you pull that off when you rotate to offense when you're lacking that Gecko?
Stun, Whirlpool, Recon. It's like, dude, just walk away. Like, if you haven't knocked out at least 3 players by the time that spike goes down, just give it, just chalk it up. I mean, it's one of those points where, I mean, the half is coming to a conclusion. I'm sure, obviously, GMU, thankful to be in the lead, but even then, better yet, the entirety of what we see out of UGA able to go ahead and say, thank God that is over with. I mean, at that point where, what is it going to look like for defense? And saying that now that they are on the attacking side, they are going to have to do those fights over and over and over and over again, knowing that even then, seeing the pressure, seeing how they're really just allotting all these responsibilities to these guys, they're going to be there for it. I can give them that much. But what is GMU going to provide in terms of defense when they've been playing so aggressively, so delayed, so reactionary? How are they going to actually transform that into an active threat on site?
So I'm just role-playing George's retake defense there. I don't know, but I think the bigger question is going to be, can Georgia make enough tertiary decisions with utility? With the already what we do is maybe worse utility with agent selection into an offensive position. And they have the Cosmic Device. They got the Whirlpool. That's a big enough problem. They've got utility for Sky. You got flashes. We got duelists. We got the ability to rip players away. But is the ISO ultimate going to be enough to say, I'm just as annoying as a Gecko? I don't know, man. One of those moments where we say it every week, you don't like to say a game was one of the agent selection, but there's problems that can arise in an agent selection. And I think that's just a problem that maybe is a little bit too much for Georgia to overcome. Thankfully, they got map 2, which, this being GMU's map pick again, you look at this and say, we can almost let them have it because we're heading to split. And both you and I agree, I think that's going to be a Bulldog map.
Yeah, I mean, especially seeing the trend and seeing the teams actually win out the maps that they want to win out, it's at that point where, I mean, GMU obviously, they had a game plan coming into this and they're ready for it, but even then, seeing UG on this attacking side, they're saying, look, with the double duelists, this is kind of where we want to turn up. And they're ready for it. They've done exactly that, making sure that even then, putting that last half behind him, just going ahead and looking to close up the front instantaneously. They want to speed run this as much as they can and say, GMU, this is now a half where we're going to double duelists. We're going to be racing the clock here. While you guys are trying to kill the clock, we're going to be trying to beat it.
Problem is, the moment they throw out something like an operator or an outlaw against them, what is Isco going to do? Slide at just the right time to avoid the shot? You're not Neo from the Matrix. This is not that kind of genre, right? This is an FPS. This is a completely different ballpark. No one's going to... Lawrence Fishburne is not going to come out of nowhere and teach you how to step out of the Matrix. You are in it for the long haul. And it's going to force that A site more and more out of Georgia. And we talked about it for a very long time now, especially on map 1. The biggest problem for Georgia there was the fact that they were so easily readable. They were so obvious about what they were doing. And if they fall into that again at what is already looking like a Patriot map, it's just going to fall even further their direction. Guiding Light in around a corner, out through Hut. Maybe a second person down there. There is, in fact, your Gecko around the corner of K-Tran, but that's not going to stop the two players to comboing together to get good frags. Blaze combos up. This is a heavy B-sided stack for the defense of the Patriots, and they have torn apart two very important UGA Black players of all of that forward momentum, and now you're Astra on top of it. Thankfully, Spike can just pivot off towards A, and they're now trapped on this B site, but that's still something, or two players you really didn't want to give up.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing really what we're getting here out of UGA. I mean, just not the replication, not the double down that we were expecting out of these teams, seeing what they're really accomplishing, seeing that they're supposed to have the same level of aggression. GMU saying, honestly, in a situation like that where you guys are playing full rifles, trying to play for that range or kind of pseudo range, we're buying up sheriffs. You're going to be getting closer to us. You're going to be getting within our optimal range even faster, honestly. So if we're going to be winning this round, kind of closing things out. Things are looking really good for us. You have to set up some with a checkpoint, but it's not going to work now because already so many guns have been acquiesced on the side of GMU for courtesy of UGA. You're going to say, honestly, appreciate it. It's at a point where, I mean, it's not even an advantage. In terms of guns, manpower, you're at nothing but a deficit. You really can't get the job done here. They could have lined up for a second there, but that would only been 3 out of 4 that were still remaining.
This is a 4-player still surviving second round after a loss. Almost any team will just, okay, we lost the pistol. This next round doesn't matter that much. But look at the way that UGA played. Well, against the strengths of what the GMU bringing to the table. Shorty back in through Hut, classic in hand for another. You think there's a moment for a crossfire once your Neon gets destroyed, once Isco gets absolutely fragged out? Base tries to step into that space. You got a player in heaven, you got a player in alley, you got to play on the opposite side of Hut on the other walkway. Just abysmal, poor decision-making by Georgia on their positioning for that take into sight. And while you have limited utility, make use of the utility you have, and it just felt lacking. And because of that, look at the way that GMU just demolish you. Keep in mind, at any point, Side should have been able to step forward there and catch at least 1 or 2 players on that pivot and rotate out. It just was non-existent for the entirety of that round, which is a bigger problem than it may seem. Aside and Sack make breakaways here, but their problem still lies in. Better weapons are on the horizon for the Patriots, and they're riding forward with those successes off the back of them. If it wasn't for the fact that a pesky reload may be in your way, and a Sheriff runs out of shots quickly, and you weren't able to get that double pip, waiting for the Astral Smoke to give you space. They try to help you as much you can, but Soji now has their tailwind charged up and will use it to get out of dodge, which now frees up the potential for a double wraparound now with 50 seconds on the clock.
Got the spike.
In UGA Black, like, yeah, I can get the spike, but Now I don't know where that jet's going to go to. I never have known where this Astra is, and I have to make the decision, can my Guardian get these frags? And they will at least net me the first. I'm at 37 HP, man. This kind of hurts.
Well, thankfully, Jet ain't got much more. Sitting at about 40. You're about in that same exact threshold between each other to understand what's going to be available, and with nothing but an updraft in the hands of Jet. And on the other side, doesn't really have much to work with either. It's going to be a whole point of who's going to notice who first. I mean, this is the matchup that we have seen back and forth the entire time, and Side's just ready for it. I mean, doesn't even have to hit the headshot, just has to hit the body shot. Even then, could have gone possibly for the ultimate. I forget, does that give you a double tap on activation, or do you have to proc it ahead of time? I know they changed ISO. There was a kind of a, there was a point of just, I wasn't playing for a while. It was during that time when ISO received like exactly 5 different changes. And I mean, obviously, it'd be probably with my job just at least look and track up all of them. I mean, that guy, I was just thankful not to see him for a while. But I mean, being right back to where it is, I mean, I'm happy to see at least where he is now, because he's actually present in map picks, but not nearly as much of a menace as what we were used to seeing there for a little bit.
Speaking of being a menace, D-Long is going to be the ultimate problem child for the Patriots. Same way that it kind of was for UJ on their defense, but at least be a little bit easier. You have less to worry about in regards to having that Gecko be able to plant at range. The distance, the difference maker, I should say, is going to be that Side can rip one player away from Side at any moment to barely win that fight as well, might add. They can rip away a single player from Side at any moment, and you'll have Isco dashing towards back out, which means it's never safe to play back there. So the Patriots have to realize that and kind of counter-correct what's in front of them, as Max Vince, vulnerable off the back of the ISO util, able to come in around the corner outside of Alley and get themselves a weapon. I think he already has one. So a 2 versus 3 does not seem that bad, but this recon bolt didn't get nearly enough information, and you barely get this to half. No, they'll get it even further, sticking it forward. Isco wants to move forward and just almost, but yet not nearly enough. The Patriots got more out of that than expected, but it still is going to be Georgia's round win.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, I'm surprised even then. I mean, seeing especially Bays, they're already in that corner, knocking down 2 players in that hallway connector towards B site, to the point where is a third really going to be coming in here? I mean, that's an interesting corner to be holding. And consider the owl drone. I mean, your position's already given up, so I mean, you want to go ahead and at least swing out and shoot that. Go ahead and get that information for your other 2 teammates, because you're already completely ratted out. There's no shot. I mean, nobody doesn't know where you are, but seeing everything was playing there. I mean, it definitely on the fly kind of intrusion that could have been made, but not really the biggest deal breaker that we've seen so far. So on the UGA Black, though, speaking of deals, I mean, they have so much money to work with, considering the amount of players that they had alive up that last round, on top of the fact that it was full purchases. So I mean, this is just going to be the situation they're going to get. Be on the attacking side, knowing that they can still close up the game. I mean, we saw it on Haven. This is where they can get that string of rounds that really just sets the tone.
Well, they need 2 to catch up if you're Georgia up to this Patriot tally. Right now, you were thinking out the rotate off to the A side. Side move all the way in, down B long, guarantee all the safety into sight. Well, there is a little bit of utility. You can expunge to clear out some of these more dangerous angles, like that cubby corner, that back of hut, or maybe even that alley side, which there is one player semi-close for the Patriots. Worried about that Sentinel, your cage on the other end. They're not nearly close enough to have any sort of impact in regards to denial of the site. So Spike will go down in default. You don't need a wingman to go forward with it. Just play smartly, play slowly, and there'll never be a question of whether or not that Spike will go down, unlike with wingman, where finally we started to see it get shot by UGA. Just maybe a little bit too slow on the taking. As the wingman, Dizzy goes out, not really finding anything. Isco back at Boathouse, maybe getting spotted or hut, getting heard by the Phantom, doesn't matter. Sheriff shot connects, Frenzy on the other side, and now you've got yourself a Vandal to work with in the back there towards site. Blaze one more. Phantom from side is making solid impact, but you gotta shut him down eventually, and they do so quite well as Baze is now lonesome. Dizzy round the corner, it's a lot more effective, and it has been since that buff. And the Patriots take major use of it. Defusing now out. 2 seconds about on the clock remaining. In a 10th round, they've reached their double digits.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, I mean, usually, everything's so close, so tight, even didn't seem just that 1 second available. If you had the Whirlpool on hand, you could have gone ahead, pulled the player off, and known that you just bought the time perfectly between each player just to go ahead and burn out that clock as best you can. I mean, things could have been completely different, but now it's one of those points where you have not only given GMU a round, but you gave them a round where they just didn't have to make much money. So seeing how things are going,
Soju can finally get that operator on the field with the full armor behind it, able to go ahead and hold these longer angles, saying go ahead and try the B side again, because I would love to see what I can do in terms of a first shot situation. Better yet, don't even just sneak up towards me. Go ahead and just scream. But who else better than, well, obviously Side with that double tap in hand to go ahead and get it off.
Even missed. It doesn't even matter.
I don't know if that's a visual glitch or not, but yeah, it was like inverted, so I was like, maybe it's gone. I don't, because you didn't see the texture over the armor on the side of the health thing.
That's
to
how
let
you
you
know
know it was
Science just
there.
built it. Buggy. that's how
Cheating.
ISO is built. Check him
Permanently.
PC. This not him normal. They make that slow walk on over to the A site. You tested the waters on B. You tested the limits. I'd honestly have rotated that operator elsewhere. But you can tell that there's not been a full commit just yet for Georgia off to the A site. Yes, Spike is working deeper and deeper, but they left a player back towards B main. They're trying to say, if you want to work out from Disco, we have the ability to take that transition forward. Maybe you play for an exit frag, but there's the ultimate. There's that ultimate decider that your team really does want to commit to this. A-side is you also get pulled into the dimensional drift. Can you get yourself this one kill? Domain expansion, one tap, baby. It's Side fighting the frag, ripping one player in active defense, and even finding more, having Isco, your tandem duelist, strike for two, and maybe, just maybe, a third, but Max Vincent barely miss each other. They cross streams, and it's just going to be a matter of time. Nobody, ASAC. What's going on? You stole that one from Side.
Well, I mean, seeing really what's going on there. I mean, UJ obviously answering back in a nice little format, all things considered. I mean, understanding the B side doesn't exactly look all that hot, but they were just there to go ahead and get the ult orb for Side, to go ahead and clear out Blaze there. Not too big of a deal. I mean, I don't know how much is he really going to do in that situation in terms of actually holding things down, but at least having one player out of the way, one player less off site, you can see that as that ultimate is going off for Side, that's when the plant's going down. They're saying that's one less player there. There's only one player that's going to swing out. In the 1v4, last thing you're going to do is even attempt that. I mean, you'd have to be insane to even try. So knowing that, I mean, everything else is being brought out, knowing that the operators worked out a player because they killed every single player in that last matchup, the operator isn't a concern anymore because well, what else was also burned by Soji? We ended up using that Blade Storm during the last round. So what's going to happen here? Nothing but sheriffs, pistols, frenzies, whatever you want to name. So long as it ain't a full rifle, they could have it.
Georgia's going to go ahead and just play for a slow strategy, play for a default, build up the team comp, try to find information first. The moment they basically realize this is a full save by the Patriots, they'll probably start to expunge themselves in towards the site, and it's likely going to end up being B, considering the advantage they have in terms of their agent selection. But right now, Soji getting that first blood does put the UGA roster on a bit of a back burner. There will be Spike ready to be collected, but they're still playing very slow at this. They don't want to overcommit. Eventually, it will be garnered, and they will start to take decisions very slowly off towards mid. Art will not be the direction of intent. Instead, they want this alley side. This alley's dangerous. This is not the type of neighborhood you want to be within, but it doesn't stop Side and Zach from getting good frags down here on Pearl. One more chance. Pick me, I dare you. And it's a second now for Side in the round, and the 9th round for UGA once they deal with Blaze off towards site.
Yeah, just great round there from UGA, just textbook. I mean, even after losing that first blood, you're kind of thinking, oh, that shouldn't have happened. I mean, even then, looking at the players that were allocated towards that left side of mid, you could have had possibly the exchange there. You could have had a peek to let you know what was going on there, completely snuff out Soji before that kill even occurred. But, I mean, worst case scenario, you just lost a little bit of money in the process. But everything else past that point, you've seen a beautiful execution through that hallway, an absolute bloodbath. I mean, thankfully, it's a downhill flow there, so it can all at least kind of siphon itself down into the sewage system. But everything else past that point, just great to see the UGA start to lock this thing down because, GMU, they had such a surmountable start when it came around to the attacking side, everything past that point. But now actually put them on the back burner here, putting them into a situation where they have to go into a timeout. It's at a point where they're probably discussing, well, we played this to have a lot of utility, but at this point, can we really pop every single bit of it on this defense? Because as I mentioned, it's all reactionary. So either you're playing for the retake, or you're playing to go ahead and get a little bit aggressive. But the issue is this map is constructed completely different depending on the side that you're on. Defense, as you can tell on the top side of the minimap, everything is wide open besides obviously the middle of the map, which you're never touching for a site. And then back towards spawn, it kind of starts to narrow up more and more and more. Where obviously your utility becomes a lot more impactful, but there's a slight chance that,
or actually better yet, a very large chance that it all goes to nothing. Because while it can be impactful if you get that perfect timing, that perfect window, you don't want to be asking for perfect because there's way too many variables that could just mess one thing up, throw it all out the window.
All your practice, all your scrimming does not make perfect. The old
Nailed
statement,
it.
practice makes perfect. Yes, come on, practice makes permanent. How you play in those scrims, how you reverse is going to be what is played in front of you. There's just no way to be perfect in those scenarios. So you have to build a strategy that's cohesive to the idea that you can be willing to give up some, but also be willing to take a whole lot more if given the opportunity. Right now for UGA, they were given a pretty short end of the stick for that first blood. The Patriots get away with a nice operator shot. Ultimate comes out, and Blaze, you gotta hit something here. Isco goes literally untouched as they slide around it, but around corner, just to the other end. They roamed around towards sewer. Isco still has the ult up. Once more, operator in hand for Soji, and nothing more remaining. Max Vince gets the shots to connect. There is just an impossibility in front of you. Send the wingman forward. Thrash could get something kind of cheeky here. I don't know if that got the detain. It did not, but it's a 1v1, but it's not going to matter. Too much sight denial, too much just destruction, it seems like, on sight. And it turns into a round that once again looks like Georgia are up on the up and up and send us to a tied game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, all things considered. I mean, looking at how they're playing this so far, they're getting more and more comfortable with this attacking side, even with GMU having a full purchase after a timeout. It's one of those kind of cash-in moments where, honestly, if a team ends up winning the round after that, when it's after an eco, there's a lot of questions still arising of what's this next round going to look like? How do we end up doing it? But when it's after a round like that, and then you still see the attempt, you still see the round made, and even then, maybe probably walking around. Like, thankful that, I mean, they brought it down to a 1v1, but I mean, after they saw the chaos, and that was a point where they just kind of scratched a couple together off just a little bit of luck, I'd say, with the placements. But everything past that point, I mean, UGA was very much more calculated in terms of the actual kills that they were looking to take and in terms of their actual target priorities. Obviously, Isco, looking to rush those two players back towards Waterfall. You even then look at the ultimate, pushing back towards Soji. I mean, you knew he was going to be on site with an operator, does not have the blades from in hand, so put that pressure on him. But everything past that point, I mean, it just seemed like UGA had a much better read of this situation, which is something they've been kind of lacking, keep in mind, over the course of this entire series, as they did, sure, pull out last map and then, you know, able to go ahead and surmount some more here to work with. That was a completely different scenario. We're now on a point of the mid-stage game where I feel like both these teams have an understanding, but GMU, as I said, always about preparation, not much about the chaos. But UGA, usually on the opposite end, feel much more calm here. It seems like they're really starting to kind of get a groove of things, which is a problem for GMU considering that this is their map pick.
And I quote, I understand it now.
30 seconds left.
Georgia,
It's
look
you
ahead.
and me.
They know what's in front of them, and they know the players
Yoink.
off towards Hut, and I'm going to take this boy all the way back into my domain expansion and try to rip his head off his shoulders.
Ooh.
All the damage you just dealt to me will not matter either. You get full HP once you exit out from it. On top of that, your team has already found success on the site. Yes, they lose one in the process, and it is your Astro, which is a very big ask to lose early. But now you've realized that this GMU flank just doesn't really have a lot of substance. The weapons aren't truly there, and Isco's got covering over the top of the rifle that was dropped on site. You're in a dire strait here, Patriots. And Soji
Where
has
you
to
at,
pull off
bud?
a 9 miracle, and while they get their one back in towards top of mid, or top of B, and halfway down B, they don't get a third, they don't get a fourth, and the fifth will most definitely elude them. It's 11 to Georgia.
Yeah, no 1v1 to work with, no lockdown to work with. Mr. One off the Cosmic Divide, you're two off the Seekers whenever you're looking at UGA, and really GMU at the balls of their court. With Hunter's Fury and a lockdown of their own, those are two very, very influential ultimates that can really just open up this game. And now with an actual full buy round, this has to be a round, quite frankly, where they pop. Unless you find enough bloods initially, I mean, you're just kind of hoping, honestly, that the site gets taken, and then you can just use those for the retake. Use those for pressure, especially if they go over towards that A site. You kind of use that to lock up that main area right there where that kind of roundabout is, where that U is. But everything past that point, you're just saying, please.
You want to fight it?
I mean, that lockdown, while it's going to do something, it's going to just create enough space for the players to back up and just play the kind of post-play denial that we're going to already expect.
No way that Captain Soji mid-tailwind, might I add, with a headshot as they attempt to step back in through to Hutz. Unreal, and that's a first blood for UGA that will not only go unfragged back, they just give it back. They just say, we don't want to play into the B side. The Cosmic Divide, yes, is there, but we found the kill we wanted off of it. Let's start poking off to another side, because side has control of A. Why do we need to poke and prod towards B? We have a space to work with. Zach, by the way, you have to shoot those. The turret takes them down in the other end. Coco probably pretty happy with their own buddy, their own wingman of sorts, assistance in this round, punching their ticket. I did my part. The rest of the team needs to start doing their part because right now the only frag you've gotten has come off the back of an AI. And I know AI is taking over everything these days, but it cannot take over my kills and my rounds. The team needs to step up, lock down and play for defense. Patriots leading with Shining Light in front of them. Doesn't seem to matter. Max Spence and K-Tran send 2 to the afterlife as Isco demoralizes once more. Off towards Max Spence, able to dash away from the lockdown's range. The Patriots back into the action, finally finding a round and get themselves to 11. They need one more to reach and guarantee OT if UGA were to find another. Man, they've been so hard-pressed to find a round in the second half. Who's to say if they can even get another?
Yeah, I mean, and great there from Max Vince. I mean, able to go ahead and finally get back on the board and at least kind of create some more equilibrium. Kind of been more of an assist machine than an actual kill man in this game so far. So at least able to kind of hold down that critical point, that pressure point, that big lockdown that could be right there towards that waterfall area. But even still, when you look and see what everybody else is doing, I'm genuinely shocked that we didn't see a little bit more out of side during that last round. Able to go ahead, run into that initial kind of run-in with Blaze towards backing on spawn. And then they even popped the double tap and then backed up towards site where you already had your entire team checking every corner, completely cleared at A. So I'm at that point of, what are you popping it for? I thought you were going to regress there. You could have gone ahead, shut down Blaze, 100 Furious, and even a factor at that point. You possibly get another, or at least slow down things a little bit more so to give your teammates some breathing room. But a lot of questions off the back of that. But not too many answers, considering that we are keeping things rolling because you can't think about the past. You got to think about what's coming next. And already, it's going to be Soji pushing up over towards this B main area of the map. And, well, why Tense was kind of ready for it, barely breathes through it.
Well, thank you. You have the regrowth shield to try to help things out. Back up to
Without a stack
effectively
concealment.
49
Can't use that
HP.
yet.
The shield will take all the damage first in a firefight, so very effective to contain about 175 HP in total you could have throughout a round. Space will go ahead and get this spike down. No one really there in terms of capability to deal with it, and though Vase does get spotted with something as they were retreating away from sight, K-Train just doesn't have the chance to go for something back in return. There's your nanoswarms cleared away. It's a lot of that utility you would have liked to hold on to now being rinsed, and Isco is fulfilling that role we saw in that first half from Soji, sitting down on site, just locking into
Whoa,
space.
you gotta get the
One
kill,
more,
bud.
rushing forward, tries to get to the back of sight, no chance. Georgia up though, 4-1, and Coco's already down to 10 HP, and it's a dream that will whittle its way, stepping into round 24.
Match
Feel
point.
kind of bad for Isco there. I mean, even then, just trying to go ahead and get out. It was at that point where Coco thought that Coco was just trying to get away. And then even then the shots going through, even then to turn around with the gun thinking, oh my goodness, they know where I am. It was just a random spray through and then you just get caught up with the bullet stun. It's just a little unfortunate to see. Like right there, brings it wide, like they know where I am. No, they did. It's just a matter of them spraying through. Because I mean, it's those final couple seconds. I mean, what else better do you have to do? And then you find a kill off the back of it. You'll be thankful for that. You know, that's one less gun to carry into a round like this. So for GMU, a very, very critical round. Map point, obviously. A possible lead for UGA in terms of the series. So what happens next? Well, I don't know. An eco? I'm not going to say anything because I'm not going to cast or curse nothing.
There's a chance for a player to step up, and now the role up front is very important.
We seen Lucky K-Tran.
We have seen Lucky K-Tran at 4K earlier. A little bit more of the wingman out to the open, no ability to be reclaimed. Hit shots connecting to the Patriots, and it's not.
Oh my God!
Soji's got two versus 5. Desperate spot. Zach cannot be rushed from the flank, and they know that they don't have space.
Oh
but they gave a
my
rifle up to the other
God.
side. Will this be a flawless potential last round to force OT for the Patriots? It won't be, but the Patriots still pull off a thrifty round 24, and it's a third map in a row. That's gone 8-4 at halftime, made the comeback at double digits for both teams, and then reached overtime in our best of 5 grand finale. The best season finale you can ask for in the SCL.
I mean, easily. I mean, both these teams, you can very clearly tell that they won, but even more so, as you mentioned, it comes around to the 8-4 half. It comes down to a point where
that mindset comes around to a team. They have figured this thing out, but it comes down to a couple mistakes here and there, which just hemorrhage round from the other side enough to go ahead and completely clear this thing out. I mean, even then, look at what we've seen out of UGA specifically. Not looking all that hot, but even then in the last map, it was that 6-round spree. We saw it at GMU. Here's a 4-round spree to kind of get him right back into the swing of things. No biggie, buffed it out, back and forth since. It's these points where these two teams, I mean, if anybody, if literally any of these teams could just make sure to prevent a string of rounds in the later stages, these games can be over so much faster. But it just feels like the lack of stamina because they're trying to preserve for the entire series. If you just lock down those rounds, you don't have to go this long.
It's such a gamble, though, and they're just not willing to take that risk, it feels like. Tense, though, first blood in this round, first round of OT. Side not too far behind, and second chance for them. Zach steals the Thunder, as Zach and Side find the last two in quick succession. The Bulldogs find themselves at the throats of the Patriots in round 25, and now look like round 26, if it's anything near as fast. I don't know, those Bulldogs have been sprinting to the finish line. If only they did that in round 24 to shut down the chance for OT.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where even then, I mean, looking over towards the B side, this is where we saw UGA historically be much better when it came around to these initial aggressive just pushes. And knowing that they didn't have the wingman sent out first, knowing that it just seemed like GMU was taking a completely different approach, saying they're going to expect us to go for the util approach, so let's go ahead and at least put that presence on site. It was that same exact thing of UGA saying, thank you, we'll take that, because we want you to be taking these fights. We've seen what happens on the attacking side. That's where UGA made the comeback. They want you to be in these close contested areas. They want to put you on the area where you were just unraveled and you were just in the midst of so much going on. Wow, meanwhile, you got both the duelists just forgetting players exist and looking and gunning straight for that U-Haul area.
If you wrap back here, Georgia, you're going to have to deal with the fact the operator's still inside of A main. There's just no space for you to work with. Katrin had to be removed from there, and yes, because there's no ultimates in this round, which you typically hit the B site when there's at least one ultimate on the team. A lot of times that's the Cosmic Divide. That is your go-to win button for a lot of attacking lineups. They use the fast lane as a way to kind of replicate that. Your, Walmart branded style, right? And go for a cheaper option. Still works, gets the job done, just may not last you a couple of years. The problem here is it didn't last you more than 10 seconds, and you needed something to do a little bit more to get Isco into backup hut, to find Side with a secondary frag to back them up. You don't have that, you're going to find yourself struggling. There's Coco outside of that alley door. Max Finch just firing into the smoke. Won't matter. Katran's got their third since it's alone. And while they did send somebody with them to the afterlife, they will go there to join the rest of the team as it's another round of OT in front of us.
Yeah, it's that point where, I mean, literally you can just tell alone, like you black out for a second, or at least I did, when you see that after those two duelists die. I mean, you were able to elaborate and give an entire description, a eulogy, essentially, of what exactly was going on there with UGA before they finally said, okay, now we can give this another shot. Like, it's at that point where, at that point, is it even worth it? I mean, you've got to have to follow at that point because, I mean, you have no real aggression. Sure, you're waiting for a little bit of regen, but the sky doesn't have guiding lights coming back anymore. You're looking at the Astra. Your stars aren't going to come back by any chance. And what do you have with a KJ? Okay, a turret to come up after a little bit. I mean, that's not going to give you enough cover to really figure out and get yourself into a comfy sitting situation, exercise yourself on this site once more. So looking to see what UGA can do this next round. I don't know if they're going to really know because we see that GMU are the ones who are at the head of the planning. Already going ahead, not only looking at the A site, because this is where I talked about they had much more success on the attacking side purely because of the amount of presence they have on site without even being on site. And they're already looking back toward those cubbies. They're not talking about where they're going to be setting up. I mean, now they are, as you can tell in the ping. They're looking to say where are these guys going to be stationed, which means one possibly pushing, one's going to be probably towards the back site right there hugging that wall. And so as we can clear those two effectively with whatever we have, whether it be a Dizzy, whether it be a wingman, whether it be an early mosh pit to flush that thing out, or even then a whirlpool to at least trap the guy back there, so long as we don't overinvest this stuff, or better yet, probably giving a lot of these comms to your Sova, because, I mean, that's what you're going to be kind of trying to space out. Your Sova's trying to be the slow starter. Your Sova, your Paige, you're kind of the ones who are investing in initiation. Everything after that just comes down to the other three. But Zach has already shut that down, and so the duel is now out of it. So let's see what the rest of the can do, because they're stuck in the same scenario we saw UGA in up to like 45 seconds ago. But GMU doesn't care because they continue to press W after.
You did good.
It's all about claiming the space that's in front of you because you're winning this utility battles. You are winning out on the information game. And with that, you need to act quickly. And if you're able to act quickly with guns up in front of you, then you
Last
can very,
player standing.
very assuredly find yourself a round win purely off of the gun game. It's one of the win conditions in front of you, but now the win condition has been forced to be the objective. What could you possibly do in a 1v4? I think you treat this as a timeout, Dallas, or as a way to kind of understand and maybe devolve down the Patriot post-plant positioning over here towards this A site. No matter the case, Georgia have a lot they want to talk about. Keep in mind, last time we saw the Patriots move into the attack, they were fast off towards the B site. They wanted that speed. They wanted that fervor. It didn't show much to Georgia. It didn't give away too much to Georgia. They turned this around, a completely different strategy on the attack, slower but willing to take that step and take that speedy enforcement
Switching
once they
sides.
start to meet contact.
Match
It's a
point.
totally different style, and Georgia just had no way to predict it and no real way to understand it, as I don't think we're going to see a very big change up for GMU's defense, and Georgia didn't see any of that off towards A, which I arguably think was the strongest defending side for GMU. They just got early bloods because of K-Trans holding close over towards B in that copper plant spot.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see whether or not we actually see the duelists kind of step up once more, because when you're running this double duelist, this is what this entire composition relies on, like we saw in the last round when UG was on the attacking side. When they lost them, they just completely dismantled. They're going to say, we're probably going to run this thing back, but let's actually check the site this time. Yeah, let's not look directly over towards U-Haul. And in base, with a great opening, I'm going to go ahead and shut down Soji. That is what you're looking for. I'm pretty sure that was an operator lineup that was going on there, but they just expected it. And even then, they already had the ISO, they had the Sky, they had the 3 players that are a necessity to actually getting onto site. They've already invested those players somewhere else. They have an anchor somewhere else on the map. We just found a little bit more success, but as a trade-off, use that guiding light at the start of the round every single time back towards that opening out in B main. And that leaves you with one more, because Sky is not that beaut she used to be. While still beautiful generally, the utility doesn't have nearly as much impact purely because, well, Riot understands that guiding light was insane, and the fact that it came back over and over again, it's such a necessity. It's so powerful, but now that you've burned both of them, you understand what space you can take, but how do you get on site? That's the question we're still in.
30 seconds left.
Piece your signature ability, but
I'm
you
outta
still have
here.
the regrowth with that team back up standing. Wanted to use it there for Yana Visco, who's moving forward, took a little bit of damage. Again, a little bit off the shield, doesn't really matter. They'll trade each other out. Blaze goes off towards FaZe, sends him the L, but Isco refrags it instead. Coco removing that Neon, who's
One
been
enemy
so
remaining.
ridiculous. There's your Spike Planter
Spike
killed.
down
There's
A.
really no chance now. It's
10
GMU
seconds.
making
Yeah.
themselves up 15.
Defenders much.
Win.
This is just, I guess Georgia just ran into a time problem, felt like they had to commit, and because they didn't have that utility exchange off inside of Art,
Yeah.
they didn't have an understanding where any of those players were, which meant when they get into sight, it's too easy to rotate in to deny the plant, especially if you're just going to fire through the wall on the other side of dugout and secure a wall bang to shut down the spike carrier, which everyone else has already stepped away and has no real chance to back into it.
It's that thing where, I mean, honestly, obviously going into the overtime, I'm stuttering over just the entire thought of it, knowing that every single map we have encountered this thus far, it comes down to a point where you're left to wonder who finds the adjustments quicker. And there's not really much adjustments to be made. The actual play calling, the actual reads that are present inside the game, they're so subtle, because it's not like these teams really break out the mold and fit a particular archetype where it's like a rock, paper, scissors type of ordeal. It just kind of feels like one's a little more calculated and one's a little more killer. And it's at that point where neither one of those you can really bend the odds too much, because you're at that point where, okay, what do we do to counteract killer? Well, we just kill a little bit better. What do we do to counter calculated? We just kill a little bit better. And it's at the point of, what's even the point of talking about this? You're just trying to throw curveballs where you can, trying to find something that sticks. And the problem is, when something finally does, it's not going to be a surefire thing to rely on. It's not a new archetype. It's not a new kind of way of playing. It's purely just a temporary solution for a persistent problem. And both these teams are running into that occurrence again and again and again. And that's the beauty of this matchup specifically, is that there's no real artistic expression in it. It's just old school Valorant of who can play this out right. And that's why, even then, speaking of archetypes, that was the first time we finally saw it, was on the attacking side of those first initial rounds for GMU, saying we are going purely for post plant. You could tell they did not want to get into fights under any circumstances. They just want to have every single player alive by the time we get onto that spike. So whenever they have to come around for the retake, they just can't play the game.
So the question kind of evolves into, the weakness for these players, it's not necessarily the IGL because they're running a strap box. I mean, you've played, casters don't really do math, but you played like 60 rounds now at this point, almost, with the fact that we've had now 3 maps with 3 OTs on them.
Right.
Keep in mind, that's a lot of maps and a lot of rounds and a big variation. Your IGLs are going to start running out of strap books, and we're seeing them kind of hit the same things over and over again, not changing too much. And that was kind of the complacency we mentioned a lot of map 1, and we saw in the middle stages of map 3 here. The coach now has this bigger responsibility on them to say, listen, I gotta put my IGL, I gotta put my hand on their shoulders and be like, we need to start thinking outside of the box. Because, like you said, it's really just devolving into a frag game, which it cannot do. Valorant cannot do that. This is not CS, right? The agent selections, the kits, the utility, everything just creates its own environment. And if you just fall back to hitting a rock and a stick together to create fire, you're not creating anything new. You're just harping on what's old, and we're trying to evolve the esport and try to evolve our team to that next level. And it's really just a matter of who can do it first. And that's still just a gamble. I just don't know, especially now as we head over to Split, where GMU barely comes out on a Pearl. We thought they looked good on. We think Georgia's going to go on this, but we thought a lot of things. We've been proven wrong.
Yeah, I think when it comes around to this map, because even then, keep in mind, the duelist is going to change for both sides. Soji obviously wasn't nearly as much of an impact player as I feel like, but it's definitely a lot more tame during that map, which I can give a lot of credit to. Besides those later rounds where you saw kind of obviously trying to wrap around through spawn, look for those kills here and there, get aggressive towards that angle that's over towards the A main. But everything else has been so just, we haven't seen anybody really highlight sitting through. We've just seen everybody doing their job. Nobody kind of intricate with it, which is not a discredit to anybody. Everyone's doing their job. That's what we're here to do. We are currently working and they are currently playing. That is what everybody's doing their responsibility. But it's at that point where you got to have somebody who really just kind of breaks barriers in this game. Somebody has to understand what kind of mold is being pressed and has to be able to really break out of this entire bubble that we got of this matchup and kind of do their own thing. And it's been primarily Soji to this point, but it was more so an aggressive, preemptive manner where you can really expect it every single time. And it's not really the most insane thing. It comes down to a point where I want to see, which on this map, we could more than likely on Split anywhere else, this where we could probably get the curveball where GMU just goes ahead and closes things out, is your lurkers. Your real lurkers. Now, I'm not talking waiting for the post plant. Go ahead, do something different in here, that, and the other. Split is such a small map where literally, especially your Cypher and your Viper, these are going to be 2 agents on this map that can literally go anywhere they want to go and simultaneously just let their team play the game. And they're going to be setting up somewhere else. They're going to be doing something different. They're going to be saying, look, we have a different game that we are playing. You need to understand what game we're playing while still considering what my team has already just kind of hammered down over and over and over again through the entirety of these 3 overtimes that we've already seen prior.
Yeah, you wanna try to convince the other team that you're playing chess, but in actually you're playing checkers, right?
Yeah.
You're breaking the rules, and you have that bishop going the other direction and kind of, throwing a wrench in things, right? And if you don't have that difference maker, what's this map going to turn into? What's going to turn into the last 4 maps? And I'm going to be totally honest with you, those have been coin tosses. Any slightest mistakes at any point in the game, your round 7 performance where you didn't get a single kill, you missed it just barely, guess what? That cost you the entire map. I hate to break it to you, that's on you.
It sucks.
Right? It's terrible. That's what it is. That's what it requires, though, mentally to survive in the game of Valorant as an esport. But can you survive? Another quick little break before we jump on over to the next map. Up next, Split. Will GMU finish this, or will UGA somehow manage to pull out map 5? We'll see you soon. We have seen 82 rounds of Valorant up to this point, Dallas, and we still are only on map 4 of all things. And we're heading into the map where you and I just this weekend casted a 44-round game of Split with like 9 rounds of OT. Split looks like it's a monster in front of us right now. We are sweating. But GMU can do everyone a favor tonight on a school night and finish things off. The question is, are they capable of doing so against a Georgia team that we looked at this and we said, and if any map that should be favored to them, we thought it would be this map.
Yeah, I genuinely think, going into this one, the problem is it's a recency bias kind of thing, because you and I are obviously, we're going to be like, man, nothing beats like 43 rounds of Split between what we saw, but I mean, nothing can really replicate that. But these two teams, they could do it in their own style. Because the problem is, I mean, also inside that map, that was the map that we saw a little bit of mold breakage. I mean, this is the map once more we see teams start to do things a little bit differently. And to talk about the raids, I talk about how it's still kind of a crucial holder, where even then, of all people, insane that Coco is going from a Sentinel role back to a duelist. Because as I said, a lot of these players who hold these Sentinel roles, they used to be duelists back in the day. But they say, how about we just give you nothing to worry about but aiming, shooting, and if you can just stand still and get your kills, easy as that. And seeing the swap over and now seeing Blaze going onto it, that's the thing that really gets me here, speaking of the new player to kind of hold that torch of a Sentinel player. Because Max Vince, I feel like, has been a more relegated shooter. Like, he's a little more kind of middle of the pack, but he has this impact moment. K-Train, I feel like, has a little bit more of a spotlight on him compared to what K-Train's been doing through the course of the series. So, I mean, obviously it comes down to, comfort in terms of the actual kit itself. Zach on the Cypher, though, I mean, that's the thing with UGA. They haven't had to really change anything. Isco on the secondary duelist in the last map, but still technically the primary duelist here because that's your raise. But even then, Psy being on the Neon, not the craziest thing in the world. The other two players, though, Tense, who's been on that breach and that other initiator role and just kind of playing all that up to this point, makes total sense. Baze staying on the Omen, nothing too crazy, nothing too otherworldly, and then Zach going to that Cypher. I feel like when it comes around to a matchup of the Cyphers and players who can play their own game,
Zach's going to win it. He's been on it all day. He has been outperforming Coco, which is hard to do. Very hard to do.
Right.
But it's been by small margins. But now having Coco switch to a duelist role, you said it in map 1. I can't believe it was at halftime at the start of the game. Sentinels right now in the current meta for these kind of round door, evolving door, lurking styles of play have to be fraggers in their own right. And like you said, I just feel like the spotlight's been on K-Tran more for that initiator role and being able to get gunfights. We obviously saw them hit a big clutch round towards the end there in our last map on Pearl. We've seen them do pretty well in Haven earlier, even though that map didn't really go their way. Map 1 was pretty solid for them as well. Blaze has just kind of been someone that has been in the background, has been consistent, as everybody has been for both teams, but obviously been saying their name a whole lot less in comparison to those bigger players. Maybe could have seen that swap around go. I do think that Georgia have a better split in terms of their players being swapped over these roles because they also had that experience last map doing so. Well, now it's just now changing into that shift for GMU.
Because, I mean, this really comes down to just purely a setup kind of thing and, like, players not really learning the setups. It has to be. Because Blaze was playing the, unless I'm crazy, I do believe Blaze was playing the Sova earlier in the series. I remember on Haven seeing Blaze on that Sova. So,
and on Sunset.
Sunset, yeah. So, I mean, Blaze has the experience and has the knowledge of what an initiator should do. All I have to do is just help my team get on site, and flash around corners or even throw out utility, give the information. But better yet, just shoot anything that comes in my duelist way, make my duelist job as life as easy as possible. I think it's more so probably here has to be lack of K-Tran's knowledge of the Cypher setups than anything else. Which, I mean, it's kind of stupid to say out loud when you really think about it, but genuinely, when you have to break it down, Cypher players are nerds. Like, let's be real. I mean, full credit to them. I love nerds. But, I mean, the thing is, when it has to come around to actual, like, kind of setting things up, I mean, you got players who are more tactical, who are a lot more analytical. You got players who just want to take shots and who just want to take gunfights. And more times than not, your initiator is going to be doing stuff like that. They're kind of like your duelists. They're more of your all-rounders. And you're not really in one wheelhouse of, I don't care about utility at all. I just want to get in there. Those are your duelists.
And then some of your duelists, as the evolution of the game goes on, you match up 2 duelists against each other in a one-on-one, and you're saying, all right, unfortunately, you're still on duelists, and you're going to have everybody backing you up. You're going to Sentinel. And you guys will each get your respective highlights. One will be insane on defense, one will be insane on the attacking side. But it feels like Sentinel is a role to where even though it has that disgusting notoriety behind it now where people are just, your Cyphers are crazy, your KJs are crazy, they can all just gun like nobody's business. Some players just don't want to go through that learning curve process. And K-Tran, I mean, it seems like I can't blame K-Tran if says, I don't want to learn Cypher lineups. I don't want to be that player. I just kind of want to be able to help everybody in some regard. And it makes relative sense when you consider what K-Tran's done. It's like has the potential to kind of be a highlight player, and you're like, we want that fragging power on site than anywhere else. But when you look at Zach and Blaze side by side, it's not glaring differences, but one's definitely shining a little brighter than the other. And I think this would, like I say, gives the edge to UGA. But GMU, their adjustments have just been a little bit quicker to the cut.
Yeah.
Now, I talked about the calculation. If they could actually read that, how we already knew that this map was probably going to be providing some players kind of doing their own thing, hovering around the map, going through crazy. But I also expected the Viper, which we're surprisingly not seeing. If they're expecting a Cypher to go somewhere else, then it may just be free kills where Zach just gets literally nothing this game. It's still just kind of up in the air.
I feel like a lot of teams are falling more to that double duelist lineup because they like the speed and swiftness it gets and don't like the passivity of a Viper. When you're essentially treating that Viper as a tertiary controller anyways, and almost more like an initiator with their kits. A lot of teams also bring Breach instead of that. We saw that a lot this last week, and we saw that last Thursday on top of that. But I want to see the players to stand out are actually going to be the controllers for these games. Max Vince, who almost every time we've seen Max Vince and at least any of their BO3s on stream have been the top frag in at least one of them. That has not been the case so far in this series. I feel like maybe it's about the time they wake up. And FaZe, who has been consistent, now has their chance to do the exact same thing. They do get one of their own kills in this round. Here's that double stack over here inside of Cubby, back of B-site. There's 3 back here. They try to play the game of changing up that verticality, changing up the height difference, and hoping that a player will miss a headshot off the back of that one long-range fight. Classic at hand, Tense wanting a right click, not going to matter. Coco and Max Vince. Zach now 3K, wanting a 4, push by the paint shell, push into the corner kick, and the shot finally does.
Ooh.
And a 4K forced out from Zach in the first round on split, and time is tight, but they will still get that defuse through. You knew they had to push the button. They sent it.
Crazy how we're all, it's like one of the points, it feels really good. We talk about things as casters, and then it actually comes true instead of like, being a curse. We talk about Zach, we talk about the potential is like, all right, I got you.
Oh, this is a nice
I got you. I know that you guys are hyping me up. I know the difference in terms of this matchup. And I'm not going to, it's round number 1, so I can't be like, oh, look what, I would love to paint this picture talking about Zach being at the very top and then Blaze being at the very bottom and just kind of the dichotomy of it. It's round number 1, but it's still 4 kills, though, compared to Mark.
Tripwire destroyed.
FaZe, though, speaking of most important things, getting kills pretty far up there.
Tripwire is insane. I don't think I've ever seen that.
We had one of these on Sunday, absolutely.
Camera take
But
it.
if you still kill, you're plenty happy with the result. 4 versus 3. And UGA, after a round 1 victory, still look prepped to conclude the second round in the same fashion. The Patriots are moving forward with tandem aggression, and the problem is that Blaze, what are you doing? You're still half flash at that point. Sins can just
You're supposed to hold your own.
send
That's
their own
for
thing. That's
You're
just
supposed to at least.
Here.
Last
player
Stinger at this
standing.
distance, that's just
Strike
dire
down
for
A.
Patreon. Thankfully, the Spectre can close out the frag off towards Disco. 3 versus 1, and a slide out from side. Bulldog, yeah, the Bulldogs more like
that.
they take round 2.
Max Vince going ahead, hearing that sprint, turning around like, I'm going to get ahead. Like, I'm just cooked now. Just turn around, fight it. There's nothing I can do here. I'm just outie. But, there's so much here already just kind of setting up. You can look at what UGA has expected. This is the first time we've seen, like, a clean 2-0. Because every single one has been very contested. Yeah, it's been like really contested. 2 players surviving, guns picked up in the process. Things turn to a 1v1. It's open-ended. Something insane happens. It's finally kind of going back to that tried and true, which even then, maybe not even do that. Because looking at GMU and the purchases here, they don't have everything in the world still. Their buys aren't all that great. And UGAs are still relatively the same from what we saw in the last round, where they can end up maybe find themselves in a 3-0 start.
Where GMU came in with stingers last time, right? What's up a little bit. Now they're paying the price effectively for that. 5 players up though, and this could be that 2-1 start because they dealt with 2 that were playing very early aggression off towards Garage, another one closer towards drop of rope off towards Tower. Sorry, Heaven for the B side. Disco though will able to sneakily drop their way in, deal with Max Vince, who's sitting on the other side of Stack. Can now start to make space. Baze, good shots with the Spectre. Wanting more though, player in the back here towards corner. Soji firing and hoping, but nothing's connecting as the player's just baiting things out. Isco, paint shell toss. This doesn't go exactly right, but it will not matter. Blaze is still ripped apart by it. The Phantom afterwards. Zach will just stick this defuse with a loving covering fire from Isco and net this UGA Black. That 3-0 start they were expecting with the Patriots. Yeah, getting some good kills, but giving up a 3-0. Man, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah. I mean, looking at it, I mean, still, this is where you get your first real buy. I mean, they kind of had a sketchy buy in round number 2. They barely had one in round number 3. Here we go to round number 4. This is when they actually get some on the board, even the 2 of the players getting to afford that full armor. So it's at that point where, I mean, it's one of those equations where, I mean, obviously GMU is in the lead in terms of the series count. So, I mean, you can kind of take these risks right now to kind of get an idea for how UGA kind of plays this game, what their patience looks like, how their game style is going to be in and out to some extent. But I mean, even then, looking at what they're already accomplishing, good across the board. Nice little exchange coming through, no stopper going out, not really putting too much off the back of it. Good exchange still back and forth here, but GMU coming out of the garage with the man advantage on their side. So neural theft available, and even then you got Isco over towards the back and spawn. You got Zach going ahead and pop that neural theft to get an idea of where everybody is.
Spike
That
planted.
gives you plenty of information to say, ooh, that's a lot of damage on Max Vince, and he's over towards the back of the map as well. So that's going to be a double stack. How are we going to do this?
Last player standing.
Honestly, yeah, nice little double swing coming out there. You know that another player's going to be there, though, but it comes into Isco, knowing that another player will be pushing that. No understanding that Cypher was inside of that cage. That was the perfect window to take that fight.
Don't worry.
Timing was right. You made all the right calls, but the gun skill just didn't really follow up behind it, which is just an unfortunate spot to be stuck within in a round like this. But the job has been done, and the dirty work was very dirty at the start of this round. We see that even trade right off the rip. Max Vince able to get something before falling back, but the team needed to extend, and Soji just, I don't know. Soji needed to do more from up inside of heaven, it feels like. Not able to cut that player down quick enough. It would have been a lot easier of a round for the Patriots if they had. But nonetheless, they have the option, and they now notice there are weaknesses when it comes to the wraparound up through heaven towards that B side. As they have the rifles coming into round 5, can maybe start to enforce their will against a Sheriff defense in Georgia. The Sheriff's around and out with some kills. Side damage instead. Sheriff connect, and unfortunately, 2 more fall in after the fact. And the Patriots, they're still sitting at that player advantage. This is some good impact.
They're getting like a player and a half. I mean, this is a great setup for Isco and Zach.
It's about waiting out the time. Dallas, I think we see the Patriots wait till about 40 seconds in before they start making any more noise. I mean, they'll pip things out. Slow and steady. Utility is the last thing they want to expunge into sight. But Isco, they seem fairly committed to the idea that it will be this side, but they've been spotted now up from on heaven. And Zach was at drop. Just crossfire. The call out is made, and keep in mind, no one checked off to heaven at all when they stepped out there. Why is no one looking right?
A dark cover, I mean, even then, that gave you everything you need to know. I mean, honestly, you don't deploy that dark cover, you probably have a better chance than if you did deploy it, just because that allocate the player over towards that back rope up towards heaven rather than actually kind of playing it close. I mean, you could have opted to do that close on your direct right where none of the players looked, as you mentioned. But because they put it there, they were expecting nobody to be on that side. But understandably so. I mean, they have wanted to be hitting this B side over and over and over again. It's had to be called from one of the players on UGA saying this is probably where they're going to go with it. I mean, Isco made that gamble, probably told Zach to go ahead and give a little bit of backup. I mean, they're both fully capable of making retakes. They're also just completely capable of fragging. And Isco has done that now. Ending off the last roll of the 2K, starting this one off with the same exact thing.
Should track something back here on the Patriots side. There's Coco dealing
Last
with the
player
dangers
standing.
on them, but the dangers are named Zach
There it
and
is.
Baze on site. Talk about tandem duos. We see it a lot for Omens and more specifically for Cyphers off to A. but they're really willing to rotate that Cypher because you have the one-way trips where you can place them up on top. You have the trap wires that give you, there used to be a perfect God wire there. It's no longer the God wire. It's still a really solid wire, but you're viable on either objective. But the great thing about Cypher is that you can place that utility off to B and then just rotate to A and hold with a teammate because your utility is map wide, unlike something like a KJ where distance really matters.
Yeah, I mean, seeing really what we're working with here, I mean, knowing that this matchup still, I mean, it's not round number 1 anymore. It's round number 6. We're still seeing that dichotomy between Blaze and Zach still kind of unraveling. While it's not perfect, I mean, you look at a highlight like that where Zach can really just hold down that site essentially for free. And even the UJ is now not only getting confident enough to take these fights on their own terms, but they're also confident to be pushing sight lines that players are guaranteed to be watching. You know that somebody's always crossed. You know that a couple of players are probably going to hold that right corner. And even then, you still end up swinging out, saying, why not? I'm not going to lose. Well, your life, but if you just win the fight, it's not even a variable to concern yourself with. But no matter what, GMU, they have found themselves one
enemy
two
remaining.
rounds actually where Zach just shuts them down.
B.
It's another scenario where it's like, they ain't working either. It's like they can't even push out a spawn sometimes.
Defense is strong on this map. You can stop middle control, you can stop that early take from an attacking offense. You essentially crippled their effective pushing.
If he had won that, I was going to get up.
Essentially stop their effective pushing. And right now it feels like Georgia have not only stopped that middle push and that middle ground fight,
Right.
they've even taken it back over to a neutral garage, which should never be as easy of a wraparound as it has been for this Georgia defense. Even just the first freebie fight here, where you sneak away this neon early and you're able to get out of there for free. There's this lineup. You can see they worked all the way in through market. Just unreal defense. This map control is going to be a problem for the Patriots. That's your responsibility of your Cypher.
Yeah. Not checking enough boxes. You're not taking attendance. That's what I always like to say teams need to do. That's why I'll always talk about defaults. That's why I talk about kind of, especially in round number 2, flexing the map, see what the defaults look like. Take attendance. Figure out not only if everybody's here, but where their seats are. So you know where your stronger areas can be, where your weaker sections
Hailing
can
over
be.
here.
But we just have not seen the names be called out just yet. We've seen players be chow.
Last player standing.
There's got to be more here.
Spike down
Patriots find themselves in another round where things aren't looking too hot. Where UGA is looking to go ahead and secure themselves a probable 7th. That's GMU's held to a 1 so far. I mean, this round spree is just insane. Considering that, I mean, we have seen the 3-0 start. We've seen, we saw the 6-round spree of GMU back in Haven, but that was during the later stages. We haven't seen an insurmountable lead kind of like this to get the game ripped off just yet. So I'm curious to know what the results are going to look like and if we're going to get that same kind of turnaround, or whether or not we're just going to get to a point where GMU finally feel like they've been defeated in one regard or another.
This map does tend to be very dominated by one side, and then the second half turns around and it's just another of that.
Right.
This is why this map goes on for so long, it feels like. But I think out of every map in the pool, Split tends to be the one that tests the mental of players the most, because you are going to be on a half. At some point in another series, you're going to be on the bad side of the half, which obviously is attack right now for the Patriots, where you are going to be put into a scenario where the scoreline could even be 11-1, and you have to make that second half possible. They're 7-1. Not only have Georgia guaranteed an even half, Dallas, they've guaranteed they go positive at half, which is even worse. One of the largest spree rounds we had in a row was, 6 or 5 earlier? Seems hard-pressed to stop Georgia from going above and beyond that as they step into a timeout called by the Patriots here on Split for map 4.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot to work with. And I'm surprised it's taken them this long to go ahead and call this thing. Which, I mean, this is probably your best shot, realistically. It just really comes down still to the buys, knowing that you have the 3 ultimates to play with, because UGA has been investing there sparsely just kind of over the course of this game. But now they're finally in a stage where none of them have one to work with. They're not going to be able to pick up these orbs. They're not going to find a way to just kind of go ahead and find one to rip out of nowhere. It comes down purely to GMU and setting the tone with them, because you have that showstopper, you have the Seekers, you have the Neural Theft. You have something that can guarantee a kill, or we know how that showstopper is. I don't even know why I'm saying guaranteed. But you have a lot of information, at least. And you've seen a lot of scenarios where UGA's been just able to slip through the cracks again and again and again. And not only in like weird avenues, like obviously we talked about, earlier on where Baze was pushing out and was able to find that free kill towards Garage. We were just not expecting a rogue swing to come out, or even then better yet, players just kind of pushing up towards these main areas and just kind of lurking about, waiting for a swing to come by or co-players to run in. They've let players just slip entirely through through these middle stages of the round, which is just, as you mentioned, a Cypher's responsibility to keep account of. But not only that, it's insane to consider that you don't have presence there in the first place.
There's a lot of talk about accountability for individual players and their roles, and it may be lacking. But also the team kind of needs to take accountability as why is this person who's not typically playing the Sentinel role now on this Sentinel role, right? So there's a lot of questions that can be asked when more questions are asked. So it just creates this endless cycle where
Time to hunt.
if you can't recover, then what's going to inevitably become the result? As there goes the Tiger. Here's your Godwire of choice down here through bottom mid, or top mid, I should more so say. Just the other side of Stacker Bucks. It's very difficult to try to clear this out with 100% efficiency. A lot of teams will lay down a smoke just across it, and because it's not a perfect Godwire trap, you can walk just up close and clear it out with a gunshot, but that's not going to matter here.
Satchel out.
The Patriots will be more concerned about the fact there is a player back there. It's Isco, shorty in hand, and Isco has been on a tear, Dallas, this entire half, leading the team. Last 3 rounds, had a 3K in each of them, which is an unreal stat. That does not seem like something that is
30
hard to
seconds
do,
left.
apparently, for Georgia this far.
I've got your trail.
Good execution here, though. Nice reads by GMU, understanding where probable
Fire in the hole.
utility could be. An insane spray through could be the difference maker or something like this. Small, it's not even a mistake. It's just something that happens sometimes.
Please,
When
10 seconds
everything's
left.
been perfect so far, Blaze finally playing the own game we talked about, getting the rogue player out, understanding what everyone
Last
else
player
needs, knowing the
standing.
limit between
Blinded.
7. But quite frankly, it doesn't matter. Finally, everything being ripped, all in one fell swoop. Seekers to understand where players could be, hunting down one of those kills for Blaze to get that kill, then the narrow death to know where the rotations are coming from, and the showstopper to at least create that space to guarantee the side. So we got it. Spikes down. Space has been grabbed, but everything past that, an absolute dismantle from UGA. Just killing these guys one by one, little to no contest. You see that matchup right there. Obviously, you look away for a second. I mean, unfortunate considering that K-Tram wasn't a much more active area of the map. But you saw it. That once again, Zach won that matchup against Blaze. Shut the guy down. Heaven is no longer concerned. You're saying last one's got to be on site because I'm not getting shot anytime soon.
Shocking.
And it just makes it very easy overwhelmed to just go ahead and close out the round. Oh yeah, with Soji also.
Getting that player's head ripped off their shoulder could have been a big difference maker. But, some rounds you get unlucky. You got to make sure the rounds where you don't get unlucky, you don't lose because it's your problem, your fault. Straight shots do connect. This one from UGA. That smoke is not placed perfectly flushed to that side. GMU now losing players off the back of that. Tints has assistance. Double crossfire setup, and Isco. Isco. Yeah, the Bulldogs are not all bark and no bite. They are all bark, and they will bite with fervor. 9-1. Yes, Split is here, and a lot of people ask, where is the GMU we know? Probably the second half. That's how Split tends to be. But still, having a half like this, mental is half the battle on Split. That's one of the reasons why I personally hate playing Split, because I don't have the mental to survive that.
And even then, even if you do, trust me, every single teammate is never going to. And there's just no way you're bringing it back. I mean, this is why it's your best scenario and your best shot, and why this map goes so long in these kind of actual competitive environments, because it's totally different. I mean, everybody's on the same page. They understand how taxing this map can be, how much of a toll it takes on you. I mean, knowing that how slow, especially, and even when it gets worse, is somebody like GMU when they're in this situation where they can't even push out past spawn. It's not even a matter of just, hey guys, burn through this half, just go ahead, get to the next one, get on defense, feel good, just kind of gun out, do what you can do. It's the fact they're trying to be so meticulous with it. They're trying to kind of really line things up. They're trying to set things up where every single round they have as much as possible to work off with. Satchel charge towards the center. Let's get that tripwire out of the way. Go ahead and plant that seed. Make them think we're going to go back through mid. Let's go ahead and eye over towards B side a little bit. Maybe throw a dark cover because that's going to regenerate. So they're going to kind of push in that area of the map. Now let's go ahead and wrap all the way back around. Let's go back towards A. Gun through smoke. Well, all right. What was the point? It's at the. It feels like every time it's like we're just burning so much, not only of game time, just of our lives, setting something up just for it to get burned down in a moment's notice.
It's exhausting. These players have to kind of work through that. This is a battle of attrition. It's the best of 5.
Go, go, go.
You worked this hard to get here, and now the time for excuses is out into the past. You have to be willing and capable to move in the right direction, even when you're in the face of adversity, which in this case is probably just time. Whether it be in the case of the rounds or just overall throughout the night. These have been now 3 maps with OT in every single one of them, and a 4th one of Split, which is just exhausting in its own right. There can be no more excuses. This has to be a perfect play. Swing out, though. Coco has assistance. This is well played to deal with Zach.
Knows a
There's
lot.
more. Gotta get the weapon. Phantom.
There's no
Paranoia was
way.
out. There's no way they had the gun up in time, but Side!
Player
Every
standing.
chance you've had is ripped through for 3K. Side once more, swinging even further forward. It's a 4K to close out the round. You had the victory at your fingertips, and instead of finding yourself with a 2 on your stat sheet, Side slides on in to get a 4 on theirs.
Oh, then
Last
you get
round
the patch
in the
notes
half.
working against you too. It's just like
Because
where does
Neon
it stop?
didn't get nerfed this patch.
I don't know if she will.
She
is
will.
the
It's been
problem.
confirmed. It's been confirmed for
Okay.
9.11. Actually, I think it was
What's
confirmed
it?
for
It's only
9.12.
Isn't it only one slide though? Isn't that the change?
There's been no confirmations of the change. The expectation is that it is 1 slide, and they do not regenerate the slide. One slide, you can regenerate the slide, but you cannot regenerate your stamina unless you stop moving.
Even then, it's
And sliding accuracy gets removed.
okay. That's all. Okay, that's a little too much because the sliding accuracy is really when Neon actually
Yes.
stepped into the limelight. It wasn't 2 charges, 1 charge, regenerates this, that, and the other. It is purely the fact that that was a drive-by that we witnessed during that last round, and it's just a matter of like, are you serious? You can just hold trigger, and next thing you know, you're drawing a laser through everybody. It's no different than the ultimate at that point, except for instead of kind of ticking away at your health like a swarm nade, it's 40 damage per shot bullets.
If only they would confirm what those nerfs are going to be. And that's going to be the ultimate designer. Players like Slide or Side, I should just call him Slide from now on, with plays like that, they're going to be able to enjoy it for the time being because likely by the time SEO comes back next split, fingers crossed, I'm sure our social media manager is praying for this. It is going to be nerfed. Neon will be in the dirt
I
press.
for your trail.
I haven't seen her talk about Neon.
1
Nade so
enemy
much.
remaining.
That's all I see. That's all I
30
see.
seconds
Listen, right,
left.
do the right thing. At the end of the day,
Round
you see
one.
the broken Neon, you see how dangerous Cypher is. Nerf chamber.
Spike plant.
Of course, or Harbor. Why not?
Last round of this first half closes out in, well, it was somewhat close, but it was not really anything in the back pocket for the Patriots, and Georgia will take it 11-1. A near perfect half that was only marred by round
Switching
4.
sides.
You want it to be 9-3 for split. 10-2 is still manageable. 11-1's you can't even give up the pistol.
I mean,
The map advantage can only help you so far.
well, at least there's a caveat on this. Both of us are right to some degree. You said even if it's an 11-1, here we are. Let's see whether or not that actually stands the test of time. But I also said that UGA was kind of surefire for this map, and they have not disappointed the stats whatsoever. I mean, they have held up their end of the deal. They have showed us what this map is, and that's a problem considering that the decider's next. It's
Yeah.
so late in the series. And once you get to this point where specializations are kind of out of the water now, they're not much of a factor anymore. And you have a map like this. That is if this concludes shortly. GMU's like, did we lose our touch? It's just insane considering that you have to put 30 minutes of your life just away. Especially when it's this late in the series after going through overtime. What the hell happened?
Cover going out.
Shut down, but to find out what's happening in this round at least. hoping for more, can't find it. Now Tense and Isco instead come over with frags, and Isco gets another on top. Feels like the Frenzy has found a really manageable point for both of these teams for comfortability, as Isco has a third kill in this round, hoping for one more, but Base steals that limelight. 12 now, match point for UGA, and a single off towards the Patriots. If you don't know this map, because this is obviously UGA's pick, right? If you don't know this map, Dallas, and you're just saying, well, if it hits here, we have to play for next, because you knew at some point it was going to come up. It was just a question of whether it would be bind or split, and Georgia obviously got to pick it out, so split it is. Did you come into this mentally saying, okay, GG, go next? I don't think so.
You would hope so.
You would hope so. But I don't like putting thoughts in a player's head is about the worst thing you can do.
No, yeah. I mean, even then, I've said it. I said this one time, talking about like sandbagging during like my COD days, and it was at that point where even then, like, it wasn't chastised or anything, but we all had this discussion afterwards. It's like, I mean, it was a tough pill to swallow, and I still believe that to this day. Where casters are like, you never talk about how teams kind of just want to throw away maps for the sake of stamina or kind of keeping things rolling, but realistically, I feel like that's a fact.
Yeah, it very well
still. I mean, especially when you talk about COD, how fast the game is. When you talk about something as long, as excruciating as this, there has to be a point where you're saying, we are going at this all night. And I mean, I'll probably hold on to that truth to the day I die, because tac shooters are so different. Sure, I mean, that truth may have stood for COD. Right here, right now, you never want to say a team wants to throw away a map, but there's a point where you're saying, if we're one round from freedom, or 11 away from a possible hostage situation.
A single mistake in round, in 3 rounds, a single
seconds
mistake when you've won 8 in a row ends you, right?
Yeah.
Like that idea, it just ekes in the back of your brain, in the back of your mind, and ultimately, just the thought of it can be enough to tear somebody apart. Spike is down. Georgia have essentially stamped their point to drive home. They want to be out of this one 13-1, and the Patriots must come now in for the post plant. One player inside mail will be spotted. Great to use the guiding light down to below and towards ropes. Not going to matter. Side note gets good frag. Not going to go the other way. GMU finding 3, but it's evened out as Tense gets the Guardian shot out, wanting more, but can't find it. K-Tran with their own Sky, removing their doppelganger and now giving the final defuse to net the first round of the second half in favor for GMU and pulling off. We said you needed the pistol. Maybe you don't if you can pull out something like that.
I mean, only 10 more to go. It's crazy sounding coming out verbally, but I mean, it's always a possibility. I have seen a 10-2 comeback before. So I haven't seen it, I believe, on Split, but I know that I've seen one on Breeze. And that map, obviously, a completely different beast, but knowing what UGA has to provide, my thing is, I mean, you just kind of look at those top slots, though. I mean, it just takes one round for Isco to go off. And we've seen 3K, 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 probably a 4K, then a 2K. It's like, what round does this guy at least get a couple?
It's just, when you have somebody who's being that impactful, and we mentioned this between maps, right? When both of these teams have players that can stand out and always perform, you somehow still need that one player that isn't forced to perform, but will go out of their way to perform, allowing the rest of the team to still stay up and show up. And right now, it's just been found for UGA. The Patriots are really needing to discover that side of themselves. And what a map like Split to try to do so as they transitioned to a hopefully successful defending half. But Georgia, they are a player down now in a possible post-plant scenario. Tense will bait out the initial spike tap. We'll officially stick it here. Nobody up towards heaven. Another player, aka your duelist, to step on rafters. Lots of noise being made down into alley, but shots having to go forward. Sides in a very bad angle, but it still will not matter at the end of the day. Coco and K-Tran secure their frags as now Baze alone. If you allow a miracle for a single player, like we had said previously, you could be 9 rounds down the line with the Patriots taking every single one of them. If you let one person pull off something crazy, it's over. You used your last chance in the first round, in round 13. Patriots need to excise these problems and these stinger shots from distance.
And I mean, even then, I mean, you're considering at this point, you're saying, how do you throw, do you want to throw away the game or anything like that? I mean, the ideology behind this is never sandbagging. It gets to a point where a team shifts their entire ideology from, instead of, I mean, it's essentially the same thing when you really break it down. I'm not saying okay, how do we win this game? It's saying just get some rounds. Just get some rounds.
Honestly,
just
it turns
start.
into how can we exhaust Georgia right now?
Right.
Because we know we lose. How do we make them still feel like they didn't win?
Right. It's just draw out the game as much as you can. I mean, we're here already in the server. We're already in the match. Just keep your aim warm. Keep the game going. Keep things interesting and just try to keep on earning rounds. And then when you get, next thing you know, if you just black out, don't even look at the scoreboard, literally turn your tab key off, disable it. For the next couple rounds, just keep on playing your game. Just let your IGL be the only one to look at that scoreboard. Let you know what the economic situation is. Everybody else just play your game. Shoot shots that you know you can be in an 8-12 scenario where it's completely feasible.
The IGL needing to find new strategies and new ideas. It's time to birth some of those new ones. Patriots side. They're able to defend this. It could be a good looking, but Zach's a good frag to get the opening one back up for Georgia. 4-on-3. Showstopper route. All three coming to screen. And now another death could spell the end. The Showstopper connects to alleviate any of that possible concern. Coco tapping the spike. One player just behind me. Central screen on side. Coco can at least isolate it, but a player up on Rafters now plays 1v1. Facing now alone the sky on site. Blaze has to be quite wary. Tense has been good for it all day, but there has to come a time when their moment calls, and Blaze is hoping that this one right here is theirs. No one there. Everyone off of site, just trying to buy the time, and it won't matter. The Bulldogs nip at the flanks of the Patriots, and they'll say, yeah, I liked it when we win about 15-13. I don't like it when we lose 15-13, nor 14-12, but I really like it when we begin 13-2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is finally something that we're seeing. I mean, UJ didn't break out of the mold by any means necessary. I feel like they just play the game a little bit better. They understand even more. So we talk about this kind of spectrum of players, these transitions of roles and how things are going. And even then, better yet, what Isco did during that match was completely revolutionary for what we've seen. Isco had, I believe, was, at least from the last time I recall, the bottom of the barrel when it came around to map number 1. Was not that great of a performer. And then finally got to the point where, still playing that Sova, playing able to kind of just flex around and do something different. I'm thinking, okay, this guy doesn't have too much really on my radar compared to what I've seen in previous weeks. Goes to map number 2, makes a bit of a swap, kind of holds things down. I'm saying, all right, something different here on Haven, able to kind of play it out now being on, playing the Neon, kind of, okay, this is something. Sees it again, it gets better. And now we're at the point where we see that goes from a secondary duelist role, playing alongside side, to being the main duelist. It's insane to see that, honestly, Georgia has this kind of this alleviation of pressure from each other. Because, we talk about having a team full of highlight players. We finally saw a game where we saw highlight players in general. Yeah. Because we could talk about just Isco, and it's just blatant. There's no way you can ignore that guy because he was at the helm of the torment that was that entire map. But also the fact that we talk about these stamina races. We talk about relying too much on singular players. They understand that the BO5 feels inevitable. You're going to go ahead and probably go all 5 maps when you're looking at teams who are dished out so equally between each other. But when you look specifically at what happened there, Side, we barely said Side's name. And Side was there a couple times and had instances here and there, knowing that, all right, yeah, I have my chances. I have my gains. I have my kills. But it comes at a point where that was purely just saying, thank God I can sit back for a little bit. Like, this guy, you're the one pushing up. I'll be here for retakes because I have my wall. I have a little more actual retake ability when it comes around to my agent kit on the Neon. But when it comes around just outright pushing, like, Isco, please, I need a breather. And you gave that man about 30 minutes of free time because, it was just a walking highlight. Dude just ran the show.
Everyone's up on a pedestal right now for Georgia, but Isco has taken center stage, and they've been given the golden buzzer, right?
Right.
And to be frank, with a map that quick, you got them off the stage just as quick. They golden buzzered them quite fast. I guess that would be our responsibility. We didn't even have to do anything. They just did it all by themselves. Wooed the crowd. They stole the show. They stole up. Somebody in the crowd just pressed the button, got away with it. Yeah. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Georgia are happy with the results. GMU will not be, and they have to make up for it as we head over to our final map of Bind. Don't go anywhere. Very short break in comparison to our previous. We'll see you guys when that map's ready to go underway. Well, Dallas, Georgia apparently heard us talking about how there was 82 rounds played prior to that
Yep.
last map and says, how about only 16 more to add on to it?
Right.
That is the same amount of rounds, or nearly the same amount of rounds, as what was required to win on map 1 and 3.
Yep.
Which, in case you can't remember, we'll go ahead and throw up what maps those were. We'll give you a little bit of a highlight into
A lot of just nice scuffles, but as I mentioned, they feel like they're more calculated, the more calm when it comes around to these teams. Bind does not provide that whatsoever.
They said it over on Game Changers. They were talking about in the finals. What is the win condition to be able to shut down your opposition? And the answer was beat Floor, beat Fluorescent, right? Get rid of Fluorescent. And in this case, it was Isco, right? Very few times can you actually point at the other team, point at a single player and say, if I kill you, if I take you down, my team wins out. And Jamie were just forced into that and had it shoved down their throat, might I add. Isco, Isco, Isco. We asked for the X Factor. We got it. And, well, Georgia say, we want map 5. Let's run it back. Isco over onto the Rays. They want to stay into that duelist role. Side over to the ISO. We saw that previously on Purple. It didn't work out for them 100%. It was good enough. It was actually very impressive. It just happened to be GMU pulling away at the end in the OT. Yor for the other side. Coco is now the duelist. Instead of what you would maybe expect to be Soji as that primary, Coco stepped into that substituting role. Blaze is off of your normal initiator, and it's more so over... No, sorry, initiator is now more over to the Viper, which you kind of act like that on this map because you already have your Brim as your main controller, and then initiator as true initiator. It's K-Tran. They just don't have a mainstay Sentinel for their team, which is where the difference maker is going to be for them.
Yeah, Blaze has been a pretty big flex here for GMU, and I mean, understandably so, you got to have somebody who can fill in all those roles, but even more so, I mean, looking at Coco and what's happening there, I mean, being on that Sentinel role, I'm surprised we're not seeing Soji kind of go for that raise and seeing Coco go over towards that Cypher, because now the team has a Cypher, oddly enough, knowing that this is one of the maps that Cypher feels relatively strong on. This is a map that even then we see Chambers being brought out every here and there. So, I mean, talking about Sentinels who can frag, I mean, you're putting the gun literally in the guy's kit and in his hands at the same time, so it's kind of an awkward situation for both these teams and what they're really bringing to the table here, because we're seeing switches. We're seeing teams kind of understandably so. Like Coco obviously does not, if it comes around to somebody playing the Rays after seeing last map, it's understandably Coco and not Soji, because I mean Soji is more of a Jet, more of a Neon, more kind of just a more traditional duelist, because you have to have a very different ideology when you're playing the Rays, and that's what teams have in swaps. But seeing everything else, seeing Soji on the Yoru, that's something that I don't know if we've really seen Soji in a situation like. I want to see what these flashes look like for whenever Soji's flashing up himself, because well, everything else is going to be kind of up in the air. So already nice little frags coming through. We know to expect out of the Soji, but everything else in terms of actually approaching his site, how aggressive they're going to get.
Smoke's
that
down.
gate crash? I mean, maybe it'll be there, but remember we talked about how he didn't like it. So who knows?
Let's see what Soji can do. Already count 2 in this round. for one off to short. There's two players closer to Cubby, though. But that Toxic screen, it'll cut you off. You're not going to need to hope for your Viper on the other end to have a little bit more impact in terms of claiming that space. Blaze looking around, but not having been spotted yet. Maybe got a barrel of theirs spotted as they swung out through Lamp. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Both now on the same side, stepping out. Opposing side of Truck. One person slapping back around through Lamp. One Shower's flicking back around. Where's the last player? You now know, because Side's taking down Soji, and Blaze needs to go for this commit. Side's just playing time. You said this earlier on map 3. It feels like they're a player that can read into the scenario, play the time to their stride, and say, I know you're at 45%. I'm going to engage. And Side once again stays calm, calculative, and sends this team into a post-plant with a victory coming away. Round 1 in the books for Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, it's just already getting things off to a great start. I mean, considering what was at hand here, I mean, knowing the UGA, even then looking at their potential, looking at getting things kicked off, that's the best way they're going to be able to really kick things off, considering that, I mean, obviously after losing a couple rounds in the last map, if GMU shut out UGA for a couple rounds, found themselves a 3-0, 4-0 start, that entire last map, I can guarantee they're just going to completely forget about it. They're going to say, okay, this is great. I mean, this is what really matters the most, right? We're 2-2, so who cares what happens up to this point? Well, problem is, not only have you found yourself one player going ahead and finishing out, cleaning up that first round, you're seeing one player basically clean up the entirety of the second right out the gate.
Well, what more you ask for your Viper on attack besides lagging back
Satchel out.
being that lurker, your sentinel, so to say.
Spike, plant, hawk
All
out.
3 kills would be a plenty big ask, and up for it on the board. Hopefully a 2-0 for the Georgia side, barring any miracles that occur in GMU's favor. Classic only in hand for Blaze. You can about expect this to be the result. Maybe you anticipate that they try to die out the spike here, maybe get a weapon or two dropped on an exit frag, maybe, for Georgia.
They're playing back towards
escaping.
spawn. They kind of want to sneak up to the last second, but
Oh, exit frag. So they do get their value here.
Toxin screen down.
I don't know if Blaze is really going to have the chance. Blaze, rotate off towards Showers. Nope, getting double wrapped. The Viper opposing in. This is where you're going to have Baze. Nope, not going to matter. Side, secure those final 2. You're feeding pips to this player who already has been a thorn previously on Pearl on the ice, so you don't want to feed that ult just so they can strip one active, much-needed defender, might I add, on the map of Bind, where it is pivotal every role that's taken there in defense. You rip all that utility away from being able to be counter-used.
right. It's one of those things where, I mean, UGA, obviously with a great starter, GMU getting kind of an understanding of what the positioning is like, and I mean, they make something out of it, but I mean, there's only 2 players, and at that point, I mean, they're on the opposite side of the map. The entirety of your A side, I mean, you're trying to go for a surprise push right off the get-go, and it just completely gets snuffed out because, I mean, UGA, even still in a round number 2, understanding that, I mean, GMU has, honestly, they kind of got UGA too adjusted to having that round 2 force, where I believe that this is kind of a shot call to say, play a little more patient because they're probably going to be pushing with stingers. Sheriff's kind of going ahead and trying to catch us off guard and get those free upgrades. That finally on map number 5, the hand is fully exposed. There's no ace up the sleeve anymore. There's no wild card to be played here. There's no curveball to be thrown. It's saying that just play it safe. I mean, we've seen it so many times now throughout tonight that just go ahead and expect it. And what do you know?
Poison orb emitting.
Let's get some information and a bit of firepower there with 10. Southern side really getting the better end of it. The fallback plan can still be held for the Georgia side. They have TP that's in front of them. Side, though, being left inside U-Haul makes me believe that they want to commit to this B side, don't want to have that secondary fallback plan even be an option. Flash goes out, wonderfully done by Soji to secure it. Featuring even having another second option in front of them. You've got a 5 versus 3 defensively where, yeah, Tins has got a pretty high angle, but you've got Crossfire set up. And with Coco taking them down, it's just a matter of slowly matriculating these refrags to these players to ensure that you maintain that player advantage and eventually equalize out for this kill. Shots in through the crate side, wanted to get a damage in through the tap. Tasmanian Tiger up through the gate, and the dog connects. Side sends out the wall and can buy a little bit of extra time where needed. GC1, you'll oh my god! Inside, giving it again, a 4K now. Both players are one shot to a Guardian. This is the one time you don't sing and swing in tandem.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're going to go for a roundabout. I mean, even then, the Trailblazer just kind of have a little bit of a halt, playing things a little bit slow. I'm surprised they didn't go ahead and get Coco kind of towards that outer end and play on that outside of the crate with that Trailblazer creating that space back towards side. They just didn't really utilize that space as much as you would like them to go ahead and find at least themselves around the board. And
knowing UGA and seeing the string of rounds, the entire game that unfolded right before us, so the map before. A 3-0 start once more is not a great way to get yourself back in this thing. So, I mean, GMU, they will inevitably get themselves around. The question is, when will it be? With the first blood already going out in favor of UGA once more, but plays with an immediate exchange. And able to go ahead and activate that gun to be Soju with advantage 10 now. And if anybody can go off with that thing, it's going to be him. Problem is, though, you got B-side already kind of accounted for over towards main, but that's because your other players are getting mowed down. The other people who are alive are the ones that weren't contributing to that fight towards showers.
I got you guys. Guys, where's the team? Where is the Patriots right now? It just feels not impactful. So maybe a nicer way to put it for the Patriots side. The fact that side can swing in through showers, through your side of showers, get 3 kills in this round. After last round clutch for the first, they are 11-0. We were highlighting ISCO earlier. They have been suppressed. And the win condition we set for the Patriots, so you just have to shut down ISCO, that's not won them or done them any justice in these first 4 rounds.
It's because, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, Side has also been a great asset to the entirety of UGA in this series so far. And Side finally got a chance to take a breather. Got to go ahead and kind of just take a seat, sit back a little bit, and enjoy the fireworks that are unfolding. Being a Neon, just saying, I'm just here to create problems. I'm not here to really kill people. I'm just here to be a pain. And was able to do that. But now that you're back in a situation where you're having to find these kills, having to kind of create these opportunities, you're having to get things done. Soji, great thing with the operator in hand, a bit questionable with on the Yoru, but I mean, you can make it work. We've seen Soji make it work on Neon. We've seen Soji make it work on Jet. We've seen Soji make it work on essentially everything at this point. But it really comes down once again to UGA having Side.
It's
now
you
knowing
and
that,
me.
that double tap does exist, knowing that even the player with the operator in hand, that double tap's going to be active, waiting once again, saying, heck yeah, I pulled the one person with a yacht. I am a walking counter to this guy. There's no way you let me lose this. And able to go ahead and make that exchange.
Toxins, poison orb emitting.
It's another one of those small, kind of variable, random things
Toxin
that
screen
work
down.
in their favor.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like the Yoru pick is good on mine, but it feels like the Yoru pick here, specifically for Soji, was for the versatility of the operator, the rotatability of the operator in that Yoru's hands.
30
They're
seconds
staring
left.
at each other. The perfect time for the laser guidelines. Unfortunately, though, for Side, it will go Coco's way for the refract. And being able to counter that with that ult essentially
player
makes
standing.
any purchase
Down
you
one.
decide for as hefty of an expenditure as the operator is completely null and moot, which you just can't risk that at all, especially when you're already 4-0 down. Georgia counterplay you off of a roll swatch, off of an agent pick, and you are now forced to bite that bullet and accept, I cannot bring out the operator as effectively as I want to, and if I'm going to have to, I have to make sure there's a player standing in front of me at any given moment. We have to have a Trojan horse.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that so many conditions to meet here on the defense, considering what UGA's been providing. They've been putting so much pressure on GMU that any kind of game plan they want to come up with, if it's too meticulous, if it requires too much of a setup, it has too much thought behind it, it's just going to be dismantled. So, I mean, realistically, GMU, that's the problem with their game plan, not only in the last map, but in this one, and in every single situation in between. On maps earlier in the series where teams are more used to playing there, where it feels more like an even playground, they can make these adjustments on the fly because they feel more comfortable there. But when you look at these maps where it feels like UGA saved all their kind of specialist picks later on for the series, they say, so long as we survive one, we can get to map number 4 and number 5. And you can tell that's clearly what they were doing. I mean, their start of the game, I mean, even then, it was OT, and that was like their iffy. Yeah. Now they're saying, this is cool. And now we're on map number 4, number 5, and this is supposed to be our map. I mean, really, I want to talk about GMU more, but the issue is it's nothing but just, it feels like during these stages and during these maps so far, I'm just speaking about them, trying to help them out. Say, what do they need to do? How this, that, and the other? How can they get back in this game? How can they find the necessary kills? How can we just get UGA off of us for a second? And that's never a situation you want to be in. Hopefully with this timeout, they figured something out, found a little bit of black magic to be going ahead and introducing the equation. And with a bit of a surprise push coming out of showers, we're going to see that Will Coco can make that magic happen.
X-Fence can go ahead and collect that weapon. Second one seemingly out of control. Zach will be
You
hard
get that,
pressed to get this,
get that over.
Coco may be able to still get a frag if they were to push for that, but they're going to go ahead and opt to not do so. They'll trade out for that Sheriff and collect it instead. Maybe Max Vince here. Honestly, you could get that frag back, and if you lose,
can make this trade easily, yeah.
and if you lose, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Oh, here we go.
You got 3. Yeah, and the regrowth. Now you got full HP, and they want to try to commit. Not going to matter. Orbital strike in. You're trapped inside a TP. What an answer, and it doesn't go all the way through. K-Tran stays alive within door. Do they know that they be here? They're not checking to the right at all.
Promise you got to come out of that door. You got to make noise.
The door
There
will
is
eventually
no
make
other.
noise. And you don't have a weapon right
Fully
now.
smoked.
Only the
Stim
Bucky
beacon
in hand,
down.
and they've now officially stepped too far for that Bucky to be manageable. You wait for the spike. Probably even for it to
30
be
seconds
officially
left.
down before you want to make a
Spike
decision. You'll open the
planted.
door. Leave it open. You spotted the weapon
Ooh.
just in front of your secondary audio cue.
Scout destroyed.
Here's that Tiger has been spotted. 5 bullets will need to be reloaded. 1 player, no both, actually taking direct. Great use of the guiding light. 1 player to put shots out, assuming that they'd be blinded. K-Tran will not go for a swing, wants to wait for a secondary pressure.
Last player
That's their
standing.
teammate to come down through short, but plays is much too slow. And even if they were there in time, the weapons just aren't there. Headshot has to connect, and just nothing is going to connect. UGA, I mean, it's an eco round for GMU, but UGA have proven the statement you made in between map 3 and 4 about needing to let these players off their reins. Well, they found 2 rabid animals on the field, and it's just, man, GMU have not been able to kill them.
It's one of those things where, I mean, honestly, you're calling, where's Max Fitz in this situation, you know? I mean, K-Tran is over there on an island, and you have all the information you need to know. That entire excursion, and even then, you heard the feet of 2 players going ahead and passing through. You knew the presence. You saw the mini-map. I mean, there are guys dead who can make those comms as well, and you know that there are 2 showers. So, Max, you need to be pushing up. You need to help Tran in this situation.
Scout
Now, as a
destroyed.
Phantom, you can corner these guys. You can put in a scenario. You can catch somebody off guard during the plan. Make that a 1v1 at least for the guy back towards shower, where that flash makes it a guaranteed kill. There's so many things that's having to go on, and it just feels like it's not being audible. It feels like the comms that are supposed to be there. It feels like the teamwork, the camaraderie. It's just kind of almost turning from glass back to sand right before us.
Whether it's opaque or shrouded in mystery, time will have to tell, but you can see the
There.
obstacles in front of you, and you somehow still can't find the answer to destruct them. Man. Patriots. I was harping on the idea that maybe the strat books are running thin, and I think that could still be an equation for why the Patriots are struggling, but I don't know. We're seeing a lot of things being pieced together. I just think it's a difference right now of UGA allowing these players to step off their leash and the Patriots taking advantage or not being able to take advantage of it the counter way. Isco even swings forward, gets a kill with a
30
rifle,
seconds
changes it
left.
out now for a shorty. Showstopper did get a crossfire in from elbow, but that player is now removed, and your final 2 for the Patriots are forced to question, is it even worth taking that TP over? I don't think it is. They don't seem to think so either, so instead they'll hold just outside of TP, hoping somebody goes through so they can get some shots going their way.
Yeah, I mean, good thing here to at least hold on to a little bit of weaponry, knowing that even then you get the operator in the hands of Soji once more. Max Finn's having that Phantom in hand, so I mean, obviously you want to hold on to as much as you can in this situation, knowing that UGA will be going into a guaranteed advantage at the end of the half, worst case scenario.
Satchel out.
Everything past this point is nothing but, as I usually kind of comes down to a point of having a team either go ahead and get more, depending on what the situation looks like, or get to a point where you're just hoping to block out the team for more points. And that's all GMU's real ideology is now. Go ahead, that reserve, that entire thought philosophy you had during that second half of split, it needs to be incorporated right now. Say, bring the best rest of this half as you can, and it doesn't matter whether we get 5. We don't care about scoring, we just care about locking these guys out because we do not want to repeat what happened on map number 4.
Keep in mind, I said this at the end of map 2, it felt like with an OT already on the line, and now having a second OT on the line, no matter what the case is, this feels like it is the best split of Valorant for a final in-season final we will have had.
Oh, easily.
The LAN was an amazing best of 5 that went through all the way, right? It was a ridiculously good series, but for our splits
I got
in
the
the
spot.
mainstay season that was not in person, the finals were a lot of the times lacking. What, 3-1 was our first one and then 3-0 for the next one?
I'm excited with these teams that we have in the
Yeah.
split right now. I mean, considering if we do have these same, like, 5 teams that is in the top,
I think we get more.
but we're like, we were talking about going late last time. Good God,
Cutting
we're
through.
gonna go to like 5.
The amount of
Finish.
quality teams has increased so much. So for that, we are unbelievably thankful. We want to provide more of that for these players involved. And the GMU Patriot side, they were the #1 seed stepping into this. They are one of the best for sure. But Georgia has found their tick. Georgia has found what they need to separate themselves against the best team statistically coming up to this. That is the GMU Patriots through SEL. Isko's 3 kills into this round. Isko's finally coming alive, answering in and saying, yeah, well, side can do a whole lot, but I can step up as well. I can do a lot. It's not just my other duelist that signs into the foray. Let me back in, coach. I can cook.
It gets to a point where, I mean, you have to kind of look at these two between each other. We talk about the statistics, you talk about the history of really what's going on here. GMU have always looked nearly godlike in the way they play the game. It's been so admirable. It's played at such a high caliber, but the problem is when you speak of religion, you can't help but attribute to ritual to some degree. And when you think of ritual, it's the same thing every single time. Yeah. And the issue with that is, what's the one thing that ritual can account for? Wild cards, things changing, something being different. It no longer becomes ritual. It becomes chaos. It becomes the opposite for somebody who's so acclimated to one thing being constant so very often. But I think that's the benefit that UGA have here. They look mortal here in this game. They just look like really good players who are all mortal. They believe they can lose maps, they can lose games, they can lose series. It's no real big deal to them. But that's the beauty of being mortal. That's the beauty of being a person, is that you're swapping things up. There's always some variability. There's always some wild cards. There's things that are out of your control, but that's the ability and the tenacity of being mortal. Is that you just can come up with things on the fly. You can do something different. You can swap stuff up. And UJ have found those wild cards in these past 2 maps. I mean, Isko, obviously, during map 4, doing something totally different. Able to just go ahead and be a walking highlight reel, pushing up into the most weirdest spots, pushing through areas, understand that GMU's tradition, their ritual of pushing through towards the B side of the A side is completely hammered to the middle of the map. And here on Bind, we're seeing the same thing where finally where GMU want to play calm, collected, kind of cool and calculated. UGA are just saying, well, thank goodness we started on attack because we're just going to run at you. And what are you going to do about it?
Stand aside. My ult is ready.
There's no answer right now coming out from GMU. Look at the way Isko comes in fearlessly out through elbow.
30
Send the paint
seconds
shell.
left.
They want to make sure you cannot run. They will hunt you down. And it is just, they're not the Bulldogs, they're the Wolves. They're rabid animals right now. They smell blood in the water. And like sharks, they wait and they circle for their prey. And it is it's just such a dangerous mentality. The Patriots will go ahead and opt to save once again. It's only going to be 3 rounds left in this half after this. Got to question whether or not saving is hurting their eco now more than it is actually helping. But they've maxed out their loser's bonus anyways. It wouldn't be a problem. The whole team should be able to buy every round anyways. Man, oh man, Georgia are in control of destiny and their fate. In the final map, nearing possibly the final rounds of this season of the SEL split. You can't help but feel like also time has played a big part into this. GMU have looked, like you said, near godlike throughout these best of 3s, but notice where we start to see them struggle. It's in that 4th map. It's the end of the 3rd map, right, where they barely come away with that victory. They look like a team that the moment that the clock has to strike a certain time, they don't have a glass slipper right now. Nobody is bringing, there is no Prince Charming. There is no revival, no resurgence. They have fallen to essentially the 6th player on the team, Father Time, working in Georgia's favor.
Yeah, I mean, there's still time on the clock. There's still rounds to play. This is still only the first half, and there's an entire second one to go. But it still comes down to the thing we mentioned earlier, or at least that I mentioned, saying that it doesn't come down to how many can UGA get. Jimmy, you're saying how many can we lock them out to? Finally, going ahead, getting fed up with being pushed forward and forward over and over and over again, letting UGA just take free reign of the nap. Jimmy finally once again say, I am sick and fed up with you guys just going ahead and pressing W at us. So I'm going to push up ourselves. We're going to go ahead, get in your face, get over here towards the side. We're going to make sure that you guys have to do something. Here we go, finally, a bit of chaos amidst all of this action. Soji couldn't really find a break too far in enemy territory, which is coincidentally also the A side of the stance. That Spike being down and the rest of the GMU having to go for a retake at a 4v4.
Stepping out of the shower, trying to go for a 1v1 and a flash out.
Last player
Good
standing.
crack. We can't go much further. K-Tran shuts it down. Now 2 of their own. Base still standing. Assistance, though. That's going to be the bigger problem. You don't even need the second or tertiary help. If Bays can just get a 3K by their lonesome, Tins and Bays for that final. My goodness. And here was where GMU took that very aggressive stance off towards B-Long initially.
I like it.
It's good. We've mentioned they need to take the fight to them early, but the issue after the fact is I just feel like they don't have information, which is what Bind comes into if you're agent select, right? Information is a problem in the first place, but that's why you have that dimensional drift, but I don't feel like they acted off the intel gathered from your VTOL, right? That is a heavy kill streak requirement in COD, and you only got to get 7 pips for it here. I still feel like the Z-pings just weren't utilized for the Patriots on that retake well enough to capitalize against UGA's flat hold.
I do like this idea. Sometimes we do see this actually kind of working out. But it's such a unorthodox play. You're kind of having to bargain on, put your chips into, because considering if we do see once again the UGA op ship go over towards that A site or just take right through B long, that door isn't going to be a factor. You're just going to be rotating a little bit quicker than the rest of your team.
It's you and me.
Here's to see what really happens past this point, though, knowing that even then the ultimate ends up missing every single player, but still UGA finds themselves with man advantage. The door does come out. Coco is there waiting, so great exchange, or at least find one, but Isco immediately doubling down, saying, look, you take one of mine, I'll take one of yours. Limb for limb, player for player, but the spike for near nothing, considering that side is nearly wide open as stands.
Spike down. It's now up. The Patriots need to find frags, and losing one out from Spices. It's a valid kill, but it's one that's going to hurt the chances even further for the GMU roster to get in and keep away the 11th round for Georgia. The Roomba will disappear. Back towards Coco. Vulnerable off the ISO util, and now an 11th round for the Georgian side. 12-0 looks like a very big possibility. I've mentioned the loser's bonus and capping out already. It's been capped since round 5, and now look at the Yiko. You can buy yourself a rifle. You can buy yourself no armor.
3.
It's 4 in a row, right?
No, it caps out at 3.
It's even worse than we imagined.
I remember we even had this discussion in another SEL game.
On the B stream.
Yes, and then we looked it up and we're like, God. Like, I mean, GMU still, I mean, no matter what. Like, win or lose in this, we talk about the point system. I mean, these guys are they're going to be pissed next season. Plain and simple. And especially if they go back to the best of 3. I mean, we talk about, honestly, GMU was the one who realistically made those few small mistakes when it came around to those first 2 initial maps, or those
round
first 3 just
on map
in general.
1, round 15 on map 2, right? Like, I feel like those were the big ones.
It was just like small things that should have happened. And just one small kill, one possible, one small variable that turns out to be a 1v1 that's never missed. It's just like, it's that point where they're going to understand when it comes around to the next split, that cannot happen.
Yeah, I mean, look at Max Vince, 25 HP over on Haven.
Yeah.
Top down, classic in his hand. You scoop the wrong direction with the classic,
Gun here.
and you don't get that kill, you change the entire map. It would have been GMU's. Like, it just, well, further theirs, I guess I should say. And this would have been a 3-0 series, but it is what it is. Coco able to cut down Tins' approach. They turn at just the wrong time, though. Zach's able to find a frag after.
That's crazy.
Soji sends out a quick relay.
He runs during it. Oh my
Trying
God.
to keep the sight line up, but unfortunately self-flashes. While we do have an even 3-on-3, the Patriots are nowhere near where the spike is going down. They have to rotate through Spices, and this could be just the right time for Zach to catch 2, maybe even 3 off guard, because no one's checked behind them. The Patriots now are lagging in. Your sky's been dusted. You got to get on a side. Max Vince feels the pressure to turn around, but the pressure's on their skull. It's ripped straight through a 7-6-2. It's UJ at match and series point in the best of 5 final.
Match point.
It's at a point where you look at split. I feel so bad. It's like, can it get worse? Yes, it can. I mean, they've been here for so long, dude. They've been at this thing for so long.
It feels like time has ultimately been the biggest problem for them.
I mean, yeah, I forget where Georgia is in this, but I mean, even then, Georgia's an hour ahead of us right now. So, like, it's late for them. But, I mean, maybe they're one of those teams that, I mean, they're up on those demon hours, but I don't know if Rob can probably confirm. Who is the one who's complaining about it being a school night? Because I know darn well it ain't
Everyone's
Georgia at
here
this point.
in school, right? Like everyone's in college except for like classes too.
I mean, it's probably not Georgia though, because I mean they look like they the later they play, they're like, oh yeah, I ain't got class, I dropped out, but I'm still part of the game.
This is usually when I play.
Roster lock was months ago. I dropped all my classes since then. I did nothing but play Valorant since.
Who's got the Riot Buddy? I just saw Riot Buddy for a second.
I get up at 10 p.m. every single night on the dot, and I start gaming.
My class is at 4 p.m. and it's Valorant, baby. I've been here since then. Now, I mean, Georgia, they are surviving the battle of attrition. And ultimately, I think that is going to be the thing. It's just
One enemy remaining.
weariness.
Here we go, next.
Last player standing.
Coco securing that final frag with that Frenzy. Frenzy has been a big contributor to a lot of the matches today. We sort of saw it on map 1, didn't see it on map 2, came back in 3, 4, and 5. And every time we did see it brought out in full force, it came away with that team being the victor. A fringy nerf on the horizon? I don't think that's the case. But I feel like teams are starting to understand the strengths of closing that distance well with their kits and utilizing a weapon that's a little bit better for it and something instead of something like a classic every time or have it rely in the longer range of that ghost.
Right. I mean, the same exact scenario as we saw last map, just worse than before. Gets to a point where it's saying, just do what you can. But I mean, there is no game of stamina at this point. There is no alleviation of pressure. I mean, it is just ever looming. And honestly, UGA, I don't blame for trying to go for a force here. Just kind of get a wild card out there. You got, even if you lose just 10 more rounds of possible game to win. But as the shorty shots go out, both miss. It's an unfortunate situation. Consider how close you were. That's the ideal range. It's the perfect situation.
Spike planted.
Not the perfect placement of the crosshair. Or the circle.
Teams in a row. 2 players left for Georgia. The Patriots have not only gotten through this 14th round with up to this point, not a single player having been felled. They've done it to the point now where they are dominating. Side sitting in towards defender spawn, trying to get some shots off, but really just being a distraction, hoping to drop at least one more player's weapon, if at all possible. But for right now, since we're seeing GMU wisely trade out the players to make sure that someone who's already been tagged, who's already low, in this case Blaze, can step back and maintain their life and weapon, you're still getting a lot of damage out there at your side and a lot of shots downfield. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Side was taking a whole lot of them and was hitting the majority of them. It has been the whole game, 18-6. Every single player on the side of UGA has outfragged everyone but Coco on GMU.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. I mean, even then, it's kind of like one of those lingering threats that kind of happens in a ranked game. Where you see one player go off so much that you're checking every corner. Just it's like a sleep paralysis demon. It just shows up in every single corner, even though he's not there. So you get to that point where over and over again, you're looking, side's probably here, side's probably here, side's probably here. And even if you run to somebody else, and there actually is a player there, even if it's not side, his presence alone is enough to scare and at least kind of take the reflex to somebody else enough to win that gunfight for everybody.
UGA have that player advantage, and Soji and K-Train are
One
not in
enemy
the spot.
remaining.
Soji all the way back through showers, forced to go and send themselves on home and maybe take one after this. They're going to need a cold one. One will fall better to sleep. Patriots is left with K-Train. And what K-Train can do with side, you got 2 more coming in after you, and they are not so keen on letting you live. I mean, you have, break it down here once for you guys once again, a 14-12 on map 1, forced into OT. We're already looking at this game and going, wow, I'm super excited for the series that's ahead of us. Coming to map 2, it's nearly as good, 15-13. And keep in mind, the fight to get there in the first place with UGA taking it, that one round of missing that classic could have been the map for GMU.
Right.
15-13, turn it back around on Pearl. GMU managed to secure it. But after that, GMU just was not GMU. I think it's just the exhaustion from it.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I mean, looking at GMU, it's crazy to even though also see that we kind of, if you look at the stats, obviously, once again, it comes down to a point where UGA, you kind of could have seen this coming to some relative degree, considering that they faced a higher seeded team when it came around to the semifinals. And their series score was actually further ahead comparative to what we saw between Clemson and GMU. Once again, it comes around to these teams. The higher they go, everybody's mortal in their own way. And as I mentioned, GMU at the top of the ladder,
They have this relative kind of godlike presence to them, this ritual they follow, and just how they play the game. But when you have teams, everybody else is mortal. I mean, there's only one true God. And when you get to that point where everybody else is kind of doing their own thing, some people are just going to do it better than others. And when you look at, obviously, you got all your other teams across the entirety of the league, of T1 specifically. And then even in an LCQ, these other teams that start coming in and filtering in during the LCQ, and even then during the playoffs as well, that came in from the LCQ. It gets to that point of now finally GMU isn't facing perfect teams and saying, okay, let's go ahead and kind of just play our game because they just naturally shoot better than a lot of other teams. But those rounds of just kind of, what are they doing? It's almost like putting a Radiant inside of a Silver lobby. It's that point of saying, why are they here? Why are they there? What's going on here? This is supposed to be a professional environment. But when you're in the server, anything goes. And we saw that last week with Clemson, how it was a larger discrepancy, but a closer score than what we saw with Georgia and Converse. Just because Georgia is a generally better team, but it also comes down to the matter of they can swap things up. They can create this small little twist when it really feels that necessary to do so.
And I mean, we can only give so many props to both teams coming in
Right.
and exiting out of this game. But George Mason University, they were the number one seed heading into this, and they were the most deserving of that. Georgia had a good season overall, best solid standing, but their best matches came here towards the end.
Yep.
And George Mason started off as the strongest and unfortunately ended off as the second strongest.
Yep.
And if you replayed those first three maps at any point in a random myopic scope at any point in time, the scoreline would be different on every single one of them. And that's just how close this game came into. And GMU unfortunately faltered because of their inability to close this out in a 3-0. Split and Bind just were not to their strong suits, whether that's because they don't know Split and Bind very well in comparison, which I don't think it is. I think GMU was actually very good at Bind. I just think it got later and then they started to falter more and more. But if that is the case, we talk about things that separate those top 10, top 15 teams in collegiate Valorant. And we know that GMU is a top 30 team. And now I put Georgia up there. That is probably the thing that's keeping them out of that top 15. That's keeping them away from the conversation point, right?
Yeah.
If they work on these small things, if they work on these best of 5 battles, they get some longer scrims and they test themselves more. My goodness, GME will be the scariest roster out there for a while.
Another thing is also just to go ahead and note the flexibility between these two. I mean, because we have an interview to get to as well to go ahead and close this thing out. But I mean, speaking on Georgia, and we'll even probably get into that here in a little bit, but as it stands right now, looking at GMU, even then, looking at Split, I think that's where we saw the biggest hemorrhages. I mean, we saw it already, not just in terms of rounds alone, but you and I noticed, and that we kind of looked at that agent selection and said, I don't know if this looks as good. And the issue is, I mean, I would love to go into the multiverse and see what that Split game would look like if we saw what K-Tran would be on the Cypher and what Blaze would look like on the Sky instead. Or see them maybe on a Gecko, or see them maybe on a Fade, something different, just anything that would swap that up, because we saw also the dichotomy of the two duelists on both ends, because we had Coco and Soji on the side of GMU, because they had that kind of, one started as another role, and then the Sentinel, and then they both became duelists eventually, and then kind of played off of each other. Georgia did that same exact thing when it came around to Isco and Side. It was the same exact thing. Those two teams had the same exact situation where there's a player who played a duelist 24/7 and then a player who would play a Sentinel. And then the players on the Sentinel, that would be the biggest matchup, because when it came around, oddly enough, to both these teams in their secondary duelist stepping in, Isco outperformed every single aspect of what we saw out of the likes of Coco. I mean, because that was when we saw Rays coming along on Split. That's when we saw the Rays double down on Bind. And Isco was just naturally better and had a bigger influence. It comes down to everybody else in those supporting roles. Everybody else kind of being able to pick up the reins and kind of just create that more solid foundation to where even if somebody does fall, it will be as hard if the fall isn't as long.
The scariest part about that is being able to look back at it and say, not only is this person better than you and they play better than you in this map, but when we trade out that role to somebody else, they're also playing better than your main person, which is just icing on the proverbial cake that is that mental battle that is esports as a whole. But before we go on for too much longer, I believe our interview is already ready. I think we can cut straight over to it before we go to our break. I may be corrected on that. we'll truly have to see what Prod says. But I believe it's Bays that we have guaranteed for that interview for this Georgia side. And it was, in fact, also Georgia. This complaining was getting later and later. So they just really wanted to get out of this. So instead of the point being that they
did it.
Yeah, they sent it out as fast as humanly possible. They're like, we really did not like the fact we let map 3 up. That requires us to go to all 5. Let's go all the way through with it. Bays, are we ready for this interview? Nope. They're going to walk him through it. He's still got we got more time to yap here, Dallas. They told us interview ready 5 minutes ago, and now they're backtracking.
It is what it is.
But I mean, hired a new production. I'm just kidding.
But I mean, looking to see kind of obviously elaborating off that map. I mean, even then, I don't think it was a matter of time. I just genuinely want to see what it would look like next season. Like, obviously, you have that leniency now. Obviously, when you look at it, I mean, we can look at the bigger picture now because I mean, we're not going to be elaborating on that with Georgia because they're not going to care. They're already locked in for land. They don't even need to show up next season. But I mean, seeing how things go, I mean, even then, let's look at the points. I mean, GMU's right there, the number 2. And no matter what, I feel like
the league, I think they have enough points.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, I genuinely think that. I mean, so long as whenever playoffs hits, I feel like they're just going to be locked in for that no matter what. So I think they have a couple games, they have a couple scrims, they have a lot of time to really figure stuff out. I would like to see what everybody would look like in maybe a Sentinel role. Obviously, just kind of flex that thing out a little bit, see what these Cypher setups can look like, see how things can kind of spread out. And just kind of flex that out a little bit during scrims. Obviously you're not practicing what you know, but when you consider the kind of jump of elevation, as I mentioned, when we get around to LAN and we see like those top 5 teams, it's specifically from what we saw 1 through 5 of this season. It's that point where, I mean, all those guys, they're all in cahoots with each other anyways. I mean, they're all within the same league. You just have to find something that's like, that's a nice little curveball. Like, especially, say, if we see Soji one game, just kind of throw it out on the side and say, what if he wasn't on Neon? What if he was on Cypher instead? That would be something. What if instead, rather than the sky, something just interesting, just to give it a shot and see, everybody else even here having expectations of, this guy's probably not going to do as well in that role in general. He's going to look very much not like he's in his former fashion. I can pick up that particular that says something just clicks, and nobody expects it.
Now, I feel like this season of the SEL has been the story of teams growing throughout the season.
Right.
I mean, elevate the level of play in the league.
Particularly
Clemson was what I was going to highlight. They have been amazing in comparing the scoreline for Clemson and GMU from beginning to now end. Right. It does feel like GMU grew at a slower pace than a lot of teams. So high.
That makes sense. I mean, whenever you're so high up, there's only so far more you can go. I mean, it's not really a matter of, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. It's that point where you're already so high, there's only so much you can really work on. That gap gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and that's a problem when perfection doesn't really exist.
Especially when you consider, take a look at the other end for Georgia. Georgia early in week 2 faced off against Auburn. They beat them fairly. It was like 13-6, 13-8.
Yeah,
Auburn was a very well-improved team at the helm of Poison, right, leading in as that duelist role and just decimating a lot of good competition in the league. And even when they would lose, which they did fairly often, they were putting it against good opponents and showing up. They faced Georgia back again. 13-3, 13-2 was, I think, the scoreline. I have it written down here in my notes. It was not good. It was very much so not pretty. 2-0, 13-4, 13-6 on the second map, right? There's an Auburn team that was, I would put it up pretty close for Clemson in terms of most improved as a team, as a unit. And Georgia beat them better the second time after they improved than they did the first time. It's very impressive. The links we could go to praise Georgia there is unparalleled. But GMU can look at this now and say, like, man, look how much everybody improved. We don't want to be stuck here. We got to do that too. And I think this winter break will be a great time to go on your winter arc, so to say, for these players and figure out, like, what do we workshop here? How do we camp this out? I think we're about ready for.
Yeah, I hear clicking and clacking. I'm sure that's going to be an interview ready to roll.
The interview is in fact ready. We're in a new setup right now. This is the new LAN location for the SEL.
We're not holding a LAN at
everybody
my apartment.
come to Dallas's apartment.
I mean, I'm all game for a party. Trust me. I mean, look at me. But it's the whole thing of, like, I don't know. We do not have the facilities for that, Big Man.
Well, we'll figure it out. Baze has no camera. Baze is in this call, though, correct? Am I correct, production? All right, is he live? Do we have to transition a scene for that here, production? All right, we're staying right here. So, cool. Baze, Welcome
meet you.
to the SEL interview. It's nice to meet you. You put on a wonderful game today in a full best of 5. First off, we'll say congratulations.
Of
So,
course, of course.
Thank you.
super happy to have you here and very happy you guys came away with the win at the end of the day for a very well deserved one after the just unbelievable first 3 maps were put on the
Yeah.
board. What changed though? What changed in map 4 that just sent you guys in on the tirade of rounds in your favor?
I'm gonna be honest. We were kind of having fun the first 3 maps. We're out here playing for fun. We don't practice. So when we dived in, we saw some Ascended Immortal players. We were like, okay, well, I guess it's time to have fun. I let the guys, do their own thing, but once they got to match point, I was like, we gotta lock in a little bit. So I started actually IGLing, taking the reins a little bit more, making everybody lock in a little bit more, and then the last 2 maps was us just trying our best, despite the result. So yeah.
I mean, that makes total sense. I mean, consider that you were basically the constant variable between your team, and I can tell that you were more than likely IGLing because of that. While you had some of your guys going from Sentinels over to Duelists, and then vice versa, and making all these swaps over the place. You're the one saying, "I am not going to be swapping things up. I'm going to run Omen through the entire series, and then I'll run Viper for the last map. I'm going to do something a little bit different, but still same role, same responsibilities, and then same just kind of slow game flow." I want you to speak me through specifically when it came around to those later stages, knowing that, I mean, obviously, after such a long series, and even then, everybody kind of having a little more creative freedom in how they got to play the game. Obviously, you had your boys, they were going ahead, everybody having their own highlight moments. What that was like for you, and just especially kind of in terms of what Scott and I were labeling earlier, the leash. What was it like, in terms of those later stages? Was it at that point where you're saying, go crazy, guys, just do what you want to do? Or was there still some level of restraint saying, look, we still have to play this game. We still got to lock it. We still got to play the game that we're here to do?
Definitely a more level of restraint. Shout out to Side, my duelist player. He helped me, keep everyone in check for the last 2 maps. I definitely gave more creative freedom towards the beginning of the matchup. Simply because I want to make everyone feel comfortable. I mean, we don't practice, and we're all out here playing for fun, and like we understand that we're playing a team that practices a lot and consistently works hard. So, but yeah, no, I definitely had to increase the restraint, especially on our new guys, because they're all like ranked players, they all like doing their own thing. So I had to go out of my way to really restrain them with Side, but they got it down. We stopped throwing rounds because we were having fun. We started playing way more disciplined in the last 2 maps, kind of showcasing the potential we have as a roster. But yeah.
Dude, the series is over and he's already rubbing insult in the wound. He's like, "Yeah, we don't
I'm
practice.
Scared. I'm
We're
scared.
just playing ranked." I'm just like, dude,
I'm
if DMV's
scared to
listening
ask
to this,
more
I'm
questions.
livid. He's like, seriously, we're scrimming every day of the week. We're going ahead and running it all. These
We're
guys are just ranked
scholarships.
warriors. Like, dude. Okay, well,
Yeah.
continuing things on, it's also a matter of side. I feel like low key, just because of how you talked about how side helping you out, you probably felt a lot more freedom during those last 2 maps as well. We really got to do it because keep in mind, I mean, side obviously during map number 5 finally hit that final form that you were looking for and kind of doing everything and being everywhere. But during map number 4, I guarantee you, like, what was even I just want this confirmation mainly. Was there this huge breath of relief in map number 4, purely on like a personal standpoint with you and what you could tell, at least in your co-IGL out of side, seeing that Isco was just doing insurmountable things? You guys are like, we can just sit back, let him do what he wants to do, and we're just here to help the guy out. Because Sai was basically the main man up until that point.
Yeah. So no, it was definitely a sigh of relief, I'm gonna be honest. As an IGL at least. Because you're trying to take care of everybody. Isco is like the Pandora's box. He could be
That's that
insane.
mortal I talked about.
Yeah, he could be either amazing or he could, just like throw the game. And honestly, it's really my job to activate him or my job to allow him to feel comfortable enough to play his best game. Because when he's at his
Right.
best, he's amazing, as you
Right.
guys saw. But once we figured it out and I kind of incorporated more discipline with his creative freedom, things started running a lot more smoothly. We started consistently winning rounds and not throwing the advantages we built every single round. We'd get like 1 kill and then we'd die, throw away the 1 kill that we got earlier in the maps. But this time we got the pick and then we played more disciplined. So Yeah, but like, yeah, my players are definitely very talented individually. Shout out to everybody, Isco, Zach, Tense. Every single person has a really big role in the team, and all of them are definitely talented.
Yeah, you guys look like a very well fleshed out roster. And you saying you guys don't practice, I don't think that shows. I think you guys are well regimented together. At the very least, it seems like they trust you to lead them and to kind of follow in those reins. But whether or not that holds true throughout y'all's tenure as a roster together in the future, I want to ask the question, which kind of turns into a two-part question. Did they surprise you? Did this matchup against GMU surprise you in those first 3 maps, right? Or was this about what you expected with the way y'all came into this with that attitude? And to further that, were there any teams in the SEL that surprised you with the way they played as you cut through the season?
No, I'm gonna be honest. They didn't really surprise us. They did surprise us in the aspect of like, okay, this is gonna sound like BM. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but just
Maybe hold off on it. I feel like we know. I feel like we know exactly what probably.
No, I mean I'm just speaking of fact. Like these guys obviously aren't to par individually at our skill level. So it surprised us that their macro was so good, like their stratting, and I think their coach can take like credit for that. I think they have some like decent strats. And it's definitely hard to like pug against a team like that has like strategy. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, we didn't. It wasn't really that like scary or surprising for us because like individually they're just like not that good. They don't really have like a lot of sense. And I'm not trying to be like mean or anything, but that's just how like we viewed it, like our POV. There's not really any teams that surprised us. I mean, we didn't even know like the teams you would go up against half the time. Like we were just playing for fun. So to be here is like, I guess just a blessing. It's nice to win something, just having fun. I think anyone wants to do that at the end of the day. So.
Well, you guys have now guaranteed a punch-in ticket to the SEO LAN next semester. Y'all returning next semester to run it back in person. Your
Yeah,
little
for
pub
sure.
stack, you guys. I mean, you guys show up and put your money where your mouth is in person.
100%. Yeah.
I'm also curious. Does this actually mean if you guys won and you have expectations for LAN? I mean, are y'all just going to sit back and just kind of keep on? Honestly, this is terrible for them. Because I mean, isn't that the point where they just like, you guys are already locked in for LAN? It's like, why practice now? Why practice strats now? Exactly. So it's like now we ain't got to lock in or nothing. Like we just sit back and watch the games. We ain't even got to do that.
I mean, it's the great thing about a LAN though is what we noticed last semester as well. Teams that did pretty good during the season just went absolutely crazy for the LAN in preparation and the work ethic. So.
Is that going to change?
Are
y'all planning on doing
practice.
that? It's a big question. Would y'all be planning to do anything different or at least try it? Or do you feel like you guys are going to have that same formula when it comes around and closer to LAN season saying, okay, we actually feel like we need to do something because the stakes are obviously higher for season champ.
I mean, okay, so if the teams are like going to be continuously this bad, like I don't think we're really going to practice, but like I did promise my team I did promise my team before this matchup today. I was like, guys, when the LAN, like whether we win or lose today, like the LAN that's upcoming, we are going to like actually put in time. I'm going to server work a lot and I'm going to give you guys like bring strats to the table like every day. And we're going to start like scrimming and stuff. We're going to start scrimming like, good tier 3, tier 2 teams. Like I have some friends that would want to scrim us. So we would actually like definitely evolve our roster into like something way better. Like we'll build a lot more protocols and strategies. So yes, we would like no matter what, we're going to be practicing, surprisingly. But just maybe not like right now because I don't know. I feel like it kind of be a waste of time right now. But like maybe later on. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see.
I can't
definitely
wait to
for sure.
That loss now. I can't wait to storyboard a loss now for UGA at the final. Now pitched me a storyboard. This clipped it right now, Fred, owner of the SEO. Clip it right now. We've got the interview and everything from the horse's mouth of UGA that they are going to practice, and then maybe just maybe it won't be enough. But with the performance you guys showed today, it's hard to imagine that it won't be. Y'all played out of your minds. I'm at 4 and 5 in comparison to the first 3. So whether all this holds true at the end of the day, or this all was just one elaborate ruse, no matter what the case may be. Bays, congratulations on y'all's victory.
Thank you so
UGA
much.
come away as this Blitz champions. Is there anything you want to say? Shout out the program, director, family, teammates. I know you were shouting them out early. If you would shout them out again, I'll give you your pedestal fast. Go ahead, elevate yourself right here. We'll give you a moment.
Shout out to my teammates. They gave me, they put me in the position of IGLing and trusted me enough to put me in this position. So I'm really thankful. They're all very, very talented. Individually, they're all just really mechanically gifted. So really thankful to have these guys under my wing. And shout out to all the teams that played. I might sound disrespectful, but like at the end of the day, it's all competition. So, hopefully I'll see you guys soon. And yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Bears. And with that, are any of you now closing out Dallas for this? We gave Hayes a bit of a little pedestal. Do you have anything you want to say before we close out for the broadcast?
I mean, same old, same old. Just really obviously thankful to see that the elevation of, or just the general foundation and bottom line of our competition here in the SEL is rising. Thankful to be part of this journey just in general, seeing that, obviously, in terms of the land, wherever that may take place, obviously looking forward to details on that, what's going on. But just everything in the back end, just knowing that, this league is getting better and better and better. And you're not only seeing that just in terms of just generally on the main broadcasts, obviously, new assets that come in and things like that, but also games go longer, teams seem more driven, and better yet, even more so, we're at a point where we got 64 teams overall just here competing, looking to go ahead and just gun for it. And even then, not only splitting it, now having tier 1 and tier 2. So hopefully looking to give those teams a bit more of a highlight when it comes around to next season, because obviously we did the side stream once, but
I did it 3 times.
There are some squads who are really out there gunning for it, just because they narrowly missed that tier 1 spot by maybe what could be a round or two, like what we saw here today.
And I don't think we're still at announcing anything, so I'm not going to say anything, but there was that big announcement over on our State of the SCL stream that came down, about 2 weeks ago now. Really big for the champion, which I don't know if UGA knows that or not, or if that applies to UGA for this semester.
Knowing and hearing Bay's talk, I don't think they care.
I don't think they care. But if they were to not take that seriously, they would very quickly get humbled, considering the competition that they're going against. That's no longer a question of your top 30 team.
There is no bad team.
That is your top 6 teams into it, and you've now punched your way alongside them, right? So tune into that. Get your broadcast. Ask Fred why we can't announce it too much, I guess. But we'll harp on those words a little bit more. But yes, very thankful for the journey the SEL has brought into it and the growth that has come into it. Obviously, with the new league format that's coming into the next split as well, which for some reason we like to do things in the middle of a seasonal split.
Yeah, it's
fine.
Great,
it is what it is. And while we are jumping to a new paid format, that's going to drastically increase the production quality, the tournament quality. This goes from being a normal passion project for a lot of the staff involved here to a more so job where it is actively everything they're working towards in those moments. So we're looking forward to being able to provide that improved environment for everybody involved, both on the production side, behind the scenes, everything here and there. And for that, we thank you for being a part of that process. Thank you very much, Dallas. Thank you to our production shop on the booth. Bulby, I think, has already bounced. It's quite late for him. He was very exhausted being in map 4. Big shout out as always to Bulby for this. It's my pleasure to be alongside here, alongside Dallas as is every semester, alongside Bepic, who we have for Rocket League, and now, TJ for Rocket League. Bepic is now returning to Rocket League next semester. We've got a whole lot we're looking forward to, but before that can happen, we've got to end this one. So make sure y'all stay tuned. We'll see you guys next semester, and make sure you guys get those scrims in, because UGA apparently doesn't need to get the job done.